Chapter 2603. Xianxia. I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare. You can use all the techniques you have at your disposal. After 3 breaths, if I, Duan Lingtian, can't defeat you in one move, I, Duan Lingtian, will give up my position as the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian's cold voice reverberated in the Valley of Ares. The entire place fell silent. His voice lingered in the ears of the people in the Valley of Ares for a long time. Everyone, including Commander Qin Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and the other main character today, Centurion Jian Qiuping, were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It took them a long time to regain their senses. This was because Duan Lingtian's words were too terrifying. Captain Duan Lingtian, did I really underestimate him? Qin Xianba was the first to regain his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he had his own judgment. Although Duan Lingtian's actions seemed arrogant, when he observed Duan Lingtian carefully, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was confident. Duan Lingtian exuded confidence from head to toe. This level of confidence was not something an ordinary person could possess. It was impossible for someone who was deliberately mystifying to have such confidence. This was Qin Xianba's judgment. Qin Xianba was still looking at Duan Lingtian in shock when Jian Qiuping, who had just regained his senses, burst out laughing. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Jian Qiuping's laughter caused the others in the Valley of Ares to regain their senses as well. Captain Duan Lingtian, he said he's going to defeat Centurion Jian Qiuping in one move? My God. Is he joking? Defeat Centurion Jian Qiuping in one move? Lord Commander is probably the only person in the Black Dragon Army who has the ability to do so, right? If he's really that strong, why would he be a captain in the Black Dragon Army? I feel that he's most likely just deliberately mystifying things. Perhaps he's using this as a psychological attack against Centurion Jian Qiuping. Psychological attack? Based on the current situation, Centurion Jian Qiuping isn't affected by his words at all. Most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon Army felt that Duan Lingtian was bluffing. They did not believe Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Jian Qiuping. Sir Chiliarch, this is, although I believe that his strength is not below Jian Qiuping's, it seems impossible for him to defeat Jian Qiuping in one strike, right? Captain Duan Lingtian. He actually said that if he couldn't defeat Jian Qiuping in one go, he would give up the position of Chiliarch? Does he not want to be our Chiliarch that much? Even Duan Lingtian's subordinates were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Although they had confidence in Duan Lingtian, they were certain Duan Lingtian would not lose to Jian Qiuping. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Jian Qiuping in one move. If Jian Qiuping was just an ordinary centurion who had not become a golden celestial, they believed Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Jian Qiuping in one move. However, not only was Jian Qiuping not an ordinary centurion, but he was also a golden celestial who had been a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army for a long time. Duan Lingtian was the only person in the entire Black Dragon Army who was capable of defeating Jian Qiuping in one move. How arrogant! He's out of his mind. Other than Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, who only frowned slightly, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu could not help but laugh out loud. When they found out Duan Lingtian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, they had looked down on Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. However, Duan Lingtian had said he would defeat Jian Qiuping in one move. Naturally, they did not believe him. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian had simply lost his mind. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jian Qiuping finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he said, "You're just a violet moon heavenly celestial. There's no need for me to go all out to defeat you. I only need to use half of my strength to defeat a mere violet moon heavenly celestial." As soon as Jian Qiuping finished speaking, the celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body surged out of his body like dragons that had escaped from their cages. As soon as they broke out of their cages, They were filled with fighting spirit as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Duan Lingtan, I don't even need to use my celestial weapon. I'll defeat you with just a swing of my staff. Jian Xiaoping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon-like celestial origin energy that coiled around his body transformed into a pair of wings. It was a movement divine ability that he had mastered. He did not use the movement celestial technique he had mastered since he did not think it was necessary. Bush, 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 bush. In the void, a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves resounded. As Jian Xiaoping opened and closed his hands, the celestial origin energy that was swirling around his body quickly condensed into a long rod. It was obvious Jian Xiaoping was skilled in using a staff. Staff quaking mountains and rivers. Jian Xiaoping cried out. He was not far away from Duan Lingtian. With his current speed, it would only take him a blink of an eye to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Buzz, 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 buzz. As soon as Jian Xiaoping finished speaking, the long rod formed from his celestial origin energy tore through the air as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though his rod was capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with just one strike. With Jian Xiaoping's strength, he can easily defeat a violet moon heavenly celestial with just a swing of his staff. Jian Xiaoping's staff contains the profundity of celestial methods and divine abilities. The staff quaking mountains and rivers is a combination of his celestial methods and divine abilities. Its strength is not to be underestimated. Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Xianxia, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, looked at Jian Xiaoping, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. At this moment, they could already see Duan Lingtian being defeated by Jian Xiaoping. I'd like to see what makes you think you can defeat Jian Xiaoping with just a swing of your hand, Qin Xianba muttered to himself as he stared at Duan Lingtian. In his field of vision, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm even though Jian Xiaoping had not unleashed his full strength. It was as if Jian Xiaoping's ferocious attack was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Xianba, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, saw a hint of disdain in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Jian Xiaoping's staff was already charging toward Duan Lingtian with a force that could shake mountains and rivers. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was only a foot away from Jian Xiaoping. Bush, 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 bush. At this critical moment, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dazzling sword rays suddenly bloomed from all over Duan Lingtian's body. These sword rays seemed to have flashed out from every pore on his body. There were countless of them. With a rough look, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone in the Valley of Ares was attracted by the dazzling sword rays that shot out of Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A loud, muffled sound was transmitted into everyone's ears like the beating of a drum. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by thunderous explosions, the Valley of the War God was swept up by a tyrannical gale, causing some of the weaker soldiers of the Black Dragon Army to squint their eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic sword had appeared under Duan Lingtian's feet. This gigantic sword was formed from the thousands of sword rays that shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. It hovered under his feet like a sturdy wall and blocked Jian Xiaoping's ferocious and powerful staff attack. Jian Xiaoping's hands shook violently as he smashed his staff against the gigantic sword under Duan Lingtian's feet. Wah! When the long rod formed by his celestial origin energy dissipated, he was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. While he was being sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood in an extremely sorry state. His blood splattered in the air. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. I want you dead. Just as everyone present was completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Jian Xiaoping roared from the depths of his throat after his figure was shaken to a halt. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. It was as though he could burn everything. Bush, 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 bush. A ghostly wail rang in the air. Bush, 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 bush. When Jian Xiaoping attacked again, not only did he take out his celestial artifact, the long staff, but he also cast the assist-type divine ability that he had not used before. It raised his celestial origin energy to a whole new level. Then he cast his offensive technique again. Staff shaking mountains and rivers. It was the same technique, but this time, it was completely different from before. Jian Qiuping attacked with all his might. The celestial weapon staff in his hand shot out like a towering pillar. At this moment, it felt as though heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Bang! Finally, the celestial weapon long rod in his hand landed on the gigantic sword that was hovering under Duan Ling Tian's feet like a sturdy barrier. The force of the staff that could shake mountains and rivers surged out once again. Chapter 2604. Bang! When Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon, the long rod, landed on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duan Ling Tian's feet, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers with a weaker cultivation base felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. Bush, 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 bush. As the sound of the collision reverberated in the air, ripples began to spread out from the gigantic sword beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. It was as if a huge rock had landed on the surface of a calm lake, causing circles of ripples. The ripples were especially vivid. Boom, 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 boom. Ripples spread out in all directions in the void. At the same time, waves of vibrating power swept out in all directions. When the shockwaves shrouded the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares, many of them retreated. It was obvious they were under great pressure. Otherwise, they would not have reacted in such a manner. Is Centurion Jian Qiuping using all his strength? Centurion Jian Qiuping is attacking with all his might. When the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares thought of this, they turned to look at the sky above the first battle arena in unison. When their gazes landed on the scene in the void, they were completely dumbfounded. In the vast void, a purple-robed young man stood on a giant sword like a deity. Below him, Jian Qiuping's hands were bleeding profusely as he gripped the celestial staff tightly. That was not all. Currently, Jian Qiuping was forced to take more than 10 steps back. His face was pale as though a storm was brewing. Barf! Sensing the surrounding gazes, Jian Qiuping, who was originally still stubbornly holding on, finally could not help but open his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood once again. His blood splattered in the air, causing many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers to tremble. This Duan Ling Tian Chiliarch has not made a move since the beginning. All he did was defend. Yet, he managed to put Centurion Jian Qiuping into such a sorry state? It's one thing for Centurion Jian Qiuping to be at a disadvantage because he didn't use his full strength earlier. This time, Centurion Jian Qiuping attacked with all his might in anger, but he still couldn't hurt Chiliarch Duan Ling Tian at all? And he's injured again. Oh my god! How can this Duan Ling Tian Chiliarch be so strong? In the Valley of the Ares, some of the Black Dragon Army soldiers who had recovered from their shock looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and disbelief. Previously, the commander of the Black Dragon Army did not think highly of Duan Ling Tian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, so they thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely lose. But no one expected that. The outcome was actually so unexpected. Jian Qiuping, a veteran Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, could not even break through the defense of this new Chiliarch. One could only imagine the strength of this new Chiliarch. Sir Chiliarch, so strong. Oh my god! Is this really our Chiliarch? I'm not dreaming, am I? Based on the Chiliarch's current strength, I'm afraid even Chiliarch Huang Jiabing is no match for him. When the Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Ling Tian recovered from their shock, they were also shocked by the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed. Apart from being shocked, they were also overjoyed. In the future, with such a Chiliarch protecting them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Black Dragon Army. Bush, 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 bush. At the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian's subordinates. A hint of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The reason for their envy and jealousy was similar to the reason why Duan Ling Tian's subordinates were overjoyed. Who is he? Why is he here in the Black Dragon Army? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He knew even he might not be able to block Jian Qiuping's attack so easily with just a defensive technique. Chen Xianba was completely stunned by Duan Lingtian's defensive technique. How's this possible? Isn't he a violet moon heavenly celestial? Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, looked at each other when they regained their senses. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How powerful! The other two captains, Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, were shocked when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. They were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Is this all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian stood on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a high and mighty emperor as he looked down at Jian Qiuping, who was injured by him again. Jian Qiuping's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a devil. His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Although Jian Qiuping could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he did not have time to think about it. He hurriedly admitted defeat so he could leave this person in front of him as soon as possible. At this moment, face, honor, and disgrace had been tossed to the back of his mind. All he knew was that if this battle continued, he would only be tortured. He had attacked with all his might, but he could not even break through Duan Lingtian's defense. There was no need for him to continue this battle. Take this. If you don't die, I'll allow you to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Jian Qiuping indifferently when he saw Jian Qiuping admitting defeat. It was as though he was a high and mighty emperor who was giving out a supreme order. At the same time, the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet rose into the air and released a dazzling sword ray. This gigantic sword ray was formed by the tens of thousands of sword rays in the sword formation. As soon as it shot out, everyone in the Valley of Ares could feel the sharp sword chi emanating from it. Jian Qiuping's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He finally realized something. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him. You can't kill me. There are rules in the Black Dragon Army. Unless there's a life and death agreement, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army are not allowed to kill each other. If you kill me, you'll be violating the rules of the Black Dragon Army. You'll be severely punished by the Black Dragon Army. Jian Qiuping looked at Duan Lingtian in horror as he roared hysterically. When he mentioned the rules of the Black Dragon Army, it was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. Boom, boom, boom. However, Duan Lingtian's reply to Jian Qiuping was the gigantic sword that seemed to blot out the sun. The gigantic sword was not pointed at Jian Qiuping. Instead, it was aimed at Jian Qiuping. However, when the gigantic sword descended, it was as though a gigantic mountain had fallen. At the same time, it locked onto Jian Qiuping. It was as though it would follow him wherever he went until it suppressed him. Naturally, Jian Qiuping wanted to escape. However, he soon discovered that he had been locked onto by the gigantic sword. There was no way for him to escape. He could only take the attack head-on. However, how could he possibly take the attack in his current state? Not to mention that he had already been injured twice. Even if he was in his peak condition and attacked with all his strength, he was doomed to die under this sword. The power contained in the giant sword that came crashing down had completely exceeded the scope of what he could withstand. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic sword continued to descend. Its wide body continued to envelop Jian Qiuping as though it was trying to suppress him. No! Lord Commander, save me! Lord Commander, save me! In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword had traversed more than half the distance and was right above his head. Jian Qiuping's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He immediately turned to look at Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and cried for help. However, Chen Xianba did not move at all. It was as though he was stunned by the scene before him. Bang! Finally, when Jian Qiuping's eyes were filled with despair, the giant sword that looked like it had been thrown by a god landed on Jian Qiuping's body. The terrifying power caused Jian Qiuping's body to explode into a bloody mist. Only a long staff and a ring were left in the bloody mist. They were Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon and spatial ring. When Jian Qiuping was killed by the gigantic sword, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, raised his hand. Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon and spatial ring flew into his hand before he put them away. The Valley of Ares once again fell into a deathly silence. After a while, the people in the Valley of Ares finally regained their senses. Gasp, 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 gasp. When the people regained their senses, they gasped in unison. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of respect could be seen in their eyes. Even the 4 captains standing behind Chen Xianba were no exception to this. The 2 captains, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. However, a hint of remorse could be seen in their eyes at the same time. They regretted not recognizing Mount Tai. At the same time, they hated Jian Qiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian. If Jian Qiuping had not misled them, they would not have alienated Duan Lingtian because they thought he was just a violet moon heavenly celestial. Captain Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2605. Rules. Upon hearing Chen Xianba's question, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Chen Xianba. He stared at Chen Xianba for a moment before he said unhurriedly, "Commander, rules are made by people, right? You're the Black Dragon Army's commander. It's up to you to decide if I've broken the rules today." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he reached the end of his sentence. "Captain Duan Lingtian, what do you want from the Black Dragon Army?" Chen Xianba asked in a deep voice. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Not only was Duan Lingtian's strength not inferior to his, it was even possible that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Would such a person be willing to serve as a Chiliarch in the Black Dragon Army willingly? Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he was not worried about losing his position as the Black Dragon Army's commander. After all, becoming the Black Dragon Army's commander was not as simple as being a Decurion, Centurion, or Chiliarch. According to the Black Dragon Army's rules, as long as one was strong enough, one would be promoted. However, the Black Dragon Army's commander was personally appointed by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Unless the city governor approved and gave the order, it was impossible to replace Chen Xianba as the Black Dragon Army's commander. "I'm looking for a place to cultivate," Duan Lingtian said as he opened his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Chen Xianba had been staring at Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to figure something out from Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He did not reveal any emotions at all. There's nothing in the Black Dragon Army that's worth his attention. After thinking for a while, Chen Xianba could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was planning to do to the Black Dragon Army. In the end, he decided not to think about it anymore. After looking at Duan Lingtian for a while, he turned around and left the Valley of Ares. Chen Xianba's departure clearly showed his attitude toward Duan Lingtian's killing of Jian Qiuping. He would not pursue the matter. The black armored soldiers in the Valley of Ares were not surprised by Chen Xianba's departure. Although the commander of the black armored army had never fought with Captain Duan Lingtian before, he was still a commander. However, based on Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to Chen Xianba. Duan Lingtian might even be stronger than Chen Xianba. In other words, even if the commander of the black armored army wanted to pursue the matter, he might not be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian, unless Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, if news of this reached the ears of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not hold Duan Lingtian accountable as long as Duan Lingtian did not do anything that would harm the interests of Bloody Spectre City. After all, in the eyes of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian was not worth much. After all, Jian Qiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, could not be compared to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, even if Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not be able to do anything about it. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not surprised at all. After Qin Xianba left, everyone in the Valley of Aries turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Captain Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. To think that Jian Qiuping said you're a violet moon heavenly celestial. He must be blind. That's right. That's right. That Jian Qiuping deserved to die. It's his greatest fortune to die in your hands, Captain Duan Lingen. Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu immediately flew forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. They seemed to be very enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly when he saw Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's attitude. When Jian Qiuping had said he was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, these two fellows had turned hostile faster than flipping the pages of a book. They were just short of telling him that they did not want to be friends with Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian completely ignored their enthusiasm. Ignoring Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's embarrassment, Duan Lingtian flew up to the other two captains, Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, and greeted them. Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu, I'm in a hurry to cultivate. I'll take my leave first. Take care, Captain Duan Lingen. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu hurriedly replied. Previously, Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary captain to them. However, at this moment, they no longer dared to treat Duan Lingtian as an ordinary captain. After the battle earlier, they could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. Based on what they saw, Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to the Black Dragon Army's Lord Commander. After greeting Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the Black Dragon Army soldiers. Under their excited gazes, Duan Lingtian nodded at them before he left the Valley of Aries. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu followed suit. After all, they were in an awkward situation. They took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and even tried to flatter him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them. Although they were dissatisfied with this, they didn't dare to show it. Based on the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, Duan Lingtian was not someone they could afford to offend. After Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing left, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army in the Valley of the War God were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins. I didn't expect our new captain, Duan Lingtian, to be so powerful. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to the Lord Commander's. A centurion was the first to exclaim. His words immediately gained the approval of many people. Indeed. I wonder why someone as powerful as Duan Lingtian would want to join the Black Dragon Army? Didn't you hear him say that he's looking for a place to cultivate? Apart from the City Lord's cultivation room, the tents of the Black Dragon Army's generals and Kiliarchs, and the tents of the Silverworm Army's generals and Kiliarchs are the best places to cultivate. Now that you mention the Silverworm Army, I'm curious. When the Silverworm Army finds out that we have a Chiliarch who isn't any weaker than our Black Dragon Army's Lord Commander, what expression will they have? It'll definitely be exciting. In the Valley of Aries, the Black Dragon Army was in an uproar. None of them left even after a long time had passed. Their conversation revolved around the new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, who had left the Valley of Aries and the Black Dragon Army's camp, entered Bloody Spectre City and made his way to the city governor's mansion. He went to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was Lu Fenggu. He was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. When Chen Xianba arrived, he was cultivating but not in closed-door cultivation. When he heard Chen Xianba's arrival, he immediately stopped cultivating and came out to greet Chen Xianba. Xianba, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Is there something urgent? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Fenggu sat at the head of the table and looked at Chen Xuanba, who was sitting below him. Chen Xianba was one of the two generals under his command. He was in charge of the Black Dragon Army and had always been cautious and conscientious. He had never made a mistake. For this reason, he liked this subordinate very much. Moreover, after so many years of working together, he no longer treated Chen Xianba as an outsider. Lord City Governor, Chen Xuanba went straight to the point. Didn't I announce that anyone who finds the identity medallion of the Black Dragon Army's fallen Chiliarch will become the new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army? I heard about that. Lu Fenggu nodded. He asked in surprise, what? Did someone find it? I heard that the Chiliarch under your command had accidentally entered the little world in the mountain ridge to the south of Bloody Spectre City. That's why he died. What? He didn't enter the little world? Lu Fenggu's curiosity was piqued as he asked. He died in the little world. Someone brought his identity token out of the little world, Qin Xianba said. Lu Fenggu nodded. What? As soon as Qin Xianba finished speaking, Lu Fenggu rose to his feet in shock. He stared at Qin Xianba with burning eyes as he asked, Xianba, are you sure? Qin Xianba nodded. Then he repeated what Duan Lingtian had told him to Lu Fenggu. After that, I went to the south and discovered that the entrance to the little world had indeed disappeared. Qin Xianba replied. That little world was left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself. No wonder so many powerhouses from high-rank celestial kingdoms couldn't decipher the secret of the little world. As it turns out, it's a little world left behind by a celestial king. The blissful sect is much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. He was filled with reverence for the blissful sect. In his opinion, even a high-rank celestial kingdom was something he could only look up to. Let alone the blissful sect that was much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. But, from what you've just said, your new Chiliarch is quite lucky to be able to come out of that small world alive. Lu Fenggu said, Lord City Governor, I'm here for him. I saw him make a move today. He's not any weaker than me. Chapter 2606. What? His strength is on par with yours. Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock when he heard Qin Xianba's words. Yes. Qin Xianba nodded. Then he recounted everything that had happened in the Valley of Ares to Lu Fenggu. Then he took out a celestial talisman and crushed it. In just an instant, whoosh! Accompanied by a soft sound, a light screen appeared out of thin air in this huge hall. On it was a constantly changing mirror image. The mirror image was the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Jian Qiuping in the Valley of Ares. It began with Jian Qiuping's first attack that ended in failure. Jian Qiuping's second attack that ended in failure as well. Then, the young man in purple, who stood with his hands behind his back like a god, raised the huge sword under his feet and shot out a dazzling sword light. Then, he pressed down on Jian Qiuping with the body of the sword. In just a blink of an eye, Jian Qiuping exploded into a mist of blood. Gasp. After watching the mirror image that Qin Xianba had recorded with a celestial talisman, even Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Indeed, his strength is on par with yours. Lu Fenggu's expression was solemn as he spoke. Naturally, there were many things Lu Fenggu did not say. He saw the purple-clad young man's calm expression when he made his move. It did not seem as though he had used his full strength. There was another thing. From the beginning until the end, the purple-clad young man did not use any celestial weapons. I wonder what my chances of winning are if I were to fight him, Lu Fenggu thought to himself. After a while, Lu Fenggu looked at Qin Xianba and asked solemnly, Xianba, what do you think this person wants from the Black Dragon Army? I've asked him about this before. He said he's looking for a place to cultivate, Qin Xianba replied. Looking for a place to cultivate? Lu Fenggu was stunned. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had gone to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. After leaving the Valley of Ares, he returned to his tent and continued to cultivate. It's a pity I don't have a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. Otherwise, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast with my celestial origin energy would be able to raise my strength by more than 2 levels. Duan Lingtian sighed. When Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was still alive, he had told Duan Lingtian that the assist-type divine ability the elementary devouring tactic he had obtained was considered a powerful divine ability even in the Devata realms. However, the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms could only be fully unleashed by one's celestial origin energy that had been tempered by a graded cultivation method. In other words, although Duan Lingtian had mastered the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his celestial origin energy was still not tempered by a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. Due to this reason, the strength of the assist-type divine ability was limited. Once he cultivated a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms and tempered his celestial origin energy, the strength of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be much stronger than the current elementary devouring tactic. I heard from the waiter that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City has a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. However, it said that in the entire Bloody Spectre City, only the city governor, the Black Dragon Army, and the Silverworm Army's commanders have cultivated this technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "In the Devata realms, there's no doubt the importance of a graded cultivation method. The most basic function of a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms is to temper one's celestial origin energy. Most importantly, it can increase a person's cultivation speed. The better the cultivation method, the faster the speed at which one can increase their cultivation. Perhaps, I should try and see if I can obtain the cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes began to shine brightly. Once he was able to obtain that cultivation technique, his cultivation speed would increase even further. Of course, he also knew that not everyone would be able to obtain that cultivation technique. In Bloody Spectre City, only the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army had cultivated the cultivation method. With my current strength, I might not be able to defeat Lu Fenggu if I fight him with my full strength. However, it's not realistic for me to use brute force to obtain the cultivation method from him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian had left the little world behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect, he had discovered that he was now a Celestial King. Now that he had become a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, even the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City might not be a match for him. However, it was impossible for him to replace the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. After all, to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, one had to be acknowledged by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. As for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than the city governor, it was impossible for him to force the city governor to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. It was even more impossible for him to kill the city governor and seize control of Bloody Spectre City. After all, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was backed by the 9 Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian wanted to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had to be acknowledged by the 9 Spectres County. If he forced the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to submit to him, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could easily send a message to the 9 Spectres County to send reinforcements to deal with him. If Duan Lingtian killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, the 9 Spectres County would not let him off. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could only be a captain of the Black Dragon Army. This was the only way he could survive in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian had thought about going to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County. However, he felt he was still lacking in strength. If he was attacked by someone stronger than him on his way to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County, it would be difficult for him to survive. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's plan was to improve his strength. Once he was certain that he had the ability to protect himself, he would leave Bloody Spectre City and head to a broader stage to increase his strength. Currently, Duan Lingtian was not carefree. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He was no longer living purely for himself. He was also living for his family and his friends. Cultivation methods. Cultivation methods from the Devata realms. since Duan Ling Tian could not stop himself from thinking about the cultivation methods in the Devata realms, he could not calm himself down to cultivate for a long time. In the end, he decided to stop cultivating and left his tent. "Commander!" When Duan Ling Tian walked out of his tent, he saw Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, who had just returned. "Captain Duan Ling Tian." Chen Xianba walked up to Duan Ling Tian and greeted him politely. From the beginning until the end, he did not act like he was in a superior position. Instead, he greeted Duan Ling Tian as an equal. The reason he acted this way was naturally because he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength that was not inferior to his own. "Commander, I heard that there's a yellow-grade cultivation method in Bloody Spectre City?" Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly as he looked at Chen Xianba. The yellow-grade cultivation method he was referring to was the one the city governor of Bloody Spectre City possessed. In the Devata realms, similar to celestial methods and divine abilities, cultivation methods were divided into many grades. Among them, yellow-grade cultivation methods were the worst. Naturally, it was only the worst among the graded cultivation methods in the Devata realms. It was much better than cultivation methods that were not graded at all. Duan Lingtian's 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was not graded at all in the Devata realms. Although he could continue cultivating with it, his cultivation speed was much slower than other graded cultivation methods. Moreover, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique could not temper his celestial origin energy, so he could use his assist-type divine abilities to boost his strength. "Yes." Chen Xianba nodded. That cultivation method was given to Lord Governor of Bloody Spectre City by the County Governor of 9 Spectres County. In Bloody Spectre City, only Lord Governor, the commander of the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards have cultivated that cultivation method. The Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised since he did not know the Golden Serpent Guards who followed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had cultivated the same cultivation method. Chen Xianba nodded. "Does this mean the reason the 100 Golden Serpent Guards are all Golden Celestials is because of the yellow-grade cultivation method?" Previously, when Duan Ling Tian heard from the waiter that all 100 members of the Golden Snake Guards were Golden Celestials, he was shocked. After all, the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army only had slightly more than 10 Golden Celestials each. 100 Golden Serpent Guards? However, Chen Xianba shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. 100 Golden Serpent Guards is just a rumor. In fact, there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards by Lord City Governor's side. Although there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards, their strength far surpasses the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Chen Xianba paused for a moment before he added, "Naturally, that doesn't include you, Captain Duan Ling Tian." "Commander, if I want that cultivation method, will Lord Governor be willing to teach it to me?" Chapter 2607. It's very difficult. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, Chen Xianba replied truthfully, "Lord City Governor values that cultivation method a lot. Unless the person's cultivation base has reached a certain level and he can trust the person completely, he won't easily pass it to them." Chen Xianba looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, your cultivation base should be sufficient. However, if you're willing to stay in the Black Dragon Army for a few decades or even 100 years, Lord City Governor might be willing to pass the cultivation method to you." A few decades or even 100 years. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Chen Xianba's words. Let alone the Black Dragon Army, it was impossible for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City for a few decades or even 100 years. "Forget it. Even if I don't have a graded cultivation method for now, with my 99 heavenly veins, my cultivation speed won't be any slower than the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City." After Duan Ling Tian figured this out, he no longer bothered himself with this matter. For the time being, he did not have a graded cultivation technique to cultivate, but he had 99 heavenly veins that ordinary people could only dream of. In the Devata realms, the more heavenly veins one had, the more benefits one would gain. Not only would he be able to circulate his celestial origin energy faster during a battle, but his cultivation speed would also be faster. In his opinion, he would be able to increase his cultivation base. As long as his strength increased, it would be much easier for him to obtain a graded cultivation method after he left Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, a yellow-grade cultivation method was like a peerless treasure. However, in the 9 Spectres County, there were many forces that had a graded cultivation method. Moreover, I heard from the waiter that there are also graded cultivation methods in the auction house in the 9 Spectres County that can be auctioned off at a higher price. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease. After bidding farewell to Qin Xianba, Duan Lingtian returned to his tent. This time, he quickly calmed down and immersed himself in his cultivation. After cultivating for about an hour, a voice rang in the air. "Lord Captain." A condensed voice penetrated Duan Lingtian's tent and entered his ears. Not only that, but it also woke Duan Lingtian, who was in the midst of cultivating. "HM?" When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. In the end, he still walked out of the tent. Based on the voice, he could tell it belonged to one of his subordinates, a centurion. It was the centurion he had injured earlier. "What's the matter?" Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the centurion's voice. It was clear the centurion had something urgent to tell him. "Lord Captain, I'm here to report to you that 2 of our centurions and 7 of our decurions have been grounded in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City by Captain Yang Kongping of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping has specifically asked for you to personally bring them back." The centurion quickly explained the purpose of his visit to Duan Lingtian when he saw him. "You mean, the 2 centurions and 7 decurions under my command were grounded by the Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Previously, when he was in the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army's soldiers trusted him. Moreover, they had done so much for him that he was touched. At that time, he had accepted them as his subordinates. Now, someone was telling him Duan Lingtian's subordinates had been grounded by the captain of the Silverworm Army? Instantly, Duan Lingtian's heart was burning with rage. "Bring me there." As soon as Duan Lingtian gave the order, the centurion rose into the air and led the way. "What's your name?" Duan Lingtian asked the centurion who was leading the way. "Lord Captain, my name is Tong Zheng." Although the centurion was injured by Duan Lingtian not long ago and had yet to recover from his injuries, he did not complain at all. Instead, he was still respectful to Duan Lingtian, because he knew very well in his heart that this Chiliarch had only hurt him because he deserved a beating. "Tell me about the conflict between you and the Silverworm Army." Although the Black Dragon Army doesn't get along well with the Silverworm Army, I don't think the captain of the Silverworm Army would bully you for no reason, right? Duan Lingtian asked. "Lord Captain, it's like this." Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Tong Zheng explained everything in detail as he led the way. He also told Duan Lingtian the whole story. As it turned out, this matter had something to do with him as well. Today, after he had killed Jian Xiaoping in the Valley of Ares, his 3 centurions and 7 decurions, including Tong Zheng, had gone to a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City to have a drink to vent their joy. Who knew that when they were talking about what had happened in the Valley of War God, a Chiliarch and a few centurions of the Silverworm Army happened to overhear them. The captain of the Silverworm Army told them that they were bragging about their new captain. Due to the presence of the captain of the Silverworm Army, the other customers in the restaurant also agreed that Tong Zheng and the others were bragging. Naturally, Tong Zheng and the others felt indignant when they were accused by so many people. However, in the end, their voices were drowned out by the voices of the other customers. At this moment, they had no choice but to leave the restaurant under the disdainful gazes of the other customers. However, someone refused to let them leave. The person who refused to let them leave was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army. "Only one of you can leave. The one who leaves, go and inform your new captain of the Silverworm Army and ask him to come here and get his men. Tell him that I, Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, have detained his men. I, Yang Kongping, would like to see what kind of person the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army is." These were the exact words of the captain of the Silverworm Army. The 10 people under Duan Lingtian's command were powerless in front of the captain of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, only 9 of them were left behind. Tong Zheng was the only one who left the restaurant and returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp to look for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew what happened after that. Captain of the Silverworm Army, Yang Kongping? How awe-inspiring. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes after listening to Centurion Tong Zheng's narration. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, Tong Zheng, who was leading the way, could feel the coldness behind him. It was as if a gust of cold air had attacked him from behind, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Lord Chilith is angry. At this moment, it was not difficult for Tong Zheng to sense Duan Lingtian's anger. Lord Captain. Tong Zheng continued to say before they arrived at Bloody Spectre City, Captain Yang Kongping of the Silverworm Army is strong. He's ranked in the top 3 among the 10 captains in the Silverworm Army. In addition, he has another identity. Other than being a Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, he is also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, even our previous captain, Captain Huang Jibing, didn't dare to provoke him even though his strength was on par with Yang Kongping. When Tong Zheng reached the end of his sentence, he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. So, if it's possible, later on, Chiliarch, you should display a little of your strength to intimidate Yang Kongping and bring our men away. Try not to hurt Yang Kongping. The commander of the Silverworm Army is very protective of his men. Tong Zheng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's expressionless face. He hastily added, "Of course. I'm not saying this to question your strength. I just don't want to cause you too much trouble because of our matter." Tong Zheng had gained a better understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength in the Valley of Ares. Duan Lingtian knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army. However, it was hard to say if Duan Lingtian could defeat the commander of the Silverworm Army. "I know what I'm doing," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly when he heard Tong Zheng's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tong Zheng arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. After entering Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian, who was furious, followed Tong Zheng to the entrance of a rather luxurious restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. A plaque with the words Lai Feng Restaurant was hung on the entrance of the restaurant. Based on the strength of the words, it was obvious it was written by a man. Now, the entrance of the restaurant was crowded with people, both on the ground and in the air. Without exception, they were all stretching their heads to look inside the restaurant, as if there was something interesting going on inside. "He's here. He's here. It's the Centurion of the Black Dragon Army who just left. He's back." The purple-clad young man next to him is the new Chiliarch behind him and the 9 men from the Black Dragon Army in the restaurant. When the people outside the restaurant saw Tong Zheng, the people outside the restaurant also shifted their attention to Tong Zheng and Duan Lingtian. Even more people were sizing up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom as though they had discovered a new continent. "Lord Captain, please enter." Tong Zheng stood at the entrance of the restaurant respectfully and made way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked forward with a calm expression. Everywhere he passed, the crowd that filled the entrance of the restaurant would open up a path for him, not daring to hesitate. After all, the purple-clad young man was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. He was someone they could not afford to offend. Tong Zheng followed Duan Lingtian into the restaurant with Duan Lingtian. "It's you?" Chapter 2608. There were only slightly more than 10 people in the Lai Feng restaurant's main hall. It was obvious the restaurant had been cleared beforehand. There were more than 10 people in the hall, and only one young man was sitting in front of a table. Behind him, 3 figures stood straight like javelins, emitting a murderous aura. The young man was dressed casually. He was tall and had a determined expression on his face. He looked majestic as though he was the most powerful person in the world. The 3 people behind him were dressed in silver armor. It was the standard armor of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silverworm Army. They were the centurions of the Silverworm Army. Apart from that, there were 9 people standing in front of the 4 men. All 9 of them were wearing black armor. It was the armor of the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silverworm Army. Among the 9 people, there were 2 centurions and 7 decurions from the Black Dragon Army. They were none other than the 9 captains of the Black Dragon Army. In this way, the identity of the only young man sitting in the restaurant's lobby was also on the verge of being revealed. He was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping. It's you. When Duan Ling Tian stepped into the restaurant's lobby and appeared in front of more than 10 people, a middle-aged centurion of the Silverworm Army standing behind Yang Kongping cried out in surprise when he saw Duan Ling Tian. His exclamation was filled with waves of shock and disbelief. It was as though he had just seen something terrifying. When the middle-aged centurion from the Silverworm Army cried out in surprise, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian, who had just entered the restaurant's lobby, instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. He saw the person with just a glance and recognized him. He recognized the centurion from the Silverworm Army. It was one of the 2 centurions from the Silverworm Army he had met at the Celestial Ascension Pool when he had just ascended. The other centurion from the Silverworm Army had tried to kill Duan Ling Tian with a soul attack. What a coincidence! We meet again. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged centurion from the Silverworm Army. Lord Captain. Lord Captain. At the same time, the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army bowed respectfully as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. He's the captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing. The centurion of the Silverworm Army who had met Duan Ling Tian at the Celestial Ascension Pool was shocked when he saw the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army greeting Duan Ling Tian and addressing him as Lord Captain. He had also heard the voice of Tong Zheng, the centurion of the Black Dragon Army, outside. Because of this, he knew that the first person to step into the restaurant would be the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, when he saw the first person who stepped into the restaurant and recognized him, his heart wavered again. He could not figure it out at all. How could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven become a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Moreover, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army seemed to respect him. He was from the Silverworm Army. Naturally, he knew. It was impossible to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army just because their new captain had found the identity token of their previous captain. If that was the case, it would not be enough to obtain their respect. If one wanted to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, one must possess strength that was on par with one's position. Now, the scenes in front of him confirmed his suspicions. The person before him was indeed the captain of the Black Dragon Army who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, the fact that he killed Zhong Gang proved that his strength is not inferior to an ordinary Golden Immortal Realm expert. I forgot about that. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to secure his position as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. When the centurion recalled the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing Zhong Gang, who was also a centurion of the Silverworm Army, he felt relieved. You're the new captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing? Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, asked in a questioning tone as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. However, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at Yang Kongping indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the 9 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. He looked at the 9 soldiers and asked, "Are all of you all right? Did they touch any of you?" A cold gleam flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he reached the end of his question. His tone turned low as well. "Lord Captain, we're fine. We're fine." Duan Ling Tian's 9 subordinates shook their heads. Then, they took a few steps forward and stood behind Duan Ling Tian with Tong Zheng. They stared at the people from the Silverworm Army with piercing eyes. "Good. Very good. Very good." Yang Kongping, the commander of the Silverworm Army who was completely ignored by Duan Ling Tian, had a dark expression on his face. He glared at Duan Ling Tian and said coldly, "Even your Black Dragon Army's captain He Jin Kuan wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as you are in front of me." He Jin Kuan was the most powerful person among the 10 captains of the Black Dragon Army. He was known as the Black Dragon Army's captain. Naturally, In the eyes of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who went to the Valley of Ares today, this was all in the past. The current Black Dragon Army's captain was Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Naturally, Yang Kongping was unaware of this. Until now, he still did not think Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, would have the strength to kill Jian Qiuping in one hit. After all, even if Jian Qiuping was not as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the commander of the Silverworm Army, he was not much weaker. In his opinion, a powerhouse with such strength would never lower himself to become a Chiliarch in the Black Dragon Army. Fortunately, you didn't touch my men. Facing the furious Yang Kongping, Duan Lingtian still didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. He just coldly glanced at him and lightly said, "Otherwise, you will die today. Luckily, you didn't touch my men, otherwise, you will die today." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the restaurant fell into a dead silence. Even outside the restaurant, there was a deathly silence. Now, the crowd outside the restaurant could clearly see and hear the situation in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they were all dumbstruck. The new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army is too strong, isn't he? This was the same thought that appeared in their minds at the same time. After all, Yang Kongping, the Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, who was sitting in the restaurant's lobby, was not an ordinary Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. Not only was he a Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, but he was also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, even the strongest Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, Hejin Kuan, did not dare to offend Yang Kongping. For this reason, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian, the new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. "What did you say?" In the restaurant's lobby, Yang Kongping finally regained his senses and stood up abruptly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "Even Hejin Kuan doesn't dare to speak to me like this. I think you're seeking death." Duan Lingtian ignored Yang Kongping's killing intent and continued to speak nonchalantly. "Today, you'll cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it, I won't just cripple one of your arms. At that time, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs, just like how I crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army." His words were also very clear. "Yang Kongping, cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it yourself and let me do it for you, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs." Domineering. Domineering. This new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering. That's Yang Kongping we're talking about, but he doesn't seem to have any scruples at all. In my opinion, this isn't domineering, he's seeking death. However, based on his words, he even crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs. Outside the restaurant, the onlookers discussed among themselves. In the restaurant, the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army standing behind Duan Lingtian looked at each other. They did not expect this. Their Chiliarch had even crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army. Crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Kongping's eyes narrowed immediately as a thought appeared in his mind. Half a month ago, one of the celestial ascension pools that his subordinates were in charge of had an ascender who seemed to have obtained a shocking legacy from the mundane realm. Not only did the ascender cripple one of his Decurions, but he even killed one of his centurions. Yang Kongping thought about it carefully. Ever since he became a Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, he had never heard of a Decanus in the Silverworm Army being crippled. "Lord Chiliarch." Chai Ming, the centurion of the Silverworm Army standing behind Yang Kongping, said, "This person is the one who killed Zhong Gang and crippled Wang Wei half a month ago. He's the one who ascended from the celestial ascension pool." Zhong Gang, Wang Wei. As soon as Chai Ming finished speaking, the other 2 centurions of the Silverworm Army standing next to him widened their eyes in shock. Earlier, when Chai Ming saw the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army standing in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise. How did Chai Ming know the new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army? Realization dawned on them when they heard Chai Ming's words. Chapter 2609. It's him. Upon hearing Chai Ming's words, even Yang Kong Ping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm army, could not help but narrow his eyes as his heart trembled violently. Zhong Gang was a centurion under his command. Half a month ago, he died at the hands of an ascender. Wang Wei was a decanus under his command. Half a month ago, one of his arms and one of his legs were crippled by the same ascender. Now Yang Kongping finally understood. Why did this chiliarch of the Black Armored Army say that he had crippled a decanus of the Silver Dragon Army? This was because this chiliarch of the Black Armored Army was the person who had ascended half a month ago. It was also the ascender that the Silver Dragon Army had spent half a month searching for. Ascender. Immortal Ascension Pool? At the same time, when the 10 Black Armored Army soldiers standing behind Duan Lingtian heard the words of the Silverworm Army's centurion Chai Ming, their gazes simultaneously landed on the purple silhouette in front of them. Their hearts trembled. If what the centurion of the Silverworm Army said was true, in that case, their new captain was actually an ascender who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Lord Chiliarch is actually an ascender? And he's not an ascender from the Golden Immortals' Immortal Ascension Pool, but an ascender from the Heavenly Immortals' Immortal Ascension Pool. How is this possible? This centurion of the Silver Dragon Army is lying, right? The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army whispered to each other among themselves, but they all came to the same conclusion. The centurion of the Silver Dragon Army was lying. If the other party had said that their chiliarch had ascended from the Golden Immortals' Immortal Ascension Pool, they might have believed it. This was because those who ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when they were still in the mundane realm. Once they ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool, they would immediately become Golden Celestials. Those who ascended from the Celestial Ascension Pool were only eminent celestials when they were still in the mundane realms. When eminent celestials ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool, they could only become heavenly immortals. Moreover, he was a Scarlet Moon heavenly immortal. Most importantly, not only did the centurion of the Silverworm Army say that their chiliarch ascended from the Immortal Ascension Pool, he also said that their chiliarch ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Half a month ago, those who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool were considered monsters amongst monsters if they were able to become Orange Moon Celestial Immortals. However, even the Orange Moon Celestial could not possibly possess such frightening strength as their chiliarch. They had witnessed the strength of their chiliarch with their own eyes. Even if he wasn't as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he wasn't too far off. Because of this, the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon Army did not believe the words of the centurion. Ascender? And he just ascended to the Immortal Ascension Pool half a month ago? Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd of onlookers clearly heard the words of the centurion of the Silverworm Army, Chai Ming. Is this centurion of the Silver Dragon Army crazy? I think he's out of his mind. How could someone who just ascended to the Immortal Ascension Pool half a month ago become a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army? That's right. Even if this person was lucky enough to find the identity token of Captain Huang Jibing in the Black Dragon Army and become a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, how could 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army treat a heavenly celestial so respectfully? The fact that the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army treat him so respectfully means his cultivation base is at least at the Golden Celestial stage. The crowd of onlookers outside the restaurant discussed among themselves. Similar to the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon Army, they thought the centurion of the Silverworm Army, Chai Ming, was spouting nonsense. Chai Ming's words were impossible. Just when the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Lingtian's command and the onlookers outside were certain centurion Chai Ming of the Silverworm Army was talking nonsense, a voice rang out. Yang Kong Ping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, suddenly burst out laughing in the restaurant's lobby. Yang Kongping's laughter had successfully attracted the attention of everyone except Duan Lingtian. He fixed his eyes on Duan Lingtian and said excitedly, "Duan Lingtian, you're the only one who can do this. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Brat, If you hid in the Black Dragon Army's camp, I might not have known that you're in the Black Dragon Army. Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm Army. The moment his words left his mouth, Yang Kongping's eyes that were staring at Duan Lingtian suddenly lit up as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed a peerless treasure. After all, he knew, the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army must have mastered a profound celestial method and divine ability that allowed him to possess strength comparable to a golden celestial even though he was just a crimson moon heavenly celestial. If Yang Kongping could obtain the celestial arts and divine abilities that the other party had mastered, then his strength would also increase to a very exaggerated level. If the commander of the Silverworm Army could obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities, then the strength of the Silverworm Army's commander would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, the commander of the Silverworm Army might even be able to go to Nine Spectres County and look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He would never forget this. When he told the commander of the Silverworm Army, who was also his brother-in-law, about the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, who was also the one who ascended half a month ago, the commander of the Silverworm Army was very excited. For this reason, the Silverworm Army had been searching for the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army for more than half a month. Who would have thought? The Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army had become a Chiliarch. Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm Army. As soon as Yang Kongping finished speaking, boom. Yang Kongping's celestial core power, which had been accumulating in his body for a long time, suddenly whizzed out and dissipated on the surface of his body. It was as if a ball of flame had enveloped his entire body. He looked even more majestic and awe-inspiring like a god of war. Bang! At the same time, Yang Kongping stomped his foot in the air, causing the air to tremble. A gust of wind swept up and blew away many tables and chairs in the restaurant. In the next instant, Yang Kongping pounced on Duan Lingtian like a tiger. He spread his arms wide open, but he did not use any killing techniques. He merely made a grabbing motion. It was obvious he wanted to capture Duan Lingtian. Yang Kongping did not want to kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, capturing the Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times better than killing the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. At that time, Yang Kongping and the commander of the Silverworm Army would be able to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities from the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. As for his current identity as a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, he couldn't care less about it. At most, he would wait until he captured him and brought him back to the camp of the Silverworm Army. Then he would let the commander of the Silverworm Army, who was also his brother-in-law, deal with the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Be careful, Lord Chiliarch. Be careful, Lord Chiliarch. When Yang Kongping flew out and was about to reach Duan Lingtian, the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Lingtian finally regained their senses. They instinctively cried out in alarm to warn Duan Lingtian. When they saw Yang Kongping charging at them menacingly, they were so anxious that they had completely forgotten about the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. This Chiliarch of theirs was much stronger than the other 9 Chiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army. On the other hand, Yang Kongping's strength was not comparable to Captain He Jin Kuan, the strongest person in the Silverworm Army other than their captain. When the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army instinctively cried out to warn Duan Lingtian, whoosh, 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 the sound of swords whistling rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who was standing there calmly, suddenly emitted a white glow. It was the dazzling sword rays that shot out from his body. There were many sword rays. At first glance, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sword rays that shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. A shrill cry of agony suddenly rang in the air. The cry was so shrill that it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They felt chills running down their spines. Bang! With another loud noise, the people present finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. They saw Yang Kongping, the Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, who was charging at Duan Lingtian, had his right arm severed at the shoulder. When his right arm was severed, his entire body was sent flying like an arrow leaving the bow by Duan Ling Tian's kick. It was obvious the shrill cry came from Yang Kongping. No! Yang Kongping, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's kick, could not help but let out another shrill cry when he saw the white sword rays shooting toward his severed arm. Although his arm was severed, it could be reattached as long as it was not damaged. However, if it was damaged, his arm would be crippled. Bush, 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 bush. A white sword ray shot out like a swarm of locusts, turning Yang Kongping's severed arm into a bloody mist. Only his palm was left. The reason his palm was not destroyed was due to the glove he was wearing. The glove was Yang Kongping's celestial weapon. Barf! Yang Kongping, who was already injured, could not help but spit out a mouthful of black and red blood when he saw his right arm was crippled. Kongping! A furious woman's voice rang in the air when Yang Kongping spat out the blood. Everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes as a huge but agile female figure flashed out and appeared in the direction where Yang Kongping was flying and caught him. Chapter 2610. Bang! As the huge yet agile female figure caught the flying Yang Kongping and landed on the ground, another earth-shattering bang suddenly came from the floor of the restaurant. The entire restaurant seemed to tremble violently. At the same time, the figure that caught Yang Kongping also showed up at the right time. Surprisingly, it was a tall and fat woman. The woman's height was not shorter than Yang Kongping. Her horizontal length was more than half of Yang Kongping's height. She looked like a mountain of flesh. Yang Kongping was being carried by her like a princess, just like a little doll. In terms of size, Yang Kongping was not even a third of the woman's size. It's the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng. This is my first time seeing the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant. Miao Lai Feng is not an ordinary person. She's the sister of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. I heard the plaque of Lai Feng Restaurant was personally written by the commander of the Silverworm Army. You can see how much he loves his sister. She's the wife of Yang Kongping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. As soon as the woman appeared, a commotion broke out outside the restaurant. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the commotion. His subordinates actually chose to drink in a restaurant owned by the family of the Silverworm Army? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? You still have a leg. However, even if Duan Lingtian knew the tall and fat woman was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army, he did not intend to let her go. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move again. It was as though he had transformed into an eagle hunting for its prey. Bush, 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 bush. When Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, the sword under his feet once again emitted a series of ear-piercing sword whistling sound. By the time everyone regained their senses, Duan Lingtian had already returned to his original spot and stood in front of the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers. However, he did not come back alone. He was also carrying a person under his hand. It was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army, Yang Kongping, who was in the woman's arms earlier. Kongping. When Duan Lingtian returned with Yang Kongping, the tall and fat woman, Miao Lai Feng, who was the sister of the Silverworm Army's commander, finally snapped out of her daze. She shouted anxiously as a murderous intent flashed across her face. Whoosh! In the next moment, Miao Laifeng's figure flashed as she charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. Miao Laifeng's mountain-like body. Just like the tanks in Duan Lingtian's previous life, they charged forward violently. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled, and bursts of deafening explosions rang out. Miao Laifeng's huge body seemed cumbersome, but when he moved, it was as if he had turned into a gust of wind. He was ridiculously fast. She's a golden celestial as well. Based on Miao Laifeng's speed, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to tell she was a golden celestial. However, her speed was slightly slower than Yang Kongping's. Buzz, 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 buzz. When Miao Laifeng approached Duan Lingtian, a short and wide saber that resembled a kitchen knife appeared in her hand. As soon as the saber appeared, It shone with a dazzling saber chi as it shot toward Duan Lincoln. Duan Lincoln could tell the saber in Miao Lifeng's hand was a celestial weapon when he sensed the aura from the saber. Duan Lincoln's eyes turned cold when he saw Miao Lifeng charging at him menacingly. He exerted force in his hand and swung Yang Kong Ping toward Miao Lifeng's saber. Duan Lingtian could tell Miao Lifeng was not weak at all. Miao Lifeng was not as strong as Yang Kong Ping. Despicable! Miao Lifeng let out a furious roar, but in the end, she could only withdraw her attack. As a result, she suffered quite a bit of backlash and was sent flying back over 10 steps before she managed to stabilize herself. She couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. After forcing Miao Lifeng to retreat, Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to her. With just a thought, a sword ray shot out and severed Yang Kong Ping's left leg. Yang Kong Ping's severed leg fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Yang Kong Ping once again let out a miserable shriek. When Duan Lingtian tossed Yang Kong Ping to Miao Lifeng, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Yang Kong Ping's severed leg. If you dare to destroy my husband's leg, I, Miao Lifeng, won't just make you pay with your life, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. At this moment, Miao Lifeng, who had caught Yang Kong Ping, noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. Her chubby face was filled with killing intent as she threatened him. Her voice was so cold that it felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Miao Lifeng was extremely anxious. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to say that she wanted Duan Lingtian's entire family to pay with their lives. After all, Duan Lingtian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Even though Miao Lifeng had just shown herself, she had been observing everything that had happened from the shadows. It was only when she saw her husband's arm being crippled that she couldn't hold herself back anymore and rushed out. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he heard Miao Lifeng's threat. Then he lifted his leg and his celestial origin energy surged out in reverse before he stomped on Yang Kong Ping's severed leg. No! Yang Kong Ping's eyes widened again. He cried out in panic before his body trembled violently and he passed out. Naturally, the body of a golden celestial was not that weak. The reason why Yang Kong Ping fainted was that he could not accept the truth in front of him. Subconsciously, he wanted to escape. Let's go back. After destroying Yang Kong Ping's arm and leg, Duan Lingtian glanced at Miao Lifeng, who was glaring at him like a venomous snake. Then, he turned around and called out to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army behind him. Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd that was originally squeezed together very tacitly and obediently opened up a path for Duan Lingtian's group and sent them off with their gazes. Everyone only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian's group swaggered off and disappeared before their eyes. Heavens! The captain of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering, right? He broke an arm and a leg of the commander of the Silverworm Army's brother-in-law in front of the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Even the commander of the Black Dragon Army wouldn't dare to do that, right? Where did he get the courage to do that? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. There's no need to think about it. I'm afraid things are going to get interesting after today. The commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, won't let this go. Of course, the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, is Miao Lai Long's sister. Moreover, she's Miao Lai Long's only relative in this world. He won't let anything happen to his sister. The crowd of onlookers outside Lai Feng Restaurant all had a feeling that a storm was coming and the city was about to be destroyed. The current calm was just the calm before the storm. Bang! Just as the group of people outside the restaurant were discussing animatedly, a loud sound suddenly came from inside the restaurant. Then, everyone saw a flash before their eyes. A huge figure was leading another figure out of the restaurant at an extremely fast speed. They rose into the air and flew northeast. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky. It was as though they had never appeared before. Another 3 sounds of wind whistling rang in the air. The 3 centurions of the Silverworm Army, including Chai Ming, had also left the restaurant and followed after them. At this moment, the 3 centurions of the Silverworm army did not look too good. How could they look good? Their chiliarch, their superior, had 1 arm and 1 leg crippled right in front of their eyes. From the beginning until the end, they could not do anything. They did not even dare to do anything. After all, if their captain could not deal with this person, it was impossible for them to deal with him. Did Miao Lai Feng bring her husband to the Silverworm army's camp? Many of the onlookers outside of Lai Feng restaurant easily guessed this. The Silverworm army and the Black Dragon army are really going to fight this time. In the past, they've only had small conflicts. They've never caused such a huge commotion before. That's right. It's going to be really interesting this time. However, I really didn't expect the new chiliarch of the Black Dragon army to be so powerful. He defeated the Silverworm army's chiliarch, Yang Kong Ping, in just 1 move and crippled one of his arms. So what if he's strong? Is he stronger than the commander of the Silverworm army? Of course, he's not stronger than the commander of the Silverworm army. If he's stronger than the commander of the Silverworm army, why would he lower himself to be a captain of the Black Dragon army? Let's see if Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, is able to protect him this time. I don't think so. It's fine if he's just causing trouble. However, this time he actually crippled the arm and leg of the brother-in-law of the Silverworm army's commander, Miao Lai Long. The commotion outside Lai Feng restaurant continued for a long time. As the crowd outside the Lai Feng restaurant dispersed, news of what had happened in the Lai Feng restaurant spread like wildfire across the entire Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation or were not well informed, they had all heard about what had happened in Lai Feng restaurant. The new captain of the Black Dragon army, Duan Ling Tian, had crippled Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the owner of Lai Feng restaurant and the commander of the Silverworm army, in front of her. She was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm army. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's arm and leg could not be reattached. I'm afraid Bloody Spectre City is going to change soon. This matter is too big. I wonder how the Black Dragon army is going to deal with this. Duan Lingtian, the captain of the Black Dragon army, is going to pay with his life. Chapter 2611. What did it mean to become famous after a single battle? Currently, Duan Lingtian had become famous in Bloody Spectre City due to his battle with Yang Kong Ping, the captain of the Silverworm army, in Lai Feng restaurant. Before today, no one in Bloody Spectre City knew about Duan Lingtian. However, after today, no one in Bloody Spectre City did not know about Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Yang Kong Ping was one-sided. They did not even exchange blows. This was because when Yang Kong Ping made the first move to attack, Duan Lingtian controlled the sword formation and severed one of Yang Kong Ping's arms. From the beginning until the end, Yang Kong Ping did not even have time to dodge. Their strength was on a completely different level. While Bloody Spectre City was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian led 10 black generals and flew toward the Black Dragon army's camp at a leisurely pace. All of you are really bold. You actually went to a restaurant owned by the sister of the commander of the Silverworm army? Duan Lingtian said to the 10 black generals behind him. Hee hee. Tong Jing chuckled. Centurion Tong Jing chuckled and said, Lord Chiliarch, we were too happy because of your victory in the Valley of the Gods of War. We didn't notice that the restaurant we went to was owned by the younger sister of the Silverworm army's commander. Really? Before Tong Zheng could finish speaking, he felt guilty when Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at him. Lord Captain, you're wise. Tong Zheng smiled wryly and said, We went to Lai Feng restaurant because we know the Silverworm army often patronizes Lai Feng restaurant. So, Duan Lingtian interrupted Tong Zheng again and said indifferently, Are all of you trying to let the Silverworm army know that the Black Dragon army has a captain like me? Lord Captain, you're wise. Tong Zheng quickly nodded in response. Lord Chiliarch. After a few moments, Tong Zheng asked solemnly as he followed behind Duan Lingtian, Is it really okay for you to cripple Yang Kong Ping's arm and leg today? After all, you know about Yang Kong Ping's identity as well. Tong Zheng continued. What problem could there be? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them, and he continued to say indifferently, I'm already being extremely merciful by not killing him today. Today, Yang Kongping had not only forcefully detained his Black Dragon army soldiers. When he attacked him, he even looked like he wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm army's camp. As for why Yang Kongping wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm army, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that it was surely because of the immortal techniques and divine abilities that he possessed. After all, the others did not believe he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. However, the people from the Silverworm army were 100% certain he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. They also knew he was so strong because he had mastered some profound celestial techniques and divine abilities. If he was really captured by Yang Kongping and brought back to the Silverworm army, one could only imagine what would happen to him. If he could not obtain any celestial techniques and divine abilities from Yang Kongping, he would definitely die. Naturally, this was based on the premise that he was not strong enough to break free from the Silverworm army's restraints. With his current strength, he did not think the Silverworm army would be able to restrain him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt he was being merciful by not killing Yang Kongping when he crippled Yang Kongping's arm and leg. I'm already being merciful by not killing him today. Tong Zheng and the other soldiers from the Black Dragon army were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. For a time, they did not say anything. However, on their way back, they secretly discussed among themselves using voice transmissions that Duan Lingtian could not hear. Based on Lord Captain's attitude, it seems like he's not afraid of the commander of the Silverworm army at all. Could it be that Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm army? That's possible. However, even if Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm army, don't forget that the commander of the Silverworm army can ask the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to stand up for him. If the city governor intervenes, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. If it really comes to that, I only hope that the commander of the Black Dragon army can support the Chili Arch. After all, compared to the commander of the Silverworm army, the commander of the Black Dragon army is more valued by the city governor. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the discussions among his subordinates through voice transmissions. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The commander of the Silverworm army has also cultivated the graded cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Why don't I strike first and beat him into submission before he attacks me? After that, we'll force him to hand over the graded cultivation technique that he possesses? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. At the same time, he felt this idea was feasible. All of you can return first. I just remembered that I have something to do in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian abruptly stopped moving and looked at his 10 subordinates that had stopped as well, and he called out to them. After that, Duan Lingtian left in a flash, disappearing before the eyes of the 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon army. He had always been a man of action. Since he felt his idea was feasible, he would follow it. Target, at the Silverworm army's camp. The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon army, including Centurion Tong Zheng, finally regained their senses when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from their sight. However, they did not think too much about it since they thought Duan Lingtian really had something to do. If they knew the reason Duan Lingtian left, they would have been scared out of their wits. Their captain was going to enter the Silverworm army's camp to look for Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army? When Tong Zheng and the others returned to the Black Dragon army's base, news of Duan Lingtian's actions in Lai Feng restaurant spread like wildfire in the Black Dragon army's base. It was as though an earthquake had occurred in the base. Captain Duan Lingtian crippled Captain Yang Kongping's arm and leg. Moreover, he did it in front of Yang Kongping's wife, Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the commander of the Silverworm army. Heavens! Captain Duan Lingtian is too awesome, right? Even the commander wouldn't dare to go against the commander of the Silverworm army, right? I'm afraid the commander of the Silverworm army will be furious when he finds out about this. Similar exclamations could be heard everywhere in the Black Dragon Army's camp. The Black Dragon Army's new captain, Duan Lingtian, made them feel proud since the Black Dragon Army had never suppressed the Silverworm Army in such a manner before. However, at the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers were worried. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, won't let Captain Duan Lingtian off the hook so easily. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. Now, let's see if Captain Duan Lingtian and the commander are able to deal with the Silverworm Army's commander's wrath. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, also received the news while the soldiers in the camp were discussing among themselves. Captain Duan Lingtian crippled Yang Kongping? Chen Xianba could not help but smile bitterly. If Miao Lai Long finds out about this, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Miao Lai Long was Chen Xianba's old rival. Naturally, Chen Xianba was familiar with Miao Lai Long's temper. In the Silverworm Army's camp, as one of the two armies under Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp was in charge of one of the celestial stone veins controlled by Bloody Spectre City, while the Silverworm Army's camp was in charge of the other celestial stone vein controlled by Bloody Spectre City. Since half a month ago, the Silverworm Army's camp had not been peaceful since something had happened to one of the celestial ascension pools. Today, along with an enormous figure flashing into the Silverworm Army's campsite, the Silverworm Army's campsite was bound to be chaotic. Is that Miss Lai Feng? It's Miss Lai Feng. He seems to be carrying Captain Yang Kongping. Am I seeing things? One of Chili Arch Yang Kongping's arms and legs were gone? What's going on? When Miao Lai Feng left Bloody Spectre City and entered the Silverworm Army's camp while carrying her husband, Yang Kongping, many of the Silverworm Army's soldiers vaguely saw her huge figure. It's Chai Ming. The Silverworm Army soldiers were curious about what had happened when they saw Yang Kongping's 3 centurions following Miao Lai Feng back to the Silverworm Army's camp. They quickly stepped forward and stopped the 3 centurions. Chai Ming, what's going on? What's going on? Miss Lai Feng doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Moreover, Captain Yang Kongping seems to have lost an arm and a leg. Since there were many centurions among the Silverworm Army soldiers, Chai Ming and the other 2 centurions patiently explained what had happened before they continued to follow Miao Lai Feng. The Silverworm Army soldiers were stunned when they heard what Chai Ming and the other 3 centurions said. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army crippled Captain Yang Kongping's arm and a leg? Does this mean the new captain of the Black Dragon Army is stronger than He Jin Kuan, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army? That's not the point. Most importantly, he actually dared to touch Captain Yang Kongping. After all, Captain Yang Kongping is the brother-in-law of the Lord Commander. Now that Miss Lai Feng has returned, I'm afraid Lord Commander is going to be furious. Chapter 2612. The Silverworm Army's camp was located northeast of Bloody Spectre City. Whether it was heading to Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp southwest of Bloody Spectre City, they were on the same route. This route was the only route from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unless they intentionally took a detour, they would usually take this route. And now, on this path, a tall purple figure stood in the air. His eyes were calmly looking in the northeast direction, as if there was something he was waiting for. The purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had returned to Bloody Spectre City after bidding farewell to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Although Duan Lingtian passed by the Bloody Spectre City, he did not enter it. He flew above Bloody Spectre City and arrived at a place that was still some distance away from the Silver Dragon Army's camp. He hovered in the air and waited patiently. It was as if he was waiting for something. It also seemed like it was waiting for someone. About half an hour later, "He's here." In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian, who had been standing there for half an hour without any change in his expression, raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, "What a coincidence!" Whoosh! Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was coming towards Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, it was less than a kilometer away from Duan Lingtian. The sound of something breaking through the air was made by a person who was traveling at an extremely fast speed. After this person discovered Duan Lingtian, he suddenly slowed down and quickly stopped. When he came to a complete stop, he was only 100 meters away from Duan Lingtian. And the reason why he stopped was because he realized that Duan Lingtian had been staring at him the moment he appeared, giving him the feeling that the Duan Lingtian had been waiting for him. The Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long? Duan Lingtian raised his brows and asked indifferently as he looked at the 2-meter-tall burly man with a face full of stubble. The burly man in front of Duan Lingtian resembled the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, the wife of Yang Kongping, a chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to guess who this person was. This was the person he was waiting for. The Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. Who are you? Miao Lai Long raised his thick eyebrows when he heard the purple-robed young man say his name. His voice was as loud as a bell, and it was deafening to the ears. Miao Lai Long, Miao Lai Long's, Miao Lai Feng, Duan Lingtian replied calmly when he heard Miao Lai Long's question. Sush. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he asked, "You're Duan Lingtian, the new chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army?" Today, when the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army mentioned Duan Lingtian's actions in the Valley of Ares, they had mentioned Duan Lingtian's name as well. For this reason, those who knew Duan Lingtian as a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army knew his name as well. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame that shot up into the sky. His aura was terrifying. At the same time, his eyes that were as big as a gong that was staring at Duan Lingtian burned with fury. It was so furious that it felt as though it could burn anything. Miao Lai Long's face that was covered with stubbles trembled slightly due to his anger. Duan Lingtian was right. Indeed, Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm Army's camp and rushed toward the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp because of him. Earlier, Miao Lai Long's younger sister had brought her husband back to the Silverworm Army's camp and complained tearfully in front of Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long was furious and made a promise to his sister. He had promised to capture Duan Lingtian and bring him to his sister so she could do whatever she wanted with him. After that, he had left the Silverworm Army's camp to capture Duan Lingtian, the chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, who had crippled his brother-in-law. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would encounter Duan Lingtian. Not long after he left the Silverworm Army's camp, he had encountered Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was obvious Duan Lingtian had intentionally waited for him here. "It's me." Duan Lingtian responded unhurriedly. His expression remained calm, and he didn't show any unusual emotions just because the person in front of him was the commander of the Silverworm Army. In his eyes, the commander of the Silverworm Army was not much different from the chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, because none of them were a match for the current him. "Are you waiting for me?" Miao Lai Long's expression darkened. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. It seemed like he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had brought any helpers with him. "You don't have to. I came here alone." Duan Lingtian saw through Miao Lai Long's thoughts and said lightly, "Do you think I'll believe you?" Miao Lai Long sneered. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and patiently probed the surroundings. No wonder they said the city governor of Bloody Spectre City favors Xianxia, the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Before I met you, Miao Lai Long, I couldn't make a comparison. However, based on the current situation, you're indeed inferior to Commander Xianxia of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. "What did you say?" Duan Lingtian's words were akin to pouring salt on Miao Lai Long's wound. Miao Lai Long was so angry that he immediately withdrew his divine sense. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Duan Lingtian's smile widened. "You're seeking death." The smile on Duan Lingtian's face was extremely unpleasant to Miao Lai Long. He could no longer hold himself back. His body trembled as he shot out at lightning speed. His body trembled as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger. Swoosh! When Miao Lai Long charged toward Duan Lingtian, his celestial origin energy surged again. As expected of a golden celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, just the assist-type divine ability alone has raised his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Its effect isn't any weaker than the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see Miao Lai Long charging toward him. I've heard from Tong Jing that the commander of the Silverworm Army is a green sun golden celestial. His assist-type divine ability alone is enough to raise his celestial origin energy to the level of an indigo sun golden celestial. With just a thought, Miao Lai Long's figure had already traversed half the distance between Duan Lingtian and himself. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. A thick and broad saber appeared in Miao Lai Long's hand. As soon as the saber appeared, it was shrouded by his celestial origin energy. A saber ray that was more than 100 feet long shot out of the saber. Wherever this over 10 feet long blade ray passed, countless tiny blade rays would whiz out with it. It was like 100 flowers blooming. It was an exceptionally beautiful sight. Duan Lingtian, I've heard from my sister that you're as strong as He Jin Kuan, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army. Now try me. As soon as Miao Lai Long's voice rang in the air, the saber ray on his saber shot toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz. The saber ray streaked across the sky, and its target was Duan Lingtian. It was as if it carried the force to split mountains and rivers, and it wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into 2. Humph. Faced with Miao Lai Long's preemptive strike, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Following that, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as soon as Miao Lai Long appeared. It transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it transformed into a gigantic sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian brought out a celestial sword and turned it into a part of the sword formation. At the same time, the gigantic sword that was formed by the sword formation shone even brighter than before. Naturally, this celestial sword was not the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, that had merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword had lost its sword soul and was no longer as powerful as a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the 7 orifices exquisite sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the gigantic sword formed from the sword formation met Miao Lai Long's saber strike head-on. It was as though it had received an order from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's saber shone brilliantly as he slashed at the gigantic sword. Miao Lai Long's cultivation base was at the green sun-golden celestial stage. When he cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength would increase by 2 levels. Moreover, his saber was a celestial weapon that contained offensive divine abilities and celestial methods. Currently, his strength was 5 levels higher than a green sun-golden celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Since Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the blue moon heavenly celestial stage, his assist-type divine ability would increase his strength by 2 levels. The 99 heavenly veins in his body would increase his strength by another 2 levels. The Sovereign Heart Sword, offensive divine ability, and celestial sword would increase his strength by 3 levels. Currently, his strength was 11 levels higher than a blue moon heavenly celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. There was a difference of 6 levels between a blue moon heavenly celestial and a green sun golden celestial. If this was the case, the strength of Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword was on par with the strength of Miao Lai Long's saber. However, there was a difference of 1 stage between a heavenly celestial and a golden celestial. Chapter 26:13. A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is only slightly weaker than me? Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, could not help but widen his eyes when he saw the energy contained in Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword. His heart was filled with shock as well. No wonder Kong Ping couldn't even last one round against him. His strength is only slightly weaker than mine. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. Kong Ping was none other than Yang Kong Ping. Miao Lai Long had planned to hold back at the critical moment, but at this moment, he realized there was no need for him to hold back at all. Even if he did not hold back, he would not be able to kill Kong Ping with just one strike. Although Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm army's camp in a huff, he had no intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. He only wanted to capture Duan Ling Tian and bring him back to the Silverworm army's camp to avenge his sister. Then, he would be able to snatch the brilliant celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Ling Tian. A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is, at most, an orange moon heavenly celestial. For an orange moon heavenly celestial to possess such strength, his celestial methods and divine abilities must be top tier even in the Devata realms, right? Miao Lai Long's eyes lit up when he thought about this. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Buzz. At the same time, the saber ray from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber landed on the gigantic sword formed by Duan Ling Tian's sword formation and collided with the gigantic sword. When the two forces collided, there was a momentary silence. After a few moments, boom. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the energy from Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword collided with the energy from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber. It was a white-hot battle. At first, the two of them were evenly matched. However, the power of Duan Ling Tian's giant sword began to run out of strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. You're just a heavenly immortal who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago, yet you're able to force me, Miao Lai Long, to use my full strength. Even if you're defeated today, you should be proud. Miao Lai Long said to Duan Ling Tian as though he was the victor of the battle. It's still not certain who will be the one to lose. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian, who had a solemn expression on his face, suddenly laughed. Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw Duan Ling Tian smile. Could it be that this kid still has some tricks up his sleeve? You're deliberately mystifying things. Although Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling about this, he did not hesitate to say that Duan Ling Tian was deliberately mystifying things. Didn't your subordinates tell you not to use your celestial weapon in front of me? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face turned into a sneer in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a mysterious aura extended from the gigantic sword that was formed from the sword formation. The aura spread and covered a large area in just a blink of an eye. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. Miao Lai Long and the celestial saber in his hand were shrouded by the aura that spread in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial saber flew out of Miao Lai Long's hand and was pulled into Duan Ling Tian's sword formation by Miao Lai Long's mysterious aura. How's this possible? What kind of technique is this? Miao Lai Long only regained his senses when his celestial weapon was taken away and his hand was injured. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as though he had just seen a ghost. At this moment, he recalled something. More than half a month ago, when Yang Kong Ping, the Chiliarch under his command, reported to him about the Ascender, he had mentioned that the Ascender knew a technique that could allow him to steal celestial weapons. However, at that time, Miao Lai Long had thought his centurion was too weak. That was why his celestial weapon was taken away. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Duan Ling Tian indeed knew a mysterious technique to steal celestial weapons. Boom. Rumble. Initially, Miao Lai Long had the upper hand. However, after his celestial weapon was taken away by Duan Ling Tian, he lost a lot of his strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, his strength was completely suppressed. Bang! With a loud explosion, a huge sword ray shot out and shattered Miao Lai Long's hastily cast defensive technique. Miao Lai Long was sent flying. Barf! Miao Lai Long, who had been sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. When he finally regained his footing, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. "Oh no!" Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared in front of Miao Lai Long like a ghost. Tens of thousands of sword rays appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The tips of the sword rays were pointed at Miao Lai Long. The sword rays were scattered around Duan Lingtian's body, and they seemed to be connected to each other. "If you dare to kill me, Lord City Governor won't let you go," Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Miao Lai Long indifferently. Although Miao Lai Long seemed calm, Duan Lingtian could see a hint of fear in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes. "Hand over the yellow-grade cultivation method you've mastered, and I'll spare your life." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He had come here for the graded cultivation technique that Miao Lai Long had imparted to him by the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. If he could master the cultivation method, not only would his cultivation speed increase by leaps and bounds, but his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would also become more powerful. After all, according to Hua Lao, the three-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, the elementary devouring tactic of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. The elementary devouring tactic was considered a rare and amazing assist-type divine ability even in the Devata realms. Impossible! Miao Lai Long's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would want his cultivation method. He instinctively turned around and refused. What a joke! When the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had passed the cultivation method to him, he had warned him that if he dared to teach it to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. At that time, not only would he be unable to stay in Bloody Spectre City, but he would also be unable to stay in Nine Spectres County. After all, it was a rule set by the Nine Spectres County, and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had to abide by the rules set by the Nine Spectres County. If he passed the cultivation method to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. Under such circumstances, how could he pass the cultivation method to another person? One had to know that even if it was his most beloved sister, he wouldn't dare to impart that cultivation technique to her. Impossible? Duan Lingtian sneered. Are you sure it's impossible? If you don't pass the cultivation method to me, you'll die today. If I pass the cultivation method to you, I won't be able to escape the death penalty, Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who's going to find out? Could it be that you think I'm stupid enough to tell a third person about the cultivation method that you taught me? Wouldn't I be courting death then? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you're still unwilling or unable to make a decision after 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Duan Lingtian gave Miao Lai Long an ultimatum. If you kill me, there'll be no place for you in Bloody Spectre City and Nine Spectres County, Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. He was reminding Duan Lingtian that he would have to pay a price for killing him. So what? At most, I'll leave Nine Spectres County. You should know that I've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I don't have any attachments. Isn't the world my home? Duan Lingtian did not fall for Miao Lai Long's trick. Naturally, he knew that if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would not hesitate to kill Miao Lai Long. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Miao Lai Long's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect this would happen. He wanted to snatch Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. However, before he could do that, Duan Lingtian would snatch his cultivation method away. Moreover, if the cultivation method was leaked, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. However, for the sake of his life, he chose to compromise. I'll pass it to you. In just a few breaths, Miao Lai Long gave in. A bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Miao Lai Long's expression. He had obtained it. After obtaining the yellow-grade cultivation method from Miao Lai Long, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. He kept his promise and did not kill Miao Lai Long. It was not difficult for him to kill Miao Lai Long. However, if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would attract unnecessary trouble. The first trouble would be the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, even if it was only as strong as a peak celestial weapon, he would be able to easily defeat or even kill the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, he had to consider the trouble he would face if he killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. With his current strength, he might not be a match for the powerhouses in 9 Spectres County even if he used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. For this reason, if he killed Miao Lai Long, it would be difficult for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City or 9 Spectres County. Unless he was willing to hide in a remote place. But right now, there was no way he could just find a place to hide no matter what. He had to find a place with the best cultivation environment. Only then would he be able to raise his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Chapter 26:14. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp, he could hear the soldiers talking about him along the way. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were discussing Duan Lingtian's actions in Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the soldiers were worried about his safety since they felt Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let him off so easily. Miao Lai Long? Won't let me off? He has to have the guts to do so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he returned to his tent. Although Duan Lingtian knew the Black Dragon Army soldiers were worried about his safety because the strength he had displayed was enough to help the Black Dragon Army defeat the Silverworm Army in the future. In other words, he was valuable to the Black Dragon Army. However, he still felt warmth in his heart. The crystal clearance tactic. After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, he took out a jade token. It was the jade token that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, had used to record the yellow-grade cultivation method that Duan Lingtian had forced him to. The jade token contained the contents of the crystal clearance tactic. As long as Duan Lingtian spent some time, he would be able to master it. A graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart before he began to cultivate according to the content recorded in the jade token. Since he had been cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the past, he needed some time to adapt to the crystal clearance tactic. Only then would he be able to change and solidify the celestial origin energy in his body. After closing his eyes, Duan Lingtian started to immerse himself in the cultivation of the crystal clearance technique, completely immersing himself in it and ignoring everything that was happening outside. Captain Duan Lingen. After a while, Chen Xianba's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. I've heard about what you did in Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. You've crossed the line. Shouldn't we discuss how to deal with Miao Lai Long's accusation? With his character, he'll definitely report this matter to Lord City Governor. Chen Xianba said. Duan Lingtian, who was fully immersed in his cultivation of the crystal clearance tactic, was interrupted by Chen Xianba. He opened his eyes abruptly, and a hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Commander, I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Please don't disturb me before Miao Lai Long comes to find me. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. It took him a while to regain his senses. Duan Lingtian's impatience gave him the feeling of, the emperor is not anxious but the eunuch is, and it caused him to be slightly speechless. Duan Lingtian is really... Chen Xianba thought to himself. Chen Xianba was speechless. However, since Duan Lingtian said he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, he did not disturb him. However, Miao Lai Long should be here by now. Chen Xianba thought to himself. On second thought, Chen Xuanba felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Miao Lai Long went to the city governor's mansion before coming to the Black Dragon Army's camp? Chen Xianba did not expect Duan Lingtian to be defeated by Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long had just been defeated by Duan Lingtian and was even forced to hand over the graded cultivation method that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had taught him. It was impossible for him to come looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian for the time being. In the Silverworm Army's camp. Brother, why did you come back so quickly? Miao Lai Feng, who had been waiting for news in her tent, immediately walked up to Miao Lai Long. "How was it? Duan Lingtian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, did you manage to capture him?" Miao Laifeng's eyes, which were narrowed by her fat, flashed with anticipation as she asked the question. Miao Lai Long's expression darkened when he heard Miao Lai Feng mention Duan Lingtian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Miao Lai Feng noticed something was amiss with Miao Lai Long. "Do you know who I met when I left the Silverworm Army's camp?" Miao Lai Long asked Miao Lai Feng. "Who?" Miao Lai Feng was stunned. She knew her brother would not bring this up for no reason. "Duan Lingtan." Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "He intentionally blocked my path on the way from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Black Dragon Army's camp." "What?" Miao Lai Feng was shocked. "Duan Lingtian intentionally blocked your path? Did he have a death wish?" "Death wish?" Miao Lai Long shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Lai Feng, I almost didn't make it back. He found help? Was it Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army?" Miao Lai Feng's expression changed drastically. "He didn't have help." Miao Lai Long shook his head again. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he said, "He came alone. If he didn't have that mysterious technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons, I would have been stronger than him. However, when he used that ability to seize my immortal artifact, my strength was instead slightly inferior to his. You should know that at my level, a slight difference in strength is enough to determine the outcome of a battle." Miao Lai Long said with a bitter smile on his face. "What? His strength is even stronger than you, big brother?" Miao Lai Feng's huge and fat body trembled as an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She shook her head, clearly unable to accept this fact. "Yes." Miao Lai Long nodded. "Brother Lien, you're not a match for him. Are we just going to let this matter slide?" Miao Lai Feng could not accept this fact at all. Soon after, she seemed to have recalled something. Her eyes flashed fiercely as she looked at Miao Lai Long and said, "Brother, you said he's only slightly stronger than you. This means he's definitely weaker than the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Brother, you should ask the city governor for an explanation. I don't believe he'll be able to do anything to the city governor." A vicious look appeared on Miao Laifeng's face as he spoke, and the light in his eyes grew sharper and sharper. "No." Miao Lai Long rejected Miao Laifeng's suggestion. "Why?" Miao Laifeng's expression changed rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, the viciousness on her face was replaced by sorrow. "Brother, are we just going to let this matter slide? Brother, I can't accept this. I can't accept this." "Lai Feng, I understand how you feel, but I really can't go and look for Master City Governor. Once I do, that Duan Lingtian will expose the fact that I gave him the yellow-grade cultivation method, and I'll be finished." Miao Lai Long said with a bitter smile on his face, "You should know that imparting the yellow-grade cultivation method to another person is a crime punishable by death." "Brother, why did you impart the cultivation method to him?" Miao Lai Feng's expression changed again. "I had no choice. He said he would kill me if I didn't impart the cultivation method to him," Miao Lai Long said. Miao Lai Long said, "He's a bachelor. He said he'll only leave Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County after killing me. After all, he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. He has nothing to worry about. He has such profound celestial methods and divine abilities. Why doesn't he have a graded cultivation method?" Miao Lai Feng could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would ask her brother for the cultivation method. "I also feel that he must have a graded cultivation method, and it might even be more profound than the crystal clearance tactic. Perhaps, the reason he asked me to pass the cultivation method to him is to use it to threaten me so that I won't dare to seek justice from the city governor for this matter." Miao Lai Long guessed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was right. "Brother, I still can't accept this." Although Miao Lai Feng still said the same thing, her voice had weakened. Because she also knew that with the current situation, wanting to avenge her husband was simply more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Lai Feng, I know you're not willing to accept this, and I'm not willing to accept this as well. Bear with it for now. I'll see if I can borrow someone else's knife to kill him. Miao Lai Long comforted Miao Lai Feng. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Whether it was the people from Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp, they were certain Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let the matter rest after his brother-in-law was crippled by Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army. Most of the people in the Black Dragon Army's camp were worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City were waiting to watch the show. However, as the days passed, the Silverworm Army's camp was completely peaceful. It was as though nothing had happened. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had forcefully crippled Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, in a domineering manner. What's going on? This isn't Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, at all. Could it be that Miao Lai Long is in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, how could he have kept his cool about what happened a month ago? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in Bloody Spectre City. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the main hall. Lai Long, rumors say that you're in closed-door cultivation. However, I know that even if you're in closed-door cultivation, if something happens to your sister, you'll come out immediately to share her burden. Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, looked at Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Miao Lai Long very well. Upon hearing this, Miao Lai Long did not reply. He only smiled awkwardly. You're here today to deliver the celestial stones the Silverworm Army mined this month? Chapter 26:15. Yes, Lord City Governor. Miao Lai Long nodded in response to Lu Fenggu's question. He had come to deliver the celestial stones that the Silverworm Army had mined last month to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Both the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army were required to hand over 80% of the celestial stones they mined every month. The remaining 20% would be used to pay the soldiers. At the beginning of every month, the commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army had to come to the city governor's estate to hand over the celestial stones. Miao Lai Long was here today to hand over the celestial stones. I heard that a month ago, Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army crippled one of your subordinates, Captain Yang Kongping. Yang Kongping is your brother-in-law. After the incident, your sister brought him to the Silverworm Army's camp immediately, Lu Fenggu said. Lu Fenggu looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully before he asked, "Didn't your sister ask you to stand up for her husband? Aren't you going to stand up for your sister and brother-in-law?" Lord City Governor. Miao Lai Long seemed to have expected this. As soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he quickly replied, "I've already investigated the matter a month ago. It was my subordinate, Captain Yang Kongping, who was at fault. Even if he's at fault, don't you think Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army's actions are a little too much? Can you tolerate him?" Lu Fenggu asked with a smile on his face. He knew Miao Lai Long's temper very well. Not only was Yang Kongping a captain, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Even if Yang Kongping was just a chiliarch under Miao Lai Long's command, Miao Lai Long would never let this matter rest. I can't tolerate it. However, for the sake of Bloody Spectre City and Nine Spectres County, I've decided to tolerate it. Miao Lai Long said righteously. For the sake of Bloody Spectre City? For the sake of Nine Spectres County? Lu Fenggu was stunned. What do you mean? Lord Governor, do you know that Duan Ling Tian, the chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, ascended from the mundane realm 1.5 months ago? Miao Lai Long said solemnly. I've heard about that. Lu Fenggu said nonchalantly, a month ago in Lai Feng Restaurant, the centurion under your command said that Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Moreover, he said that Duan Ling Tian came out from the immortal ascension pool. Ridiculous. A celestial immortal who came out of the celestial immortal ascension pool? can be as powerful as Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. A person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and had just become a heavenly celestial had crippled a chiliarch of the Silverworm army? In his opinion, this was something that was utterly impossible. City Lord doesn't seem to believe me? Miao Lai Long smiled bitterly. What? Do you believe me? Lu Fenggu asked. City Lord, although there's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms, I can't guarantee you with my life, Miao Lai Long said solemnly. Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly before he said, however, I'm willing to swear on my honor that Duan Ling Tian ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. At that time, apart from my centurions and decurions, some of the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian saw him in the immortal ascension pool. If you're worried my men are lying, you can ask those who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian to verify this. Miao Lai Long said as he gave Lu Fenggu a suggestion. Lai Long, you've been my subordinate for many years. It's not that I don't believe you. When Lu Fenggu saw how serious Miao Lai Long was, to the extent that he was willing to let Lu Fenggu find an ascender to verify his theory, he began to waver. However, do you think that's possible? A heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven is stronger than a chiliarch under your command. If I'm not mistaken, your captain, Yang Kong Ping, is an orange sun-golden celestial with extraordinary strength. Among the 10 captains under your command, he's ranked in the top 3. Let alone a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Even a golden celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven wouldn't be a match for Yang Kong Ping. Although Lu Fenggu was slightly shaken, he still found it hard to believe. Lord City Governor, as far as I know, the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian has mastered are extremely profound. Not only that, but he even knows a technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons. Half a month ago, 2 of my centurions fought with him and lost their celestial weapons. Miao Lai Long continued to say, it's because I'm certain he's a heavenly celestial who has mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities that I feel he's a great talent for Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County. That's why I decided not to pursue the matter from a month ago. Miao Lai Long put on a righteous look again. Otherwise, with my temper, I wouldn't have let go of what happened a month ago. City Lord, if you want to confirm it with the people who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven with Duan Ling Tian, you can follow me to the Silverworm Army's camp and confirm it with them. Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly as he said, those people have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month. In their eyes, you're much more powerful than me, the commander of the Silverworm Army. They won't lie to you because of me. Since you've said so much, I'll follow you. Lu Fenggu was beginning to believe Miao Lai Long's words. However, he still wanted to confirm it with Miao Lai Long. It was just as Miao Lai Long had said. For someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, his authority as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was far greater than the commander of the Silverworm Army. Therefore, it was impossible for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to lie to him. Moreover, if Miao Lai Long's words were true, it would explain why Miao Lai Long did not make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. City Lord, this way please. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed as he rose to his feet and gestured for Lu Fenggu to follow him. After a while, Lu Fenggu made his move. Miao Lai Long followed closely behind him. When Miao Lai Long followed Lu Fenggu out of the city governor's mansion and Bloody Spectre City, a hint of smugness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he thought to himself, that's right. He thought to himself, Duan Ling, this is just the beginning. If I have the chance, I'll spread the news that you possess a precious treasure. Of course, you'll have to get past the city lord first. A hint of viciousness flashed in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes when he thought about this. Ever since Miao Lai Long had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, he knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Miao Lai Long had taught Duan Ling Tian a graded cultivation method. Since Duan Ling Tian had something on him, he could not make things difficult for the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. However, even if he could not use the incident a month ago to make things difficult for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, it did not mean he could not use the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered as bait to lure the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to deal with Duan Lingtian. He believed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would definitely be interested in the various profound celestial techniques and divine abilities Duan Lingtian had mastered. No one could resist the temptation of immortal arts and divine abilities. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in closed-door cultivation. He had no idea what Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was doing. In a month's time, he had grasped the basics of the new cultivation method, the crystal clearance method. At the same time, he could clearly feel that the celestial origin energy in his body had also become purer. He knew this was the effect of the crystal clearance tactic, a grade 1 cultivation method in the Devata realms, on his celestial origin energy. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the crystal clearance method was much better. Compared to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the mundane realm, the crystal clearance tactic's cultivation speed was more than twice as fast. One could clearly feel the increase in one's cultivation base. In just a blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. I've made a breakthrough. Inside the tent, Duan Lingtian, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. A hint of an excited smile appeared on his originally calm face in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially broken through and become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. He was only a step away from becoming a violet moon heavenly celestial who was at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. If I were to face Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, now, even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to defeat him easily. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he sensed the transformation of his celestial origin energy. Currently, his celestial origin energy had also broken through to the next level. Naturally, if this was all, he would not be able to defeat Miao Lai Long without using his celestial weapon or taking his celestial weapon. However, after this cultivation session, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved a lot. His celestial origin energy had been tempered by the crystal clearance tactic, a graded cultivation method in the Devata realm. Now that he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the strength of his celestial origin energy had increased as well. It was completely different from before. I wonder how much my celestial origin energy will increase if I cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian quickly cast the elementary devouring tactic and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around his tent. Fortunately, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area was abundant. Chapter 26:16. Ichem? My celestial origin energy has only risen by 3 levels? It's only 1 level higher than before? Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to test it out. However, he could not help but frown when he saw the result. He was greatly disappointed. According to Hua Lao, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, shouldn't be so weak. Even the assist-type divine ability cast by the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, my elementary devouring tactic is only slightly stronger than his assist-type divine ability? Duan Lingtian was bewildered for a long time and still didn't dare believe it. Initially, he had planned to continue cultivating after testing the elementary devouring tactic's strength. However, he was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Lord City Governor, why are you here? At this moment, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, called out to Duan Lingtian. His voice caught Duan Lingtian's attention. City Governor? Could it be the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City? Why is the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City here? Could it be because of what happened last time? No. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, passed the crystal clearance tactic to me. This means I have something against him. It's impossible for him to take the risk and gamble his life just to take revenge on me. Although Duan Lingtian did not have much contact with Miao Lai Long, he could tell Miao Lai Long was not a coward. He was certain Miao Lai Long was not someone who would risk his life to take him down with him. I'm looking for Duan Lingtian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Soon after, another voice that Duan Lingtian had never heard before resonated from outside. As soon as the person spoke, he said he was looking for him. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu. Although Duan Lingtian had not met the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had heard a lot about him. He knew the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was the strongest powerhouse in Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was a subordinate of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. If it's not because of that incident, why is Lu Fenggu looking for me? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with confusion. Lord City Governor. Lord City Governor. At the same time, a few more familiar voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears through the tent. Duan Lingtian could tell the voices belonged to the other 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army who were currently in the camp. Hu Ji, Kai Wenyu, Zhao Dongxing, Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian disdained to associate himself with the former 2 because they were trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. For the time being, Duan Lingtian generals and Duan Lingtians. However, after listening to their voices, Duan Lingtian could tell that they were flattering Lu Fenggu. Regardless of whether it was Hu Ji or Kai Wenyu, both of their voices were especially flattering. Only Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu's voices were a bit normal. Lord City Governor, are you looking for Captain Duan Lingtian because of the incident at Lai Feng Restaurant a month ago? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, asked Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu frowned slightly when they heard Chen Xianba's question. Although they did not have a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, they did not want to offend him. However, from the Black Dragon Army's perspective, they did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. The other 2 captains of the Black Dragon Army, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at each other. They could see the glee in each other's eyes. Commander Miao Lai Long has already told me that he won't pursue the matter. Since he's not pursuing the matter, it's only natural that I won't pursue the matter as well. I'm here to look for Captain Duan Lingtian because I have other matters to discuss with him. I can assure you that I won't make things difficult for him. Therefore, you don't have to worry about that. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Fenggu's words. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other again. However, they discovered that the gloating look in each other's eyes had disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. It was obvious they hoped that something would happen to Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? Lord City Governor said that Commander Miao Lai Long personally told him that he won't pursue the matter? This isn't Miao Lai Long's style. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu communicated through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with disbelief. They could not figure out why Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, did not pursue the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling Yang Kongping. After all, Yang Kongping was not only a captain under Miao Lai Long's command, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, they found it hard to believe. After all, they knew Commander Miao Lai Long's temper very well. They knew that he was not someone who would let things go easily. Lord City Governor, Captain Duan Lingtian is currently in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid he doesn't know you're here. I'll call him out now. You're here, Chen Xianba said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian's tent, intending to wake Duan Lingtian up. No need. However, just as Chen Xianba was about to speak, Lu Fenggu stopped him. Since Captain Duan Lingtian is in closed-door cultivation, I won't disturb him. Let me know when he's done with his closed-door cultivation, and I'll look for him. When Chen Xianba and the others heard Lu Fenggu's casual words, they were dumbfounded. Moreover, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had told him to wait for Duan Lingtian to come out of closed-door cultivation and inform him so that he could look for Duan Lingtian. Even Chen Xianba and the commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, did not receive such treatment. If the two of them were in his place, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City would have said, "That's right. When he comes out of seclusion, tell him to come find me at the city lord's mansion." Although Chen Xuanba was shocked and did not know why the city governor was so polite to Duan Lingtian, the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, he still responded immediately, "I'm done with my closed-door cultivation." Just as Lu Fenggu was about to leave, Duan Lingtian walked out of the tent and looked at Lu Fenggu. Although he had not seen Lu Fenggu before, he knew who he was. However, he knew everyone in the crowd. Therefore, he was able to recognize Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, at a glance. "City governor." Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Fenggu and greeted him casually. He did not greet Lu Fenggu as though he was a superior. Instead, he greeted Lu Fenggu as though he was an equal. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Fenggu smiled and was about to respond to Duan Lingtian's greeting. "How dare you? How dare you be so rude in front of the city governor?" Before Lu Fenggu could say anything, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu from the Black Dragon Army glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. It was as though they were here to denounce Duan Lingtian for his crimes. At this moment, they only had one thought in mind. He had to perform well in front of the city lord of Bloody Spectre City and win his favor. However, they seemed to have forgotten that Lu Fenggu was very polite to Duan Lingtian. He had even said that he would ask the commander of the Black Dragon Army to inform Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian came out of closed-door cultivation. After that, he would personally look for Duan Lingtian. As soon as Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as well. "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of Chiliarch Duan Lingtian?" Lu Fenggu suddenly roared furiously. He raised his hand and a boundless power swept out, slamming into Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were caught off guard and unable to react, heavily injuring them and sending them flying. Barf! Pififif! Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. When they finally regained their footing, they looked at Lu Fenggu in disbelief. They could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had such a huge reaction. This, Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Previously, they thought the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was only being polite to Duan Lingtian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. However, it seemed like the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not only being polite to Duan Lingtian, but he was also being respectful to Duan Lingtian. They could not understand. Why was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City so polite to Duan Lingtian? In fact, even Duan Lingtian himself was slightly stunned at this moment. Earlier, when Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu had shouted at him, he was displeased. Therefore, he was prepared to make a move on them. However, before he could make a move, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, appeared. This is my first time meeting him, right? Why does it feel like he's not only being polite to me, but he's also taking care of me? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. "Captain Duan Ling, may I have a word with you?" After punishing Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, the anger on Lu Fenggu's face disappeared. It was replaced with a smile as he asked Duan Lingtian politely, "What do you think?" "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he followed Lu Fenggu and left the valley. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu's back as he followed behind him. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu was so polite to him. Perhaps I'll find out soon enough. There must be something he wants from me. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided not to dwell on it any longer. In the valley, the high-ranking officials of the Black Dragon Army, led by Commander Chen Xianba, finally regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu disappeared from their sight. When they regained their senses, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Nobody said a word. Chapter 26:17. In the sky 1,000 miles away from the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, faced each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu calmly, waiting for him to speak. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. He could not calm down when he recalled how he had gone to the Silverworm Army's camp to verify his identity. The purple-clad young man in front of him, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, was really someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a month and a half ago. Moreover, he was someone who had just ascended to the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. The Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool was exclusive to eminent celestials from the mundane realms after they ascended to the Devata realms. Eminent celestials could become Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestials through the Celestial Ascension Pool. There were many Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pools in Bloody Spectre City that were controlled by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm and appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool in Bloody Spectre City would be sent by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army to mine celestial stones for the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. In the spirit overarching heaven, very few ascenders could escape this fate. Lu Fenggu did not expect this. While he was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, a monstrous ascender had appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. As soon as he ascended, he killed a centurion of the Silverworm Army. After that, he left and even infiltrated the Black Dragon Army, becoming a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, he was stronger than the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. In fact, he might not be any weaker than the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian for a while before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have fought and defeated Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, right? Did he tell you about it?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lu Fenggu shook his head. "I guessed it myself." Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He had thought that Miao Lai Long wouldn't have told Lu Fenggu about this. After all, once he said it, it would mean that he had completely fallen out with him. Miao Lai Long had passed the cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, to him, which was a capital offense. Therefore, unless Miao Lai Long was out of his mind, there was no way Miao Lai Long would turn against him openly. Miao Rulong has been my subordinate for many years. I know his temper and character very well. Lu Fenggu continued to say, if he hadn't fought with you and lost to you with his temper, there's no way he would have let the matter go so easily. However, I'm very curious. Even if he loses, he can always find me to stand up for him. Even if I'm not your match, I still have the county governor's office behind me. However, he didn't look for me and even said he has no intention of pursuing the matter. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, if I'm not mistaken, you must have something on Miao Lai Long, right? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu in surprise. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it seemed as though Lu Fenggu had personally witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Miao Lai Long. This was truly shocking. Some time ago, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, came to look for me and told me you wanted to cultivate the cultivation method I passed to him, the crystal clearance tactic. If I'm not mistaken, Miao Rulong must have passed the crystal clearance tactic to you under your threat, right? Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. However, Lu Fenggu still managed to catch the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. It seems like I'm right. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's expression, Lu Fenggu continued to say, you don't have to be nervous. I have no intention of pursuing the matter. HM? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. In his opinion, since Lu Fenggu knew about this matter, he would most likely make a move on him and Miao Lai Long. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would say he had no intention of pursuing the matter. It's precisely because Miao Rulong passed the crystal clearance tactic to you that he didn't look for me and asked me to look for trouble with you for the incident from a month ago, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Lu Fenggu continued to say. Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian feel as though there was nothing he could hide from Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu's deductive ability was truly terrifying. Am I right? After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. It's as though you saw it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears. Duan Lingtian sighed. Following that, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he asked, since you have no intention of pursuing the matter, may I know why you're looking for me? I'd like to make a deal with you, Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu said bluntly with a glint in his eyes. Since Duan Lingtian was being so direct, there was no need for him to hide anything. A deal? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? I want to kill someone, but I don't have the ability to do so. As Lu Fenggu spoke, a chilling light flashed in his calm eyes. It was as if he had turned into a venomous snake, sending chills down the spines of those who saw him. It was as though he was reminded of his enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. For this reason, I hope you'll be able to capture that person and bring him to me so that I can kill him with my own hands when you're strong enough. After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, the coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared. Don't you think too highly of me, city governor? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, if you're not strong enough to kill that person, what makes you think I, Duan Lingtian, will be strong enough to capture that person and bring him to you for you to kill? Because you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. Because you're only a heavenly celestial. Lu Fenggu said as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. No one believes the words of the Silverworm army. Unless, City Lord, you believe them? Duan Lingtian smiled. Although the Silverworm army said that he was a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago, no one believed the Silverworm army. After all, normally speaking, it was impossible for a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago to possess the strength to cripple a chiliarch of the Silverworm army with just a single blow. I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, under Miao Lai Long's suggestion, I went to look for the people who ascended at the same time as you. Lu Fenggu said. Miao Rulong? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't think that Miao Lai Long would dare to do something behind his back after the previous incident. There was only one reason why Miao Lai Long suggested that Lu Fenggu confirm that he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He wanted Lu Fenggu to know that Duan Lingtian possessed profound celestial methods and divine abilities. If Lu Fenggu became greedy, he would make a move on Duan Lingtian and steal his celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, in Miao Lai Long's opinion, Lu Fenggu was only slightly stronger than him and might not be a match for Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. Lu Fenggu continued to say, of course, I know what Miao Lai Long is trying to tell me, that the reason you're so strong as a heaven immortal is because you've mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities. Lu Fenggu continued to say, the reason he told me all this is because he wants to kill you with a borrowed knife. He wants to kill you with my knife. Lu Fenggu's words revealed Miao Lai Long's intentions. Apart from that, Miao Lai Long also told me that you have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at least mediocre. When he tried to probe your soul with his divine consciousness, it seemed to have been devoured by something before it could even get close to your soul. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, this isn't something that can be done by concealing one's cultivation base. No wonder Miao Lai Long didn't use a soul attack on me that day. As it turns out, he was certain I had a soul defense celestial weapon that could block his soul attack when he tried to probe my cultivation base with his divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a glint in his eyes. As for the item that Lu Fenggu had mistaken for a soul defense celestial weapon, it had to be the defective metal piece. Since you already know my background, don't you want my celestial methods, divine abilities, and the soul defense celestial weapon in my possession? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Lu Fenggu calmly. Indeed, I did think about it. Lu Fenggu replied honestly, however, I dismissed the idea as soon as it appeared in my mind. Duan Lingtian was curious about how Lu Fenggu managed to suppress his greed. First of all, I'm not sure if I'm a match for you. Secondly, even if I'm a match for you, it'll be difficult for me to pry the celestial methods and divine abilities out of you. If you didn't willingly teach me your celestial methods and divine abilities, I wouldn't be able to obtain them. Although this is my first time meeting you, ever since you killed Jian Xiaoping in the Black Dragon Army and Qin Xianba reported it to me, I've had my subordinates, the Golden Serpent Guards, investigate you. Ever since you became a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, you haven't shown your face much. But from your behavior and the arrogance that you're showing, it's clear that you're not a simple person. Even if I force you, it'll be difficult for me to obtain your celestial methods and divine abilities if you're unwilling. Chapter 26:18. Governor, with your intelligence and courage, it's a waste for you to be the governor of a small city like Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. I wasn't the governor of Bloody Spectre City in the past. I was a strategist under the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, I offended someone and was demoted to be the governor of Bloody Spectre City. As Lu Fenggu spoke, he seemed to be reminiscing about the past. His eyes gleamed as he said, "Back then, if it wasn't for the county governor thanking me for my many years of service, I might have already been killed by that person." Is that person the governor wants to kill? Duan Lingtian asked with a glint in his eyes when he recalled the deal Lu Fenggu had mentioned earlier. Lu Fenggu nodded. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Upon seeing Lu Fenggu nodding, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, "Although I've killed many people along the way, I've only killed those who deserved it. You want me to help you kill someone I don't even know? That's equivalent to killing the innocent. Forgive me for not agreeing to this." Duan Lingtian shook his head when he finished speaking. "I haven't even told you what I'm offering, and you're already rejecting me?" Lu Fenggu was stunned. "I'm not interested in anything," Duan Lingtian said. He had his own principles. "Let me tell you a story," Lu Fenggu said. He was not angered by Duan Lingtian's rejection. Instead, he continued to speak. "Once, there was a person in the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County who accepted a direct disciple and treated the disciple as his son. When the disciple grew up, he displayed shocking innate talent and was very proud of it. At that moment, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, who's only second to the county governor, took a liking to that person's direct disciple. He made that person's direct disciple betray his master and join his sect. The first revered elder of the county governor's estate, who was also the second strongest person in 9 Spectres County, was enraged and killed the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. When that person found out that his direct disciple was killed, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge his direct disciple with his strength. Therefore, he went to look for the county governor of 9 Spectres County to ask for help. However, in this cruel world, the strong are revered. Although the Lord County Governor is sympathetic to the death of his direct disciple, it's impossible for him to do anything to the county governor's revered elder because of that person's direct disciple. When that revered elder of the county governor's mansion found out that person went to seek justice from the county governor, he wanted to kill that person in a fit of rage. At this moment, the county governor was grateful for that person's great contributions while following him, so he asked that revered elder of the county governor's mansion for some face and fought for a way out for that person. Although the person survived, it was impossible for him to stay in the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu did not continue to speak at this point. His eyes, which had become round at some point in time, were suffused with a bloody light and emitted a murderous intent. If that's the case, then the revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County should be killed. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the person in Lu Fenggu's story was Lu Fenggu. However, according to Lu Fenggu's story, the revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County should be killed. However, who knew if Lu Fenggu had made up the story himself? Although Lu Fenggu's emotions were flawless, Duan Lingtian was not 100% certain Lu Fenggu was not lying. "I understand your concerns, Captain Duan Lingtian." Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything else, Lu Fenggu had already guessed Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Therefore, he quickly added, "That's right, Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "How about this? 6 months later, when you visit the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, if you find out that my story is false or if you think the revered elder of the county governor's estate doesn't deserve to be killed, you can choose to ignore our deal. It won't be considered a violation of our agreement." Lu Fenggu said. "A year later? The county governor's estate?" A puzzled expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. "A month ago, I received an order from the county governor's estate asking Bloody Spectre City to send 2 young talents with the most potential to report to the county governor's estate under the guidance of a special envoy from the county governor's estate. Although the county governor's estate did not state the reason, I believe it has something to do with King Qin's mansion." Lu Fenggu's eyes gleamed as he spoke. King Qin's mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. This was not the first time he had heard of the King Qin's mansion. Therefore, he knew that the Nine Spectres County was only one of the counties under the King Qin's mansion. All the other counties, including the Nine Spectres County, were under the jurisdiction of the King Qin's mansion. "You'll find out when you arrive at the county governor's estate." Lu Fenggu did not intend to waste time on this topic. Soon after, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Chili Arch Duan Ling, I've said enough. Are you willing to make a deal with me now? Since the city governor has given me a way out, it would be unreasonable of me to refuse. However, since it's a deal, what can you give me in return?" Since Lu Fenggu had said that if he felt the revered elder of the county governor's estate was not a person who deserved to be killed, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, relieved. He immediately agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal. At the same time, he was curious. What did the city governor of Bloody Spectre City intend to give him? "What I can give you is the best cultivation environment and cultivation resources for the next 6 months," Lu Fenggu said with a glint in his eyes. "City governor, do you intend to let me cultivate in your quiet room?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. The quiet room had the best cultivation environment in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had said that he was going to give him the best cultivation resources. Apart from celestial stones, there should also be medicinal pills. There were medicinal pills in the Devata realms as well, but they were celestial pills. They could not be compared to the medicinal pills in the mundane realms. However, it was rare to see medicinal pills in a small place like Bloody Spectre City. "That's right." Lu Fenggu nodded. "Although it's said that my quiet room has a better cultivation environment than the tents of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, people say it's not that good. However, the truth is that the cultivation speed in my quiet room is twice as fast as the cultivation speed in your quiet room. This is because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the cores of the 2 celestial stone veins is drawn to my quiet room through a formation." Lu Fenggu said, "Twice as fast." Duan Lingtian was shocked by Lu Fenggu's words. It was as Lu Fenggu had said. Previously, he had thought that Lu Fenggu's cultivation room was only slightly better than his current cultivation environment, but the difference was not that great. He did not expect the difference to be so great. "Apart from that, I'll also give you some medicinal pills and prominent celestial stones. The 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City can't produce prominent celestial stones. Only the celestial stone veins near the county city of Nine Spectres County can be mined. These are the things I'm giving you in exchange for our deal. Are you satisfied with these?" Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Deal." Duan Lingtian did not hesitate at all as he agreed to Lu Fenggu's proposal. A smile appeared on Lu Fenggu's face immediately. "City governor." Duan Lingtian recalled Lu Fenggu's words and asked, "You said there'll be a special envoy from the county governor's estate coming to bring me and another person to the county city of Nine Spectres County in 6 months?" Lu Fenggu nodded. "It's a long journey from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of Nine Spectres County. During this journey, there are many powerful celestials who specialize in killing and plundering. There are even many peak golden celestials. Therefore, when the time comes, the county governor's estate will send a special envoy to bring all of you safely to the county city and the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu said, "There are peak golden celestials? And there are many of them?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Fortunately, he had stayed in Bloody Spectre City since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. A peak golden celestial was a violet sun golden celestial. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded confidently. When I left the county governor's estate and came to Bloody Spectre City, I encountered 3 peak golden celestials who wanted to kill and plunder. Fortunately, I revealed my identity in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by them. The road from the county city of Nine Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City was the territory of the Nine Spectres County. In this area, the Nine Spectres County was a deterrent. Even the Celestials who liked to kill and plunder did not dare to touch the people and cities in the Nine Spectres County. After all, not only would the Nine Spectres County hunt them down, but the King Qin's mansion would also hunt them down if the Nine Spectres County reported this matter. For this reason, nobody dared to covet the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. As for the powerful Celestials who were not afraid of the Nine Spectres County and King Qin's mansion, they naturally did not care about the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. With my current strength, if I used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, even a peak golden celestial might not be a match for me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was no other choice. With his current strength, he could head to the county city of Nine Spectres County alone. However, he was prepared to wait for 6 months. After all, he might not be able to find a better cultivation environment in the county city. Chapter 26:19. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu left the Black Dragon Army's camp, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, spread the news of the incident a month ago to everyone in the Black Dragon Army's camp. The reason why he did this was to stabilize the morale of the army. Since the incident at Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City a month ago, most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon Army were worried that something might happen to their new captain, Duan Lingtian. As soon as Qin Xianba spread the news, a commotion broke out in the Black Dragon Army's camp. I knew Captain Duan Lingtian would be fine. I didn't expect Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter. This isn't his style. That's right. I've long heard that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, is a vengeful person. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter. Did the sun rise from the west today? In the Black Dragon Army's camp, the soldiers were excited. However, they found it hard to believe as well. However, they did not doubt the authenticity of the news. That was because the news came from the Black Dragon Army's commander. The Black Dragon Army's camp was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had also agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal. City Governor. Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, "I know the assist-type divine ability I mastered is a brilliant divine ability. However, after cultivating the crystal clearance tactic and tempering my celestial origin energy, I discovered it didn't improve much compared to before." That's normal. Lu Fenggu was in a good mood now that Duan Lingtian had agreed to the deal. He smiled and said, "The assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms rely on one's celestial origin energy and one's cultivation base. For example, even if a heavenly celestial has cultivated a graded cultivation method and his celestial origin energy has been tempered, he'll still be able to improve his celestial origin energy. However, if he completely grasps a yellow-grade assist-type divine ability, the increase in his celestial origin energy is only 1 level. Even if he completely grasps a mysterious grade auxiliary divine ability, it can only increase his celestial origin energy by 1 level. Lu Fenggu said, "That's because his cultivation base is only at the Heaven Immortal realm. Then, what if a Heaven Immortal can increase his celestial origin energy by 2 levels by performing an assist-type divine ability when he has yet to cultivate a graded cultivation technique? What is the grade of that support-type divine ability?" Duan Lingtian asked. At the same time, He was looking forward to it. This was because the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was similar to this. Then, the assist-type divine ability that this heavenly immortal cultivates is at least a heaven-grade divine ability. Lu Fenggu replied immediately. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright gleam in his eyes. It was clear he had figured out something. If a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability is cast by a heavenly celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, it can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian finally obtained the answer he was looking for. If this is the case, then the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I mastered, is indeed not as simple as Elder Hu said. It's actually a heaven-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. In the Devata realms, cultivation methods, divine abilities, and celestial methods were divided into different grades. Currently, Duan Lingtian only knew of 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Among them, the Yellow grade was the lowest while the Heaven grade was the highest. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he learned the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability. City Governor, Duan Lingtian continued to ask, based on what you said, a heavenly celestial who cast a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability would only be able to raise his or her celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. How many levels would the celestial origin energy of a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability increase if the celestial origin energy of a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability was activated? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked these questions. 5 levels. Lu Fenggu replied, only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash the power of a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Naturally, even if it's an Earth-grade or profound-grade assist-type divine ability, only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash its power. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms. The assist-type divine abilities were at the Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow grade. Yellow-grade assist-type divine abilities and profound-grade assist-type divine abilities. Regardless of whether a heavenly immortal had cultivated a graded Devata realms cultivation method or not, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by 1 level. On the other hand, if a golden celestial did not cultivate a graded Devata realms cultivation method, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by 1 level. If he cultivated a graded Devata realms cultivation method, he could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Raising one's celestial origin energy by 2 levels was the limit of a yellow-grade assist-type divine ability. On the other hand, a great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels by casting a profound-grade assist-type divine ability. Earth-grade assist-type divine ability. A heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels at most. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. A heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. For example, Duan Lingtian. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 5 levels at most. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. The elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Governor, what about the other divine abilities? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also wanted to know the grade of his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, in the Devata realms. The other divine abilities aren't restricted by one's cultivation base and celestial origin energy. Lu Fenggu continued to patiently explain to Duan Lingtian. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned that the 13 green lotus swords was an Earth-grade offensive divine ability. Apart from that, he also learned that the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, was equivalent to an Earth-grade celestial method. Moreover, it was an offensive and defensive celestial method. Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Although I don't know the grades of your celestial methods and divine abilities, based on your ability to defeat Miao Rulong, your celestial methods and divine abilities should be heaven grade or above. This was Lu Fenggu's conjecture. Lu Fenggu's conjecture was based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation base being, at most, an orange moon heavenly celestial. Governor, you're wrong. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Among all the celestial methods and divine abilities that I've mastered, only the assist-type divine ability is at the heaven grade. The other divine abilities and celestial methods are only at the earth grade. How's that possible? Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month and a half, and you've only joined the Black Dragon Army for a month. Even if you're talented, you'll only be an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial in a month's time. For an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial to defeat Miao Rulong, his celestial methods and divine abilities must be heaven grade or above. Lu Fenggu voiced his conjecture. Governor, your conjecture is correct. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, the problem is, I'm not an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial. A month ago, when I fought Miao Rulong, my cultivation base was already a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial. After I obtained the crystal clearance tactic from Miao Rulong, my cultivation base became an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in a month's time. Now, I'm an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Fenggu was stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. How did your cultivation base improve so quickly? However, when Duan Lingtian heard Lu Fenggu's words, he could not help but think of a beautiful figure. She was none other than the mysterious woman, Murong Bing, whom he had met 1.5 months ago when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. She was the reason his cultivation base had improved from a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial to a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial a month ago. After I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian found an excuse and said half-heartedly, during the 1.5 months since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, my cultivation base has only improved from a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial to an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. Apart from the yellow-grade cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, the reason he was able to become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in such a short time was because he had become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. He had broken through to become a Blue Moon Heavenly Immortal a month ago. His cultivation base was very close to that of an Indigo Moon Heavenly Immortal. If he had only become a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial a month ago, it would have been impossible for him to become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in such a short time. Most of the credit went to Murong Bing. I see. Lu Fenggu nodded. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not intend to reveal the details. Although he was curious, he did not ask any further questions. However, he could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter had to have come from the little world in the southern mountain ridge of Bloody Spectre City. Previously, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had mentioned this to him. Governor, Commander Chen of the Black Dragon Army should have told you about me entering the little world in the south. Do you know which sect the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, is from? Chapter 2620. I don't know either. Lu Fenggu shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. The celestial king who left the minor world behind is from the blissful sect. It's a sect that transcends the celestial kingdoms, Duan Lingtian said. Since the powerhouse who entered the little world with you was able to leave the little world alive, it means he's very powerful. His origin must be extraordinary as well. In fact, it's very likely that his sect is on par with the blissful sect. Even if his sect is weaker than the blissful sect, it shouldn't be too far off. Lu Fenggu continued to speak. However, I've been in the county city of Nine Spectres County for many years, and I've never heard of a celestial weapon called the World-Cleansing Horsetail Whisk. If you want to know which sect the World-Cleansing Horsetail Whisk belongs to, I'm afraid you'll have to go to King Qin's mansion or the capital. I can't say for sure about King Qin's mansion, but if you go to the capital, there's at least a 50% chance you'll be able to find out the origin of the World-Cleansing Horsetail Whisk. Lu Fenggu said. The capital. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He knew the capital Lu Fenggu mentioned was the capital of the intermediate-rank Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, Captain. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, even if your celestial methods and divine abilities aren't all heaven-grade, it's best if you keep a low profile when you go to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Even Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are coveted by some people. Lu Fenggu reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood the saying, a man's wealth is his own ruin. After chatting for a while, Lu Fenggu brought Duan Lingtian back to the Black Dragon Army's camp. In the same valley, Lord City Governor Chen Xianba and the 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army walked out of their tents and bowed respectfully to Lu Fenggu. Xianba, after today, choose a new captain to replace Captain Duan Lingtian. Later, Captain Duan Lingtian will follow me back to the City Lord's estate. Half a year later, he and another person will follow the special envoy of the county governor's estate to the county capital and head to the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu went straight to the point. City Lord, are you saying that one of the 2 spots will be reserved for Chili Arch Duan Lingtian? Chen Xuanba asked. It was clear that Chen Xuanba also knew about this matter. However, of the 4 Kiliarchs behind him, only Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, while the other 3 had blank looks on their faces. They had no idea what Lu Fenggu and Chen Xuanba were talking about. Of course, they still learned one thing from the conversation between the 2. In half a year's time, Bloody Spectre City would have 2 spots to head to the county governor's estate. It must be good news for the special envoy of the county governor's estate to come to Bloody Spectre City personally. Zhao Dongxing, Hu Ji, and Kai Wenyu all realized this. Lu Fenggu nodded and continued. As for the other spot, I'll choose from the Black Armored Army, the Silver Worm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. 5 months later, before the special envoy of the county governor's estate arrives, I'll set up an arena in the city lord's estate. The Black Dragon Army, the Silver Worm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Any Golden Celestials below the age of 100 can participate in the arena and fight for the other spot to head to the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu finished speaking in one breath. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu shook their heads and smiled wryly. They were already over 100 years old. Although they were Golden Celestials, they did not meet the requirements. Of course, they knew that if there was no age limit, they would not be able to obtain the spot. Even among the Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army, the 2 of them could only be considered below average. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, they seemed to be under 100 years old. At the same time, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu subconsciously looked to Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu beside them. They discovered that Zhao Dongxing's eyes were displaying bursts of excitement. As for Qin Yu, his expression was calm. Could it be that Qin Yu is not interested in obtaining the spot at all? That should be the case. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. They both thought that Qin Yu had given up on obtaining the spot. This Duan Lingtian. At the same time, both of them glanced at Duan Lingtian. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the depths of their eyes. After all, there were only 2 spots, and Duan Lingtian had already decided on one of them. Of course, they knew that Duan Lingtian had already decided on the spot. With Duan Lingtian's strength, even if it was not predetermined, he would still be able to easily obtain one of the slots. Captain Duan Lingtian, do you have anything else to do in the Black Dragon Army? If you have something to do, I'll wait here for you before returning to the city governor's mansion with you. Lu Fenggu smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian in a very polite manner. Although Qin Xianba and the others were mentally prepared, they could not help but feel their hearts tremble when they saw this. Usually, unless the county governor's estate sent an envoy to Bloody Spectre City, no one in Bloody Spectre City would be treated so courteously by the city governor. Duan Lingtian was the first person who was treated so courteously by the city governor, even though he was not a special envoy from the county governor's mansion. "I'll go and greet my subordinates," Duan Lingtian said to Lu Fenggu before he left the valley to look for his subordinates. "Lord Captain, you're leaving?" "Lord Captain, did the commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, go back on his word and make things difficult for you?" When Duan Lingtian's subordinates learned that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, their expressions changed drastically. Then they began to ask questions. "Lord Captain, I'm the instigator of the incident a month ago. I'll go and look for the commander now," Tong Zheng, a centurion under Duan Lingtian's command, said as he prepared to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. "Me too." The 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army who went to Lai Feng restaurant with Tong Zheng stood up as well. They wanted to follow Tong Zheng to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. However, they were quickly stopped by Duan Lingtian. "The incident a month ago has come to an end. I'm leaving because the city governor wants me to go to the county city of 9 Spectres County." Duan Lingtian replied. "Go to the county city of 9 Spectres County?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tong Zheng and the others realized Duan Lingtian was leaving because something good had happened. After all, not everyone could go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Although Tong Zheng and the others were reluctant to let Duan Lingtian leave, they did not say anything else. All of them obediently bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. "If I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit all of you." After saying this, Duan Lingtian left and met up with Lu Fenggu. They left the Black Dragon Army's camp and went to Bloody Spectre City. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian was allowed to enter Lu Fenggu's cultivation room. Lu Fenggu also gave Duan Lingtian a spatial ring. "Captain Duan Lingtian, there are 100 prominent celestial stones and a bottle of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, in this spatial ring." Lu Fenggu said, "Spirit-nourishing pills? Primitive celestial pills?" Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Although the spirit-nourishing pill was a common celestial pill, it was not something that anyone could obtain. If a heavenly celestial consumed a spirit-nourishing pill without changing his cultivation environment, he would be able to reduce the time needed to break through to the next stage by 1/10. What did this mean? For example, a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial would need 100 days to break through to the Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial realm. However, after consuming a spirit-nourishing pill, one would only need 90 days to break through to the next stage. Most importantly, consuming celestial pills and absorbing celestial stones to cultivate did not conflict with each other. They could be used at the same time. "Thank you, City Governor." Duan Lingtian weighed the medicinal pill bottle in his hand and confirmed that it was true. There were at least 10 spirit-nourishing pills in the bottle. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, said in front of Lord City Governor that he won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng restaurant? This doesn't seem like Miao Lai Long. In the beginning, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful because of the matter related to Duan Lingtian. Although the unrest in Bloody Spectre City was related to Duan Lingtian, it was not related to the incident in the Phoenix restaurant a month ago. Duan Lingtian followed Lord City Governor back to the City Governor's estate and was allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room? Heavens! I've never heard of anyone being allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room. How did Duan Lingtian do this? How did he gain Lord City Governor's favor? The news from the City Lord Mansion shocked everyone in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City found it hard to believe. That Duan Lingtian, could he be the illegitimate son of Lord City Governor? Some people said. In the Silverworm Army's camp. What? Lord Commander won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng restaurant? Don't tell me Captain Yang was crippled by Duan Lingtian? Why would Lord Commander do this? Just as the Silver Dragon Army soldiers were unable to understand this and were extremely depressed, the Silver Dragon Army suddenly changed their minds. News of Duan Ling Tian going to the city governor's estate to cultivate in the city governor's exclusive cultivation room had spread to the Silverworm Army's camp. It did not take long before the news spread to the entire camp. What's going on? When Miao Lai Long, the Silverworm Army's commander, heard the news, his expression changed. Chapter 26-21. However, even if Lord City Governor wants to make him shed tears of gratitude and willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, there's no need for him to let Duan Lingtian cultivate in his quiet room, right? Miao Lai Long's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, even Chen Xianba and I have never been invited by Lord City Governor to cultivate in his quiet room. As the commander of the Silverworm Army under Chen Fenggu, Miao Lai Long, naturally, knew how good Chen Fenggu's quiet room was. Putting aside the celestial stones and other cultivation resources, just in terms of the environment, the speed of cultivation in the silent chamber of the city lord of Bloody Spectre City was 2 times faster than that of Xianxia. For this reason, Miao Lai Long had been tempted to cultivate in Chen Fenggu's quiet room more than once. In fact, when Miao Lai Long learned that an ascender had mastered many profound celestial methods and divine abilities, he even thought of taking the ascender's celestial methods and divine abilities for himself without telling Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City. Once Miao Lai Long's strength had increased, he would be able to go to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County to replace Lu Fenggu as the new city governor of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, Lu Fenggu's cultivation room would naturally become his. I hope Lord City Governor will be grateful to me for telling him everything after he obtains Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. He'll teach me Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. However, Miao Lai Long was still unaware that Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City was not in Bloody Spectre City. After all, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking the Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the east of the city governor's estate, there was a spacious mansion with a large front yard and backyard. This was where Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, lived. His quiet room was located in the backyard of the mansion. Currently, Lu Fenggu was sitting in front of a stone table in the front yard. He was drinking tea while looking at the flowers and plants in the front yard. No one knew what he was thinking. Lord Castellan, don't you regret not trying to force that Duan Lingtian to hand over the immortal spells and divine abilities he has mastered? Suddenly, a voice sounded out of nowhere. It seemed to come from all directions and spread to the front yard in the blink of an eye. Along with the voice, an old man with a medium build wearing a black robe appeared. The old man looked ordinary. His aura was restrained, and his eyes were cloudy. Ordinary people would only think that he was an ordinary old man. The most eye-catching feature on the old man's black robe was the golden snake embroidered on his chest. If one took a closer look, they would see that there was an inconspicuous crown embroidered on the head of the golden snake. If I force him, I will really regret it. Lu Fenggu seemed to be used to the old man's sudden appearance. I've asked you to investigate him as well. You should be able to tell what kind of person he is. Do you think he's the kind of person who would be forced? The old man fell silent when he thought about the arrogant purple-clad young man. He's a hidden dragon. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed as he continued to say, it's better to befriend him than to offend him. I have a strong feeling that he's the only one who can help me get revenge for Qian. Young Master Qian, the old man's body trembled slightly. A hint of affection flashed in his eyes before they turned gloomy again. Among Lu Fenggu's subordinates, he had been with Lu Fenggu the longest. In fact, he had followed Lu Fenggu out of the county city of 9 Spectres County and the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He had watched Lu Fenggu's direct disciple grow up. Elder Hong. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed coldly as he said to the old man, If Miao Lai Long finds out that I didn't intend to take Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities and even recommended him to the county governor's estate, he'll definitely be displeased. Perhaps he won't dare to show his displeasure in front of me. However, based on his character, he won't let Duan Lingtian off easily. In fact, he might even leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of Nine Spectres County to spread the news that Duan Lingtian possesses many profound celestial methods and divine abilities. I want you to keep an eye on him. If he shows signs of leaving Bloody Spectre City for the county city, you'll kill him and eliminate his sister and brother-in-law, Yang Kong Ping. Lu Fenggu said viciously, if he tries to harm Duan Lingtian, he'll be stopping me from avenging Qian. At that time, I'll have no choice but to disregard our past relationship. Understood. The old man nodded before he disappeared into thin air in just a blur. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it was obvious the old man was stronger than Miao Lai Long. That was indeed the case. The old man was the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards under Lu Fenggu. In fact, he was the one who had raised the Golden Serpent Guards. The old man was a blue sun golden celestial. In terms of cultivation base, he was slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long, who was only a green sun golden celestial. Moreover, his celestial methods and divine abilities were slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long's. In Bloody Spectre City, the old man's strength was only slightly weaker than Lu Fenggu. I wonder if he'll be able to break through and become a violet moon heavenly celestial in 6 months? Lu Fenggu muttered to himself as he turned to look at the backyard after the old man left. Naturally, he was referring to Duan Lingtian. However, I don't think it's possible. After all, he has just become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. But then, Lu Fenggu shook his head as he felt that it was impossible. Duan Lingtian had said he had become an indigo moon heavenly celestial from a blue moon heavenly celestial in just a month. However, in Lu Fenggu's opinion, it must have been Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter in the little world that had helped him become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in just a month. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become a violet moon heavenly celestial from an indigo moon heavenly celestial in just 6 months. Although it's impossible, I still hope there's a miracle. After all, he's an ascender from the mundane realm, and it took him less than 100 years to achieve what he has today. This means his innate talent is heaven-defying even in the mundane realm. A moment later, Lu Fenggu's dimmed eyes brightened again. He did not know about other places. However, he had never heard of such a person in the Nine Spectres County. He had never heard of an ascender from the mundane realm who was younger than 100 years old in the Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to create a miracle and surprise him. In the cultivation room in the backyard. At this moment, Lu Fenggu had given the cultivation room to Duan Lingtian. Although he could have entered the room to cultivate with Duan Lingtian, he did not do so. Instead, he gave Duan Lingtian a quiet and undisturbed cultivation environment. Duan Lingtian had consumed the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand as he circulated the crystal clearance tactic and immersed himself in his cultivation. 6 months later, he would go to the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's estate. Once he arrived there, he would meet many powerhouses. Among them, there would be many great overarching golden celestials. Before that, he naturally hoped to improve his cultivation base. That way, his strength would increase accordingly, and he would be able to protect himself when he arrived at the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Currently, Duan Lingtian had familiarized himself with the crystal clearance tactic. The heaven and earth spirit energy continued to flow into his body and turned into a crystal clear liquid that flowed through his heavenly meridian. With the help of the spirit containment pill, the celestial origin energy in his body was constantly changing. It was increasing at a visible rate. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, news that the governor of Bloody Spectre City would select a golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old from the Black Dragon Army, Silverworm Army, and Golden Serpent guards would be sent to the county city of 9 specters county in 5 months. To the county governor's estate? That's great news. If he goes to the county governor's estate, not only will he receive better cultivation resources, but the cultivation environment will also be much better. I heard that the county governor's estate is looking for people from the 9 counties. Each county will be given 2 spots. 2 spots? Didn't they say there's only 1 spot, and the competition will be held in 4 months? You're ignorant, aren't you? Lord City Governor has already given one of the spots to Duan Lingtian, the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. No wonder I heard that Duan Lingtian left the Black Dragon Army and is no longer a Chiliarch. I thought the governor wanted him to stay by his side. I didn't expect him to go to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Whether it was Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp, or the Silverworm Army's camp, the news spread like wildfire. Didn't the Silverworm Army say Duan Lingtian is just an ascender who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? Since Lord City Governor has given him a spot, it means he's not even 100 years old, right? How can you believe the Silverworm Army's words? When they said Duan Lingtian is just a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I knew they can't be trusted. How can a heavenly celestial who has just ascended be capable of crippling a Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army? They must be kidding. That's right. For the Silver Dragon Army to spread that kind of news, they are obviously playing us like monkeys. Chapter 26-22. What? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old? If he really ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago, doesn't that mean he was born in the mundane realm less than 100 years ago? He ascended after cultivating for less than 100 years? Isn't it rare to see someone like that? Of course it's rare. Even among 10,000 ascenders. No, even among 100,000 ascenders, there might not even be one such person. Bloody Spectre City is such a small place. How could such a person ascend? Why does it sound so unrealistic? In the Silverworm Army's camp, the Silverworm Army's soldiers were shocked when they heard the news. Apart from the centurions and decurions of the Silverworm Army who had seen Duan Lingtian with their own eyes, many people began to doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. They doubted Duan Lingtian was someone who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool under the Silverworm Army's jurisdiction. He's not even 100 years old? Lord Commander actually reserved a spot for him to go to the county governor's estate? Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was horrified when he heard the news. He had heard about the city governor of Bloody Spectre City sending 2 people to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. However, he was unaware that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had reserved one of the spots for Duan Lingtian. Is the city governor doing this to curry favor with Duan Lingtian so he'll willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities? Miao Lai Long began to waver at this moment. Even if the city governor wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian, there was no need to give him a spot, right? If Duan Lingtian did not hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities before going to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, it would be extremely difficult for the city governor to obtain his celestial methods and divine abilities after he went to the county governor's estate. This won't do. I have to ask the city governor about this. As soon as this thought appeared in Miao Lai Long's mind, he left the Silverworm Army's camp and went to the city governor's estate to look for Lu Fenggu. When Miao Lai Long expressed his doubts about Lu Fenggu's actions, Lai Long, in the main hall, Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Miao Lai Long indifferently and said, "I'll be honest with you. I have no intention of asking Duan Lingtian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. You've been my subordinate for many years, so I hope you won't have such thoughts. Duan Lingtian has an unruly and stubborn character. Even if you kill him, it is very unlikely that he will hand over the immortal techniques and divine abilities he has mastered. Among 100,000 ascenders, it's hard to find someone like him who's not even 100 years old. His future is limitless. Rather than destroy such a person, it's better to befriend him." What do you think? When Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully. A hint of threat could be seen in his eyes. Miao Lai Long's heart sank. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to show it. You're right, Lord City Governor. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Miao Lai Long bade farewell and left the main hall. He left the city governor's estate and Bloody Spectre City and returned to the Silverworm Army's camp. Miao Lai Long had come to Bloody Spectre City alone. When he returned, he brought his sister, Miao Lai Feng, who was in Lai Feng restaurant with him. After returning to the Silverworm Army's camp, Miao Lai Long summoned his brother-in-law, Captain Yang Kong Ping, to see him. Yang Kong Ping, who had lost an arm, could only rely on one leg to stand. His face was slightly pale, and he no longer had his previous high spirits. However, in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a bone-deep hatred hidden at all times. Brother, why did you call me back? Miao Lai Feng asked curiously as she looked at her brother. Things have changed. Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Lingtian's celestial spells and divine abilities. I've made the wrong move. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. What? As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping's expressions changed. After all, they were counting on the city lord of Bloody Spectre City to obtain Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities to avenge them. According to Miao Lai Long, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was a cautious person. Once he obtained the Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities, he would definitely eliminate the Duan Lingtian from this world. But now, Miao Lai Long was telling them, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities? Rumor has it that Lord City Governor has already given one of the two places to go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County to Duan Lingtian. Initially, I thought he was just trying to placate Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, brother, you're saying Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Does he really intend to send Duan Lingtian to the county governor's estate? Yang Kong Ping asked in a deep voice as he looked at Miao Lai Long. When there were outsiders around, he would address Miao Lai Long as Lord Commander. However, in private he would address Miao Lai Long as brother, just like his wife. Yes, he intends to send Duan Lingtian to the county governor's estate. Based on his words, it seems like he's trying to befriend Duan Lingtian. Miao Lai Long nodded. Befriend Duan Lingtian? Yang Kong Ping's expression darkened. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian is really a transcender who's not even 100 years old yet? Although I don't want to believe it, it's the truth. Miao Lai Long nodded again. Based on Miao Lai Long's words, it seems like he has a thorough understanding of Duan Lingtian. He knows Duan Lingtian is someone who would rather die than hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, he chose to befriend Duan Lingtian while Duan Lingtian is still weak. Brother, are we just going to let this matter rest? Can we only watch as Duan Lingtian rises from Bloody Spectre City and heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County? It'll be even more difficult for us to deal with him after he heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Miao Lai Feng's expression was filled with reluctance. Naturally, we can't just let this matter rest. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop Duan Lingtian from heading to the county city of Nine Spectres County. The only thing we can do now is to stay in Bloody Spectre City and the Silverworm Army's camp. I've worked for Lord City Governor for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he has decided to befriend Duan Lingtian, he definitely won't let us harm Duan Lingtian. Miao Lai Long paused for a moment before he said, From now on, all of you must stay calm. Once Duan Lingtian heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County, we'll think of a way to spread the news that Duan Lingtian has mastered a heaven-grade celestial method and divine ability to the county city of Nine Spectres County. At that time, even Duan Lingtian won't be able to live peacefully in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Isn't he stubborn and unruly? He'd rather die than hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, right? We can use someone else to force him to his death. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly when he finished speaking. It was as though he had transformed into a poisonous snake as he stared at Duan Lingnan. Brother, you're wise. Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kongping's eyes lit up when they heard Miao Lai Feng's words. Their eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. 4 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the people in Bloody Spectre City and the soldiers from the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army had shifted their attention to the city governor's estate. Today was the day the city governor's estate would be holding an arena for the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. The person who became the arena champion would be able to leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of 9 Spectres County in a month's time. Unfortunately, only centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army can enter the city governor's estate to watch the battle. We won't be able to see the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Many people in Bloody Spectre City sighed in disappointment. Don't worry. It's said that Lord City Governor will use a floating image pearl to record the entire battle. At that time, the recording will be played in the central square of Bloody Spectre City for a month. Floating image pearl? Is that the low-grade celestial artifact that has the same effect as a floating image celestial talisman but can only be used once? That's right. After learning that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would use a low-grade celestial artifact, the floating image pearl, to record the battle in the central square of Bloody Spectre City, many people began to look forward to it. At the same time, a large group of people had also gathered in the city governor's estate. Naturally, most of them were centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army who were here to watch the battle. There are 3 people from the Black Dragon Army participating in the battle today: Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu, and Centurion Xue Lang. Tong Zheng, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army who was Duan Lingtian's subordinate, had also arrived. He looked at the people standing in the arena and said to another centurion of the Black Dragon Army next to him, "Look at the Silverworm Army. There are only 2 people from the Silverworm Army." There were only 2 people from the Silverworm Army participating in the battle today. This was because there were only 2 Golden Celestials below the age of 100 in the Silverworm Army. 5 people from the Golden Serpent Guards are here, although there were more natives of Devata realms who were below the age of 100 who were Golden Celestials compared to Ascendance. The number of natives who were Golden Celestials was much higher. However, in a small place like Bloody Spectre City, there were only a limited number of such people. Let's begin. Soon after, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, arrived. After everyone bowed respectfully to him, he announced in a loud voice. The 10 people in the arena began to compete with each other. It was a free-for-all. The last person standing on the stage would be the champion of today's competition. He would be able to accompany the envoy of the county governor's estate to the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate. Half an hour later, the results were out. He's the last one standing? How's it possible? Chapter 26-23. On the vast arena, a tall and handsome young man stood there. He was clad in black armor, which accentuated his extraordinary valiance. He was awe-inspiring, like a god of war. Judging from his attire, he was a member of the Black Dragon Army. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, shook his head as he looked at the silver-armored young man in the arena. He would be the last one to remain in the arena. I thought it would be Captain Zhao Dongxing if there was anyone left in the Black Dragon Army. I didn't expect it to be Captain Qin Yu. The members of the Black Dragon Army looked at the young man in silver armor with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Half a year ago, Qin Yu was only a centurion. He had only been promoted to a new Chiliarch after successfully challenging a Chiliarch. In the eyes of the Black Dragon Army, Today, if the Black Dragon army were to stand at the end, it would definitely be Captain Zhao Dongxing. No one would have thought that the one standing at the end would be this 1,000-man commander Qin Yu. Furthermore, through the chaotic battle earlier, they were able to clearly see what was going on. The reason why Qin Yu was able to stand at the end was definitely not due to luck. It was completely because of his powerful strength that he was able to smoothly eliminate the others. Commander Qin, your Black Dragon army has truly hidden itself well. First there was a Duan Lingtian, and now there's a Qin Yu. The commander of the Silverworm army, Miao Lai Long, stared coldly at Chen Xianba and sneered. Thank you for the compliment, Commander Miao. Chen Xianba glanced at Miao Lai Long and replied with a smile. He appeared very magnanimous, which was a stark contrast to Miao Lai Long's cold smile. Qin Yu, in the following month, prepare well and hand over the things in your hands. In a month, come to the city master's mansion and follow the special envoy from the 9 Spectres County's county governor's mansion to leave Bloody Spectre City for the county city. The city master of the Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, also looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Today, the one standing at the end will be Qin Yu, who has just become a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon army half a year ago. He had also witnessed the strength that Qin Yu had just displayed. Compared to the other 9 people, Qin Yu was indeed a notch stronger. Qin Yu stood at the end of the line and won a spot to go to the 9 Spectres County in a month. I can't believe he's the one who's going to 9 Spectres County with me in a month. In a corner that no one noticed, the purple-clothed Duan Lingtian was standing there. He was looking at Qin Yu, who was standing on the arena. His eyes could not help slightly narrowing as he muttered in a somewhat surprised manner. Qin Yu only became a Chiliarch after he joined the Black Dragon army. Qin Yu did not even need to make a move. His target, Jian Qiuping, had already admitted defeat. And the reason why Jian Qiuping admitted defeat was also related to him. Jian Qiuping wanted to preserve his strength and challenge him. Because everyone's attention is focused on Qin Yu, no one has noticed Duan Lingtian, who has been standing in a corner for a long time. Actually, Duan Lingtian had already appeared when the competition on the combat ring began, and he had watched the entire process with his eyes. Now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Duan Lingtian did not linger. He turned around and left. He came without a sound, and left without a sound as well. However, after he left, he did not return to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of the city governor's estate. I didn't expect I would be able to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months. Apart from the prominent celestial stones, the spirit-nourishing pills, and the cultivation room, it's mostly due to the 99 heavenly veins in my body. When Duan Lingtian left the city governor's estate, he thought about how he had become a violet moon heavenly celestial a few days ago. He could not help but feel excited. After coming to the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the benefits of having 99 saint veins in his body. He did not feel this way when he was in the mundane realms. No wonder Hua Lao said my 99 heavenly veins would shine in the Devata realm. As expected, Hua Lao didn't lie to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, after Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a violet moon heavenly celestial, he stopped cultivating and came out of closed-door cultivation. There were 2 reasons he did not continue to cultivate. First, he knew it would be impossible for him to break through and become a golden celestial before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Second, he wanted to learn more about the Devata realms before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Currently, his knowledge of the Devata realms was limited to what he had learned from the waiter in the restaurant. Since the waiter did not know everything about the Devata realms, there was no way he would tell him everything. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian found a few bookstores that were similar to bookstores and used a few primitive celestial stones to purchase a dozen memory celestial talismans that he needed. The memory celestial talisman could record and store a certain amount of information. As long as one extended one's divine consciousness into the memory celestial talisman, one would be able to read the recorded and stored information and make it a part of one's memory. However, the memory celestial talisman was a one-time use item. Once the divine consciousness read the information stored in it, it would shatter. Something worth mentioning was, most of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms were inscribed on jade slips. After purchasing the memory celestial talisman, Duan Lingtian returned to Lu Fenggu's residence in the city governor's mansion. However, he did not go to the cultivation room. Instead, he stayed in the guest room that Lu Fenggu had prepared for him. Although it was called a guest room, it was actually a courtyard that resembled a small mansion. There were 3 rooms and a spacious courtyard. Lord Duan Lington. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they hastily bowed and greeted him respectfully. Do you know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 guards in surprise. He remembered that when he had just arrived at the city governor's estate a few months ago, these 2 guards were not the ones guarding the entrance. Lord Duanlingen, after you arrived, Lord City Governor had spread your portrait throughout the city governor's estate. Lord City Governor also said that we should treat you with the same respect as we would treat him. If anyone dares to disrespect you, they can forget about staying in the city governor's estate. One of the guards replied respectfully when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. The city governor is very considerate. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he walked into the courtyard. Then, he was welcomed by a few maidservants in the courtyard into a large room that was surrounded by 2 smaller rooms. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian took out a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness into it. As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the memory celestial talisman contained a vast amount of information. Inside the memory immortal talisman, a tremendous amount of information flowed into his mind through his divine sense, as if it had become a part of his memory. The celestial pills in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial pills, mediocre celestial pills, prominent celestial pills, and supreme celestial pills. Any primitive celestial alchemist can refine primitive celestial pills. Some primitive celestial alchemists with high alchemy skills might even be able to refine 1 or 2 mediocre celestial pills if they're lucky. However, the success rate for primitive celestial alchemists to refine mediocre celestial pills is extremely low. There are mediocre celestial alchemists, prominent celestial alchemists, and supreme celestial alchemists. Similar to how primitive celestial alchemists refine mediocre celestial pills, it's difficult for mediocre celestial alchemists and prominent celestial alchemists to refine prominent celestial pills and supreme celestial pills. This is especially true for supreme celestial pills. In the spirit overarching heaven, no prominent celestial alchemist is capable of refining supreme celestial pills no matter how smooth the process is. However, there are cases of prominent celestial alchemists being able to refine supreme celestial pills in other Devata realms. The memory celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the grade of celestial pills and the grade of the celestial alchemists who refined the celestial pills. Naturally, the grade of the celestial alchemist was also recorded in the memory celestial talisman. Celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he brought out another memory celestial talisman and sent his divine consciousness into it. As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, another wave of information entered Duan Lingtian's mind through his divine consciousness and became part of Duan Lingtian's memories. The celestial weapons in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial weapons, mediocre celestial weapons, prominent celestial weapons, and supreme celestial weapons. The memory celestial talisman contained information about celestial weapons and celestial weapons craftsmen. It was similar to the information about celestial pills and celestial alchemists that Duan Lingtian had learned. Similar to celestial alchemists, celestial weapons craftsmen were divided into primitive celestial weapons craftsmen, mediocre celestial weapons craftsmen, prominent celestial weapons craftsmen, and supreme celestial weapons craftsmen. This memory celestial talisman records how to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapons craftsman. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out another memory celestial talisman and inserted his divine consciousness into it. If one wants to become a celestial alchemist or a celestial weapon craftsman, apart from studying pill refinement and weapon crafting, one must also obtain a celestial fire? Duan Lingtian learned from the information recorded in the Memory Immortal Talisman. The biggest difference between celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms was that the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms were much stronger than the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms. The latter could directly use his own strength to condense pill fire or weapon fire. The former, on the other hand, could only refine pills and refine weapons after obtaining the celestial fire. Celestial fires are considered natural treasures in the Devata realms. The higher the grade, the rarer they are. Moreover, there are many types of celestial fires. They can be divided into two types, gentle and violent. Chapter 26-24. Alchemy and weapons crafting in the Devata realms are really amazing. If one doesn't obtain a celestial fire, no matter how deep one's knowledge of alchemy and weapons crafting is, it's impossible for one to become a celestial alchemist or weapons craftsman. Besides that immortal flame is actually a treasure of the heavens and earth, like immortal herbs, immortal fruits, and so on and so forth. It might be born from underground magma, or it might be born from piercingly cold wind valleys, or it might even be born from deep-sea rivers. Truly miraculous. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he read the information that seemed to have become a part of his memory. However, since celestial fires are treasures, how can they be treasures? After a person obtains it, can it be snatched away by others? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian continued to read the additional information in his memory. Once a celestial fire has acknowledged someone as its master, it's impossible for others to take it away unless that person is willing to surrender the celestial fire. Once a celestial alchemist or celestial weapon craftsman dies, the celestial fire in their body will dissipate as well. In fact, they can detonate their celestial fire to severely injure their enemy or even perish together with their enemy. Naturally, the power of a celestial fire depends on the grade of the celestial fire. For example, once a supreme celestial fire of a supreme celestial alchemist or a supreme celestial weapon craftsman explodes, even an ordinary celestial king would die if they were within 1,000 meters of the explosion point. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that celestial fires were divided into different grades as well. There were primitive celestial fires, mediocre celestial fires, prominent celestial fires, and supreme celestial fires. Naturally, there were many types of celestial fires. In fact, some celestial fires had yet to be discovered. Supreme celestial alchemists and supreme celestial weapons craftsmen. Even if their cultivation bases are not high, celestial kings still have to be respectful to them. After all, if they detonate their celestial fires, even a celestial king would die. Even if they're only primitive celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen, once they detonate their celestial fires, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters will either die or be severely injured. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he reached this part of the information. Only then did he realize, what kind of existence was the spirit containment pill that he had consumed? Even if that person's cultivation base was not at the level of a great overarching golden celestial, once he chose to ignite the primitive celestial fire in his body, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters of him would either die or be crippled. Immortal fire. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to encounter one in the future. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he realized the fearsomeness of the immortal fire. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This memory immortal talisman seems to be recording information related to refining pills and weapons. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out another memory celestial talisman. The memory immortal talisman contained information on how a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman should refine pills and herbs. It also contained theories on how to refine pills and herbs and how to refine weapons and pills. However, even with this basic theory, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. This theory, I don't think it's as brilliant as the theories of alchemy and equipment forging that I came across in the mundane realms and the mortal continent. As Duan Lingtian continued reading, he discovered a problem. In the Devata realms, the standards of refining pills and forging weapons were not much higher than those in the mundane realms. In fact, based on the memories he obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily refine primitive celestial pills, primitive celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the Devata realms. In other words, as long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial weapons apart from supreme-grade celestial weapons. As long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate pill formulas and materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial pills apart from supreme-grade celestial pills. Naturally, with the knowledge I obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it won't be difficult for me to master the method to refine supreme-grade celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. He felt as though he had taken a shortcut. However, even if my pill refinement and weapons crafting skills from the mundane realms are considered good in the Devata realms, it's useless if I don't have a celestial fire. Duan Lingtian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head when he thought about this. A celestial fire is much rarer than ordinary treasures. It's hard to come by. Duan Lingtian sighed. He no longer paid attention to the information about pill refinement and medicine refinement. Instead, he took out a memory celestial talisman that contained information about celestial methods and stored it in his memory. Duan Lingtian had already learned about the grades of celestial methods. He wanted to know more about the types of celestial methods. Apart from offensive celestial methods, defensive celestial methods, and movement celestial methods, there's also assistive celestial methods. However, assistive celestial methods are different from assistive divine abilities. The latter is usually used to increase the strength of one's celestial origin energy, while the former is used to harass or restrain one's opponent. For example, some assistive celestial methods can condense celestial origin energy into a long rope to bind one's opponent or form a cage to bind one's opponent. It can also be used with one's soul energy to create an environment that can trap one's opponent. After reading for a while, Duan Lingtian gained a general understanding of assistive celestial methods. As for divine abilities, there was no need for him to learn about them for the time being. There's also the celestial talisman. Duan Lingtian took out a memory celestial talisman and began to learn about the celestial talismans that were similar to the Tao talismans in the mundane realms. Celestial talismans were similar to Tao talismans. However, they were usually inscribed on jade tokens, so they were more effective. There are many types of celestial talismans. There are offensive celestial talismans, defensive celestial talismans, movement celestial methods, and assistive celestial methods. The assistive celestial talismans I've come across are the memory celestial talismans and the floating image celestial talismans. The floating image celestial talisman was similar to the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms. It was capable of recording mirror images. Unlike the mirror image talisman, the floating image celestial talisman could not only record and display images, but it could also record and display sounds from the images. This was something the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms could not do. The mirror image talisman could only record mirror images, not voice. As expected, there are minor-major floating image celestial talismans that are similar to the minor-major mirror image talismans in the mundane realms. However, the value of these minor-major floating image celestial talismans is much higher than ordinary floating image celestial talismans. No wonder Yang Kongping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm army, didn't recognize me when I first met him. I thought the scene of his centurions dying in the celestial ascension pool would have been transmitted to him through a celestial talisman similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. However, it seems like a mere centurion of the Silverworm army doesn't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. In fact, even the captains of the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army don't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. After all, Commander Chen didn't give me a minor-major floating image celestial talisman after I became a captain of the Black Dragon army. It's no wonder Commander Chen doesn't know how Huang Jiabing, a captain of the Black Dragon army, died. As it turns out, Huang Jiabing doesn't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. As soon as Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a loud and energetic voice rang in his ears. "Brother Lingtian, I heard you've come out of closed-door cultivation? And you even went out?" Duan Lingtian could tell the voice belonged to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had changed the way he addressed Duan Lingtian from Captain Duan to Brother Lingtian. This had unknowingly shortened the distance between them. Based on the voice, Duan Lingtian could tell Lu Fenggu was currently in the courtyard. City Governor. Duan Lingtian did not continue reading the information he had retrieved from the memory celestial talisman. He opened the door and walked out of his room before he sat down at a stone table with Lu Fenggu. "Did you gain anything from your closed-door cultivation?" Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the anticipation in Lu Fenggu's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's all thanks to the city governor's cultivation room that I managed to break through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a few months." Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Lu Fenggu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not regain his senses for a long time. When he heard that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation, he had given up on the thought of Duan Lingtian becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. He only hoped that Duan Lingtian was close to becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. After all, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial even if he spent half a year cultivating. However, Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation in just 5 months. Lu Fenggu was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to break through again. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would say he had broken through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. "It seems like I've placed my bet on the right person this time." After a long while, Lu Fenggu finally regained his senses. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he sighed inwardly. The higher Duan Lingtian's innate talent was, the faster his cultivation base would improve, and the sooner he would be able to exact his revenge. City Governor. When Duan Lingtian recalled he had learned about the child-mother floating image celestial talisman, he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, "Do you have the child-mother floating image celestial talisman with the commanders of the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army?" Chapter 26-25. Yes. Although Lu Fenggu did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question, he still nodded in response. His subordinates, the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army, each had a minor floating image celestial talisman that he had given to them. This was so he would know immediately if they were killed. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene and hear the voices through the major floating image celestial talisman. After I became a captain of the Black Dragon army, Commander Chen didn't give me a minor floating image celestial talisman. Did he forget to give it to me, or did the other captains of the Black Dragon army not have one? Duan Lingtian asked. "Brother Lingtian, do you think the minor floating image celestial talismans are as common as cabbages?" Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. "I know there are Dao talismans similar to the minor floating image celestial talismans in the mundane realms. However, those Dao talismans are only useful in the mundane realms. They're useless in the Devata realms. Moreover, those who meet the requirements to ascend to the Devata realms won't be able to bring their belongings from the mundane realms to the Devata realms. The minor floating image celestial talismans are different from ordinary floating image celestial talismans. Ordinary floating image celestial talismans are cheap, but the minor floating image celestial talismans are difficult to inscribe and require special materials. I only have a few minor floating image celestial talismans that were given to me by the county governor. Lu Fenggu continued to say, as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, I've only given the minor floating image celestial talisman to 3 people. They're Chen Xianba, the Black Dragon Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, the Silver Worm Army's commander, and Elder Hong, the Golden Serpent Guard's leader. Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. Elder Hong isn't one of the 18 Golden Serpent Guards under my command. In fact, he's the one who raised the 18 Golden Serpent Guards. They're all his disciples. As for Old Hong, he was the one who followed me from the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He's also the strongest person under me. He's even stronger than Chen Xianba and Miao Lai Long. The fact that Lu Fenggu even told Duan Lingtian all this showed how much Lu Fenggu valued Duan Lingtian. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. However, although the mother-child floating image celestial talisman is precious, it's useless in front of a great overarching golden celestial. Even if the victim has a floating image immortal talisman, as long as they are willing, the floating image immortal talisman won't work at all. Lu Fenggu continued to say, for this reason, once you've become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to block the transmission of the floating image celestial talisman to the major floating image celestial talisman. The strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal is extremely terrifying. Lu Fenggu's expression turned grim as he spoke. Great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. This was not the first time he had heard of great overarching golden celestials. In fact, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had heard of great overarching golden celestials more than once. He knew great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. Naturally, even if great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms, very few great overarching golden celestials would do so. This was because once a great overarching golden celestial went to a mundane realm, they would be tainted by the mundane karma, which would affect their cultivation. Those who were lucky would only have their cultivation speed slow down, but those who were unlucky might not be able to progress any further. Moreover, although you were able to overcome the gap between a heavenly celestial and a golden celestial with your profound celestial methods and divine abilities, that's only because the gap between a violet moon heavenly celestial and a scarlet sun golden celestial is not that big. On the other hand, the gap between a peak golden celestial and a violet sun golden celestial is like a chasm. It can be said that the gap between a violet sun golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial is huge. For example, if you're a violet moon heavenly celestial, you can easily defeat a scarlet sun golden celestial who has only mastered yellow-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if you're a great overarching golden celestial, you can easily defeat a violet sun golden celestial who has mastered a profound grade celestial method and divine abilities with just the yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered. Many violet sun golden celestials can't break through and become great overarching golden celestials in their entire lives. Once they break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, it means they've truly become a powerhouse in the Devata realms. Although there's still a huge gap between them and those who are stronger than them, they're strong enough to look down on heavenly celestials and golden celestials. Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian realize the difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial. That was a gap as wide as a chasm. In the Devata realms, only great overarching golden celestials were considered true powerhouses. City Governor, are there any great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. One of them is our county governor. As for the other person, Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with hatred when he mentioned the other person. It was as though he was about to devour Duan Lingteng. The other person is the first revered elder who killed your direct disciple and forced you to leave the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County to come to Bloody Spectre City. Isn't that the first revered elder? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Based on Lu Fenggu's reaction, he could guess who the other great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County was. Yes, it's him. Lu Fenggu took a deep breath to suppress the hatred in his heart before he nodded. A great overarching golden celestial? Governor, you're really good at making things difficult for me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, although Lu Fenggu had promised Duan Lingtian that if he felt that Duan Lingtian should not be killed after he arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County, it would not be considered a breach of the promise. However, after spending some time with Lu Fenggu, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Lu Fenggu's character. Lu Fenggu was most likely not lying to him. There was a high chance that the other person should be killed. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to escape from this agreement. With your celestial methods, divine abilities, and the ability to steal other people's celestial weapons, you might be able to defeat him even if you haven't become a great overarching golden celestial. With your innate talent, it won't take long for you to break through and become a violet sun golden celestial, a peak golden celestial. As long as you become a violet sun golden celestial, you'll be able to overcome the gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial. You'll be able to capture him and bring him to me so I can kill him. Lu Fenggu said confidently. The gap between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was huge. However, with the various means that the purple-clad young man had mastered, it was possible for him to cross that gap and defeat a great overarching golden celestial with his cultivation base of an ordinary gold celestial. Governor, you really think highly of me. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly again. It's not that I think highly of you, but you have the potential. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he changed the topic. Brother Lingtian, what did you do after leaving the city governor's estate today? I went to buy some memory celestial talismans that recorded the basic knowledge of the Devata realms. After all, I've just ascended to the Devata realms, so there are many things I don't know yet. Duan Lingtian said. That's true. Lu Fenggu nodded. When I first ascended to the Devata realms, I didn't know much about the Devata realms either. It was only after I completed my service in the Celestial Stone Mine in another city that I regained my freedom that I learned about the Devata realms. The city governor is also an ascender. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Lu Fenggu nodded. A hint of reminiscence could be seen in his eyes as he said, it's been more than 1,000 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, I wasn't as strong as you. I was captured and sent to the Celestial Stone Mine as soon as I ascended. It's been more than 1,000 years, but you still haven't become a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian did not expect Lu Fenggu had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for such a long time. Do you think everyone is like you? Lu Fenggu said with a hint of annoyance when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, even I'm considered one of the most talented ascenders. After ascending for more than 1,000 years, I've already become an indigo sun golden celestial. Back then, it took me a few decades to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial and become a violet moon heavenly celestial. However, it only took you a few months. Although the cultivation environment and resources I enjoyed back then were not as good as yours, your innate talent is heaven-defying compared to those who have ascended from the mundane realms. Lu Fenggu continued to praise Duan Lingtian for his heaven-defying innate talent. Even though I've ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for more than 1,000 years, I've never heard of anyone who managed to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months. Apart from that, I've never heard of anyone with monstrous innate talent in the Devata realms who managed to break through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time. Lu Fenggu continued to say. Lu Fenggu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He was not surprised by Lu Fenggu's words. After all, he had 99 heavenly veins. He was not an ordinary celestial city governor. Chapter 26-26. Celestial Fire? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was very sensitive to the words celestial fire. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu would have such a reaction. After a while, Lu Fenggu regained his senses and nodded. A celestial fire is the foundation of a celestial alchemist and a celestial weapon craftsman. Are you interested in a celestial fire, Brother Lingtian? Duan Lingtian nodded. When I was in the mundane realm, I used to be an alchemist and a weapon craftsman. Through the memory celestial talisman, I learned about alchemy and weapon crafting in the Devata realms. I discovered that the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms are similar to the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the Devata realms. In fact, I can use the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms to refine pills and weapons in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are many outstanding celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms. They're only able to stand out because of their foundation in alchemy and weapons crafting in the mundane realms. In the Devata realms, although there are differences in pill refinement and weapon forging techniques, the most important thing is still the celestial fire. Without a celestial fire, it's impossible for you to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman no matter how skilled you are. Lu Fenggu said, Brother Lingtian, let's put aside the fact that a celestial fire is hard to come by. What's the highest grade of celestial pills and celestial weapons you can refine in the Devata realms with your alchemy and weapon crafting techniques? Lu Fenggu asked. Many people who had ascended to the Devata realms had high attainments in pill refinement and weapon crafting. Once they obtained a high-grade celestial fire, they would be able to refine mediocre celestial pills, mediocre celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. Naturally, there were very few people who were able to refine prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the mundane realms. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. I don't have a problem refining prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. As for the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons, I'll have to continue studying it. I don't think I need to refine it, I need to refine it. Duan Lingtian said he did not feel there was a need to conceal it. After all, without a celestial fire, he would still Lingtian would celestial had Fenggu's Lu Feng's knowledge was Alalal alchemist. It was the speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had the heart. He Fenggu heard done, as heard do as he Lu Li heard do as soon as he said as, he was he. He Duan was as was there Duan Lingtian? For this reason he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It should be noted that those who had just ascended to the Devata realms who were capable of refining prominent celestial pills and prominent celestial weapons were extremely rare even if they did not possess a celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's cultivation innate talent could be said to be heaven-defying, and it had already shocked him greatly. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's alchemy and weapon crafting techniques. Unfortunately, without a celestial fire, it's impossible for me to study the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian sighed. Brother Lingtian. Lu Fenggu narrowed his eyes as his expression turned solemn. It was as though he had made up his mind. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu in confusion. He had also noticed Lu Fenggu's strange expression. After you've avenged me, I'll give you a clue about the celestial fire. I'll tell you where it is and you can go and collect it. Moreover, the celestial fire might not be as simple as a primitive celestial fire. It might be a mediocre celestial fire. Lu Fenggu said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You have a clue about the celestial fire? Moreover, It might be a mediocre celestial fire? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would have a clue about the celestial fire. Moreover, the celestial fire might be a mediocre celestial fire. After recovering from his surprise, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I obtained this clue by accident before I left the county city of Nine Spectres County. I've been to the place where the celestial fire is hidden, but I didn't have the ability to obtain it. I think one would have to be a great overarching golden celestial to obtain the celestial fire. Although I didn't manage to obtain the celestial fire, I set up a few concealment formations at the place where the celestial fire is hidden. Unless one's a great overarching golden celestial or stronger uses their divine consciousness to search the area, it's impossible to find it. Lu Fenggu continued to say, at that time, when I discovered I didn't have the ability to obtain the celestial fire, I thought of telling Lord County Governor about it. However, my direct disciple was killed by Zhou Tong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with rage when he reached the end of his sentence. I went to look for Lord County Governor and asked him for help. I had already planned to tell Lord County Governor about the celestial fire if he was willing to stand up for my direct disciple. However, for the sake of the bigger picture, Lord County Governor only said a few words to Zhou Tong. Naturally, I knew I had no choice but to do so even if I were Lord County Governor. After all, Zhou Tong was the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. He was second only to Lord County Governor in Nine Spectres County. After that, I was forced to leave by Zhou Tong. Although I don't resent Lord County Governor, I didn't intend to tell him about the celestial fire. I kept it in my heart and thought I'd obtain the celestial fire if I had the chance to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he continued to speak. For this reason, after I came to Bloody Spectre City, I searched for a lot of memory celestial talismans that were related to pill refinement and weapon forging. However, before I obtained the celestial fire, I didn't know how to refine pills or forge weapons. I could only understand some theories. Lu Fenggu could not help but smile bitterly as he continued to say, at that time, I regretted not studying alchemy and equipment crafting when I was still in the mundane realm. Since you want the celestial fire, why are you telling me about the celestial fire now? Moreover, you promised that you'll tell me the location of the celestial fire if I help you take revenge? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The reason I told you about the celestial fire is because, Lu Fenggu replied bluntly to Duan Lingtian's question. First, it's because I don't know if I'll be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. If I don't, I can only keep the secret to myself or let someone else take advantage of it. Second, it's because your pill refinement and weapon forging skills are not low. Moreover, your innate talent is heaven-defying. Your future is limitless. Giving you the celestial fire is a form of good karma between us. Perhaps, I'll be able to benefit more from this than if I were to obtain the celestial fire. Lu Fenggu's words were frank and straightforward, without any intention of hiding anything. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes at the right time. City Governor, after hearing your words, I wish I could grow a pair of wings and fly to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County to capture revered elder Zhou Tong and bring him to you for you to deal with. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The celestial fire was too tempting for him. With your current cultivation base, even if you're stronger than most golden celestials, you're still not strong enough to deal with Zhou Tong. For this reason, even if you go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, you won't be able to avenge me in a short time. Lu Fenggu shook his head. I know. However, the celestial fire is too tempting for me. Moreover, you said the celestial fire is likely to be a mediocre celestial fire. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. If a person possessed a primitive celestial fire, it meant that he possessed the ability to deter almost all great overarching golden celestials. He would be able to make great overarching golden celestials hesitate to act against him. If a person possessed a mediocre celestial fire, they would be able to deter overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were stronger than great overarching golden celestials. If a mediocre celestial alchemist or celestial weapons craftsman decided to die together with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, they would only have to detonate their mediocre celestial fire when they were within 1,000 meters of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial fire. On the other hand, a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial might be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial alchemist, but they would still have to pay a heavy price. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the celestial fire was not a mediocre celestial alchemist. Not only could the celestial fire be used to refine celestial pills and celestial weapons, but it could also be used to intimidate great overarching golden celestials and overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Indeed, it's very likely to be a mediocre celestial fire. However, I'm not 100% certain. I just feel like it's very different from the primitive celestial fires I've heard about. It's not as simple as a primitive celestial fire, Lu Fenggu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's very different from a primitive celestial fire? Then, is it different from a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Brother Lingtian, Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile on his face, I've only heard of primitive celestial fires. I haven't even heard of mediocre celestial fires, let alone prominent celestial fires and supreme celestial fires. If that's the case, does this mean the celestial fire might be a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire? Chapter 26-27. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With his strength at that time, he could not even get close to the celestial fire hidden in that place, let alone take it for himself. However, he did not expect the celestial fire to be so powerful. The celestial fire must be a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. As far as Duan Lingtian knew, only great overarching golden celestials and above could get close to some of the rarer primitive celestial fires and take them for themselves. Naturally, primitive celestial fires were rare. Ordinary golden immortals would be able to obtain an inferior-grade immortal fire with their bare hands after discovering it. The entire process was very simple. However, he did not know much about mediocre-grade celestial fires. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, since it was a mediocre celestial fire, it was much more difficult to obtain than a primitive celestial fire. It was not surprising that only great overarching golden celestials were capable of obtaining it. For this reason, he told Duan Lingtian, the celestial fire is a rare celestial fire. The celestial fire he discovered was most likely a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Of course, it was only a possibility. He was not 100% sure. After all, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger could take away primitive celestial fires. City Lord, now that I've said this, do you regret telling me about the immortal fire? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. There's nothing to regret. Lu Fenggu shook his head. It's unlikely that the celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. Even if it is, I might not be able to take it. After all, I might not even be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. On this point, I am well aware of my own limitations. If it's a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire, even a great overarching golden celestial might not be able to take it, let alone me. Lu Fenggu could not help but laugh at himself when he reached the end of his sentence. It doesn't matter if the celestial fire is a primitive, mediocre, prominent, or supreme celestial fire. I'm very interested in it. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of anticipation flashed through his eyes. He didn't hide his desire to obtain the immortal flame's core. With Brother Lingtian's current strength, it's impossible for you to obtain the celestial fire even if you go to that place. Perhaps, You'll be able to obtain the celestial fire when you're strong enough to defeat Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu said with a smile. In the end, the city lord is still anxious to take revenge. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu deeply before he asked, Governor, if I go to the county governor's estate and discover that Zhou Tong isn't someone who should be killed as you said, and our deal is voided, will you not tell me the location of the celestial fire? Don't worry. Lu Fenggu smiled confidently. The deal between us won't be voided. In his opinion, if Zhou Tong was not someone who deserved to be killed, then there were probably not many people in the world who deserved to be killed. After a short while, Lu Fenggu bade farewell and left. Duan Lingtan returned to his room and continued to read the memory celestial talismans he had bought in Bloody Spectre City. Inscribing an immortal talisman is not as troublesome as refining pills and refining artifacts. One must first obtain a heavenly treasure like an immortal fire that can only be found by chance. As long as golden immortals and above are willing to spend some time studying it, they can inscribe immortal talismans on their own. For example, memory celestial talismans and ordinary floating image celestial talismans. As long as an ordinary golden immortal knows the runes of the corresponding celestial talismans, they can easily inscribe them. As for the mother-child floating image celestial talismans, although ordinary golden immortals can inscribe them, the materials required to inscribe them are too rare and precious. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms. Whether it's the memory celestial talismans or the floating image celestial talismans, they're only assist-type celestial talismans. As for the offensive, defensive, and movement celestial talismans, they can only be inscribed by great overarching golden immortals. The higher the grade of the celestial talismans, the more powerful they are. Moreover, some high-grade celestial talismans can be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Naturally, some powerful offensive celestial talismans can also be used to kill. For example, many young celestials with powerful backgrounds have powerful celestial talismans inscribed by their seniors to save their lives at a critical moment. After learning about the celestial talismans, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the information recorded in the other memory celestial talismans. In the Devata realms, there's no distinction between Dao cultivators and martial cultivators. This is because some of the powerful celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms can draw upon the heaven and earth energy to attack, unlike in the mundane realms. There's also the heavenly veins. Those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are all extremely talented. Their cultivation speed is not something ordinary celestials can compare to. In the mundane realms, those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. However, that's not the case in the Devata realms. In fact, some natives have 81 or more saint veins due to their good genes. Duan Lingtian was shocked. As expected of the Devata realms. To think that 81 heavenly veins is so common in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. The number of heavenly veins affects one's cultivation speed and the speed at which one can mobilize one's celestial origin energy. Those with more heavenly veins have an advantage in both aspects. However, in the Devata realms, having more heavenly veins doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to surpass those who don't have as many heavenly veins. There are all kinds of fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms, and anything is possible. In fact, some heavenly emperors who rule over Devata realms don't even have 81 heavenly veins. Having more heavenly veins only means one has a higher starting point. Most of the time, one has to rely on oneself and fortuitous encounters in the future. After reading the information, Duan Lingtian put away the feeling of superiority he had since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Senior Feng Qingyang was able to make a name for himself in the Devata realms in just 100,000 years, even though he only has 81 heavenly veins. He even became a heavenly emperor who rules over one of the 81 Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian was still in the mundane realm, He had heard that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang possessed 81 saint veins. The saint veins in the mundane realm, he came from, were the heavenly veins in the Devata realms. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure Senior Feng Qingyang would still be in the solitary destructive heaven, enjoying his position as the heavenly emperor. Now, he's trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Furthermore, that place, even if a heavenly emperor goes in, it's close to certain death. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes as he thought about this. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled violently. If anything happens to Senior Feng Qingyang Yunqin Yen, I'll tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that were filled with extreme hatred. When he opened his mouth to speak, he let out a hysterical roar that was close to gnashing his teeth. A month later, 3 figures shot out of Bloody Spectre City like 3 bolts of lightning and left the city. The leader of the trio was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his movements exuded an otherworldly aura. The old man led the way. 2 young men followed closely behind him. Of these 2 young men, one wore purple clothes, and the other wore black clothes. Both of them were tall, had distinct facial features, and were handsome. Moreover, their faces revealed a bit of coldness, and it was as if they kept others 1,000 miles away. The trio was none other than Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and the special envoy from the county city of 9 Spectres County. The special envoy from the county governor's estate was the gray-clad old man who led the way. He had arrived early in the morning. After declining the city governor's invitation to stay a night in Bloody Spectre City, he led Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu out of Bloody Spectre City in the direction of the county city of 9 Spectres County. Qin Yu, I've read the memory immortal talisman that City Governor Lu gave me about you. Half a year ago, you were only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army under the command of Bloody Spectre City? Suddenly, the old man who was leading the way turned around and looked at Qin Yu, who was beside Duan Lingnan. Qin Yu nodded. I've long heard that Bloody Spectre City has close to 10 golden immortals under the age of 100. I didn't expect that one of the 2 spots to go to the county governor's estate would be obtained by someone who was only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. How rare. You're not bad at all. The old man praised Qin Yu as he reached the end of his sentence. Thank you for your praise, Special Envoy. Qin Yu's originally calm face slightly squeezed out a smile. The old man nodded at Qin Yu before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought to himself, since the city governor gave the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about Qin Yu, he must have also given the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about me. I wonder, how did the city governor introduce me in the memory immortal talisman? Although he did not know how Lu Fenggu had introduced him in the memory immortal talisman, he knew Lu Fenggu would not harm him. After interacting with Lu Fenggu, he was certain Lu Fenggu was not a despicable person. Chapter 26-28. Duan Lingtian, City Governor Lu said in the memory celestial talisman that you only joined the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. Moreover, as soon as you joined the Black Dragon Army, you killed a centurion who's a golden celestial with a single blow. Then, in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, you severed the arm of Yang Kongping, a chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping is one of the top 3 chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army. He's an orange sun golden celestial. The old man leading the way in front, who was also the county governor's estate's special envoy, glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. It's precisely because of this that City Governor Lu directly reserved a spot for you. It's clear that City Governor Lu thinks highly of you. It's all thanks to the city governor's kindness. Duan Lingtian replied humbly. You don't have to be humble. The old man smiled faintly. The fact that you're able to defeat an orange sun golden celestial who's one of the top 3 chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army when you're not even 100 years old shows that you're one of the strongest golden celestials in Bloody Spectre City. City Governor Lu has always been a steady person. You're worthy of being given a spot in the Black Dragon Army. When the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of approval in his eyes. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was very confident. Based on Duan Lingtian's battle results, he was certain Duan Lingtian was the strongest golden celestial in Bloody Spectre City. Even Qinyu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Since the old man had only stayed in Bloody Spectre City for a short time, he had not heard the rumor that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. Of course, even if he had heard the rumor, he would not believe it, just like the majority of the people in Bloody Spectre City. What a joke! A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven was capable of defeating Yang Kongping, who was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Kiliarchs of the Silverworm Army? Although Duan Lingtian's soul was protected by the defective metal piece, and it was difficult for ordinary people to detect his age through his soul. However, in the Devata realms, powerhouses above the golden celestial realm could determine a person's age based on the aura of their flesh and blood. Because of this, the moment the old man saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian was indeed less than 100 years old. All of you only know that I'm the special envoy of the county governor's estate, but you don't know my name. My name is Xianxia, and I'm an inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate. The old man's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Qinyu as he unhurriedly introduced himself. An inner mansion elder? Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the old man's words, but Qinyu was shocked. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder Xianxia? As far as I know, there are only 13 inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate of the 9 Spectres County. Each of the inner mansion elders is a violet sun golden celestial." After saying those words, Qinyu once again looked to the old man with a gaze filled with respect. Although he knew the old man was the envoy of the county governor's estate, he did not know the old man was a violet sun golden celestial, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. A violet sun golden celestial was a peak golden celestial who was closest to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm from the beginning until the end. This was because Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had told him about the old man through voice transmission before he left Bloody Spectre City. For this reason, he knew the old man was an inner mansion elder. The old man was an inner elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Moreover, he was a violet sun golden celestial. It's a long journey from the county city of 9 Spectres County to the 9 cities of 9 Spectres County. It's inevitable that we'll encounter some robbers along the way. Among those robbers, there's no lack of violet sun golden celestials. Xianxia, an inner court elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, said, "For this reason, all of the people sent by the county governor's estate to the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County are inner court elders. This is to ensure your safety as much as possible." Qinyu nodded. "Elder Xianxia." Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and asked curiously, "Do you know why the county governor's estate is recruiting 2 golden celestials below the age of 100 like me and Qinyu from the 9 cities of 9 Spectres County?" "I'm not too sure about the details, but I heard it has something to do with King Qin's mansion," Xianxia replied. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had asked for nothing. After all, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had already told him about this. Qinyu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a peculiar glint in his eyes when Xianxia mentioned King Qin's mansion. Due to the glint in his eyes, neither Duan Lingtian nor Xianxia noticed it. "We were just talking about robbers. I didn't expect that someone would set their sights on us so quickly." Xianxia suddenly turned his head and his gaze fell on the sky in front of him. He seemed to have discovered something and said in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Qinyu's eyes shifted to the sky in front of them. However, he discovered that the clouds in front of him were a little different from the clouds in other parts of the sky. Almost immediately after Xianxia, Duan Lingtian and Qinyu looked at the sky in front of them. bush, 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 bush. Behind the clouds in the sky in front of them, several figures dashed out and swooped down. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the three of them. We've been discovered, as expected of a violet sun golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian's group of three was surrounded by more than 20 people, two old figures descended from the sky unhurriedly and appeared in the path of Duan Lingtian's group of three. Surprisingly, they were two old men. One of them was dressed in a black robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. The old man dressed in a black robe was skinny like a bamboo pole while the old man dressed in a white robe was fat like a ball. At this moment, both of them were looking at Xianxia. When Qin Yu heard that Xianxia was truly worthy of being a purple sun golden immortal, his expression changed again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. It meant Xianxia was not afraid of a violet sun golden celestial. Even Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he heard the old man's words. He thought to himself, "Are we that lucky? We encountered a violet sun golden celestial so soon after we left Bloody Spectre City? Since great overarching golden celestials did not bother to rob celestials in a small place like Nine Spectres County, Duan Lingtian did not think the two old men were great overarching golden celestials since they were not afraid of Xianxia. However, since they were not afraid of Xianxia, it meant there was a violet sun golden celestial among them. In fact, there might be more than one violet sun golden celestial among them. How dare you show yourself after probing my cultivation base? At the same time, Xianxia looked at the two old men and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the two of you must be the famous raiders in Nine Spectres County, the black and white heroes." "That's right. You have good eyes." The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes, which were squeezed by the fat on his face. A harmless smile appeared on his face. "I've long heard that the black and white heroes are violet sun golden celestials. Moreover, they're very cunning and have 3 burrows. Our county governor's estate has sent people out many times with the intention of eliminating both of you, but it's difficult to track you down." A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face when he heard the white-clad old man's words. "What a coincidence. It seems like I'm in luck." Although there was a smile on his face, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous glint. The county governor's estate. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the white-clad old man and the black-clad old man's expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the over 20 people surrounding Duan Lingtian's group of 3 changed drastically. Moreover, their bodies began to tremble violently due to the shock they received. The county governor's estate. It was one of the most powerful forces in the Nine Spectres County, and it could even be said to be the most powerful force in the county. Over the years, the county governor's estate had sent people to annihilate them many times. As a result, they did not dare to stay in one place for too long. They had only recently arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. They did not expect to meet people from the county governor's estate here. Initially, they thought the violet sun golden celestial was a big fish. They did not expect him to be from the county governor's estate. "Are you really from the county governor's estate?" The black-clad old man took a deep breath before he looked at Xianxia and said, "As long as you can show us your identity token, not only will our organization not make things difficult for you, but we're also willing to give you 1,000 mediocre celestial stones as an apology." If they could confirm Xianxia was from the county governor's estate, they could not afford to offend him. Even if Xianxia was weaker than them, they did not dare to kill him. If Xianxia was killed, they would infuriate the county governor's estate. At that time, the county governor's estate might even send great overarching golden celestials to hunt them down. In the past, the county governor's estate could not find them because they did not send great overarching golden celestials. If a great overarching golden celestial were to make a move, unless they left Nine Spectres County, they would be in danger of being discovered. There's no need for that. Xianxia said indifferently, "Since the black and white heroes have shown up today, don't even think about leaving." The coldness in Xianxia's eyes intensified when he finished speaking. "How boastful of you." The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he heard Xianxia's words. he said in a deep voice. Sir, there are 3 of you, and you're the only Violet Sun Golden Celestial. If we fight, you might not be a match for us. If you insist on going your own way, don't blame us for ignoring the county governor's estate and killing you. Chapter 26-29. 2 Violet Sun Golden Celestials? When Xianxia heard that the 2 old men before him, the black and white heroes, were both Purple Sun Golden Immortals, Xianxia's expression changed completely. Even Duan Lingtian had a grave expression on his face when he heard Xianxia's words. However, when he saw Xianxia's reaction, he realized Xianxia was not afraid at all. Xianxia did not seem to be afraid of the 2 old men even though they were both Violet Sun Golden Celestials. Based on his words, it was as though he was confident he could kill the 2 old men on his own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression calmed down. It was not because of Xianxia's confidence, but it was because he was confident in his own strength. Violet Sun Golden Celestials would not be able to kill a Violet Sun Golden Celestial unless they mastered profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily deal with them without using the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Even if the Violet Sun Golden Celestials only mastered profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he could easily kill them if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Naturally, he would not use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, unless it was absolutely necessary. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was his trump card. Unless he had no other choice, he would not reveal it easily. Is that so? Xianxia smiled faintly in the face of the black-robed old man's threat. However, the cold light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He shouted sternly, "Let's go." He said coldly, "Go ahead and try." Based on his words, he did not take the black-clad old man's threat seriously at all. "May I know who you are from the county governor's estate?" The white-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw Xianxia's domineering attitude. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Xianxia again. There were only 2 possibilities for Xianxia to be so unyielding even after learning their identities. The first possibility was that Xianxia was deliberately mystifying them. The second possibility was that Xianxia was not afraid of them at all. In fact, he was confident he could defeat both of them and kill them. Based on the current situation, the possibility of the first possibility was very slim. Remember, the person who's going to kill you is Xianxia from the county governor's estate of 9 Spectres County. As Xianxia's voice faded, his body suddenly shook again. A powerful and violent energy swept out from his body in a timely manner. Like a tornado, it brought him swiftly towards the black and white duo. Xianxia? The second strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County? As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the expressions of the black and white duo changed completely. The white-robed old man couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His eyes were filled with fear. Xianxia! He was the inner mansion of the county governor, mansion of county. In the entire 9 Spectres County, there was only one person below the great overarching golden celestial realm. The strongest celestial? When Duan Lingtian and Xianxia heard the white-robed old man's exclamation, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Because they did not expect the person who was escorting them to the county city of 9 Spectres County would be so powerful. The worried expression on Xianxia's face disappeared instantly. With such a powerhouse by his side, what was there to be worried about? Lord Xianxia, if you're willing to spare our lives, we're willing to give you our life savings. When the white-robed old man and the black-robed old man saw Xianxia move, they repeatedly cried out as they retreated. Based on their words, they also wanted to use the lifetime savings of the black and white heroes in exchange for their lives. Xianxia snorted when he heard the white-clad old man's words. He said disdainfully, Lord County Governor has already ordered that whoever kills the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man will have to take everything from the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man. If I kill both of you, your life savings will be mine as well. Xianxia did not give the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man any chance of retreating. Big brother, since he's unwilling to let us live, let's fight it out with him. I'd like to see if he's worthy of being called the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County after a great overarching golden celestial. The black-clad old man's expression turned cold when he saw Xianxia was not giving them any chance of retreating. All right. At this time, the white-robed old man also knew that he had no other choice. The pair of small eyes behind the fat squinted, and a cold and sharp light flashed through them. Following that, he unleashed his celestial origin energy that he had been accumulating for a long time. All of you, make your move and kill those two brats. Even if we're going to die in Xianxia's hands, we must kill the two brats by his side. The black-clad old man did not forget to order his subordinates as his celestial origin energy surged. Xianxia did not expect the black-clad old man to give such an order. His expression changed immediately. Although he was confident he could kill the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man, it would still take him some time. If the subordinates of the black and white heroes really disregarded their own lives and attacked Duan Lingtian and Qinyu, whom he was escorting this time, Duan Lingtian and Qinyu would definitely die. As far as he knew, among the subordinates of the black and white heroes, the weakest was a crimson sun golden celestial while the strongest was a yellow sun golden celestial. Boom! With a boom, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt as he drew closer and closer to the black and white heroes. His vast power slammed into the air, causing a deafening explosion. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared coldly at the 20 or so subordinates of the black and white heroes. He was prepared to kill these 20 or so people first before dealing with the black and white heroes. The expressions of the 20 or so people who were targeted by Xianxia all changed greatly. Ha! Xianxia, it seems that you care a lot about these two brats? When the black-robed old man saw Xianxia's action, he laughed and rushed out with the white-robed old man. They tacitly blocked Xianxia's path. At the same time, they didn't forget to give orders to the group of people under them. Kill them. Don't worry about Xianxia. Xianxia became anxious when he heard the black-robed old man's order. His eyes flashed coldly. My target today is the black and white heroes. As long as you stay where you are and don't act rashly, I'll spare your lives. For the sake of Duan Lingtian and Qinyu's safety, Xianxia made a compromise with the group of people surrounding the two Duan Lingtian and Qinyu. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the eyes of the people surrounding the two Duan Lingtian brightened. Don't believe his nonsense. The black-robed old man seemed to have noticed his subordinate's hesitation. He said coldly, all of you, quickly kill those two brats and scatter. Big brother and I will do our best to stop Xianxia so that all of you have enough time to escape. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he heard the black-robed old man's words. Kill them. The moment the black-robed old man's words left his mouth, the 20 over people surrounding Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated and instantly made their move. Waves of vast and majestic energy swept toward Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. They trusted the black-robed old man more than Xianxia. You're seeking death. When Xianxia realized it was too late for him to compromise with the black and white heroes, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a loud shout, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a tornado and swept toward the black and white heroes who were blocking his path. Xianxia, this is your own choice. Even if they die, it's your fault. The black-robed old man said with a ruthless expression on his face as he charged toward Xianxia. As for the white-robed old man, he joined the black-robed old man in charging toward Xianxia when he realized there was no way out for him. On the other side, they're all golden celestials? Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by their strength, he was not as terrified as Qinyu when faced with the attacks from more than 20 people. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a fountain through his 99 heavenly veins. It turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that emitted the sound of sword whistling in the air. Bush, 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 bush. The dazzling sword lights were like dazzling suns when looked at from afar. They were dazzling to the extreme and dazzling to the extreme. Elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian took out a celestial sword. It was the primitive celestial weapon he had obtained after coming to the spirit overarching heaven. To him, it was already an honor to be able to make him attack the group of people in front of him like this. These people were not worthy of him using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Bush, 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 bush. Without using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian unleashed the sword formation. The 13 golden celestials did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. Blood splattered from the sky as though it was raining blood. While Duan Lingtian was killing the 13 golden celestial raiders, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Qinyu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was severely injured by the remaining 11 golden celestials. The follow-up attacks of the 11 golden immortal raiders rained down on him like a downpour. Am I going to die here today? Qinyu's expression was one of despair. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He still had too many things he wanted to do. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when Qinyu was in despair, at the critical moment, a series of ear-piercing sword whistles entered his ears from afar. Immediately after, he saw a sword flash across the sky before his eyes. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 2630. In Qinyu's eyes, the sword ray that streaked across the sky before his eyes was like a ray of light that lit up the darkness and pulled him out from the abyss of darkness. Duan Lingtian? When he realized it was Duan Lingtian who had made the move, he was shocked to see the sword ray. The sword ray that had blocked the attacks of the 11 golden celestials continued to surge forward and shrouded the 11 golden celestials who were charging at him. It was as though a dam had been breached, drowning all of them. No! Unlike the dozen or so bandits who were killed by Duan Lingtian in such a domineering manner, this group of bandits only regained their senses after a while. Faced with Duan Lingtian's unstoppable sword formation, they could not help but scream in agony. After that, only a rain of blood could be seen falling from the sky. Bush. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and waves of invisible energy swept out and collected the spatial rings of the 20 over people he had just killed that were shrouded in the bloody mist. All of these could be considered as his spoils of war. How's this possible? Damn it! How can this purple-clad young man be so strong? The black and white heroes, who were retreating under Xianxia's attacks, also discovered that their subordinates had all been killed. For a moment, they took the time to glance at the purple figure not far away, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of shock. However, after their shock, they hurriedly recovered from their shock and focused on dealing with Xianxia's attacks, not daring to be distracted again. Thank you, Duan Lingtian. Qinyu looked at Duan Lingtian, and besides the shock in his eyes, he said with a serious expression, I, Qinyu, owe you a life. It's nothing. Don't mention it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Qinyu's words. If it was someone else, I would have saved them too. I know. Qinyu nodded. However, his gaze was as firm as before. However, this does not affect the fact that I, Qinyu, owe you a life. Facing the stubborn Qinyu, Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly, but did not say anything more. However, even though he appeared to be helpless, in his heart he rather admired Qinyu's stubbornness. At the very least, it can be seen that this Qinyu was a person who knew how to be grateful. Elder Xianxia sighed, should be coming to a conclusion soon. A moment later, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed in the distance. Under Xianxia's relentless barrage of attacks, the black and white heroes were forced to retreat again and again, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on for much longer. About 15 minutes later, bang, bang, Accompanied by two loud sounds, Xianxia had found a flaw in the black and white heroes. He broke through their defenses in one fell swoop and sent the two of them flying, heavily injuring them. The black and white heroes, who were heavily injured and sent flying, each spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their sorry figures shot out like arrows from a bow, and they barely managed to stop after a while. Big brother, let's use soul attacks to kill that purple-clothed brat. Seeing Xianxia chasing after them, the eyes of the black-robed old man, who knew that he would die, suddenly turned cold. He immediately transmitted his voice to the white-robed old man beside him and said in a determined tone, "Okay." The white-robed old man also had the will to die, so he cooperated with the black-robed old man and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. Duan Lingtian, who was being stared at by the black and white heroes, could not help but be startled for a moment. When he saw the cruel sneers on the black and white heroes' faces, he felt his hair stand on end for a moment, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. Not good. Xianxia, who was chasing after the black and white heroes, saw that the black and white heroes ignored his attacks and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. In a moment, he realized what the black and white heroes wanted to do, and his expression changed greatly. Almost as soon as Xianxia's expression changed drastically, the black and white hero's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, a dark gray flowing light shot out from between their eyebrows in a very crude and simple direction toward Duan Lingtian. It was the soul attack that they had cast. Although Duan Lingtian had disappeared from his original spot in a flash, the two dark gray flowing lights were still firmly locked onto him. It was as though they would not stop until they entered his body. Moreover, the speed of the two dark gray flowing lights was so fast that it was even faster than the speed at which Duan Lingtian had fled. Duan Lingtian had flashed a few times, but they were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. The two dark flowing lights were about to enter Duan Lingtian's body. Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, another dark gray flowing light shot out. This time, Xianxia had cast a soul attack in an attempt to block the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, like the black and white heroes, he was not good at soul attacks. Therefore, his soul attack could only block one of the soul attacks from the black and white heroes. The remaining soul attack, the dark gray flowing light, directly entered Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. The black and white heroes smiled cruelly. When Qin Yu saw the cruel smiles on the black and white heroes' faces, he seemed to have realized something. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian. Just when they thought Duan Lingtian was about to collapse from the soul attack from the purple sun golden celestial. The soul attack from a purple sun golden celestial is indeed fast. Unfortunately, soul attacks of your level are not enough to break through the protection of my soul defense celestial weapon. Not only did Duan Lingtian not fall, but he even glanced at the black and white duo indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. With the mysterious defective metal piece, he was, naturally, not afraid of the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Earlier, he had moved to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes because he wanted to see if he could dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, he discovered something else. Unless he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, to help him escape, he would not be able to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Soul defense celestial weapon? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black and white heroes' expressions changed drastically. They were so angry that they threw up another mouthful of blood. Their faces turned even paler. They did not expect this. They did not expect the purple-clad young man next to Xianxia would possess a soul defense celestial weapon. Moreover, the soul defense celestial weapon that could withstand the soul attack from golden celestials was at least a mediocre celestial weapon. Along with the waves of solidified wind blades that were swept up by the tornado, the black and white heroes finally died in Xianxia's hands. Only 2 storage rings were left, and they were pulled into Xianxia's hand by an invisible force that extended out with a raise of his hand. Phew, Qin Yu heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. Elder Xianxia. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the 20 spatial rings that he had collected earlier. He used an invisible force to pull them toward Xianxia. These are your spoils of war. Keep them for yourself. Xianxia said with a faint smile as he pushed the 20 spatial rings back to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Xianxia's gaze toward Duan Lingtian was completely different. In the past, although he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 subordinates of the Black and White heroes. The strongest subordinate of the Black and White heroes was a yellow sun-golden celestial. Even the weakest subordinate was a scarlet sun-golden celestial. Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 golden celestials in one go. Even if the golden celestials were caught off guard, it was not something an ordinary golden celestial could do. At the very least, one had to be a powerful blue sun-golden celestial to be able to do this. A blue sun-golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. He's definitely the strongest among the 18 people selected from the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. Even the 12 golden immortals under the age of 100 that our county governor's mansion picked from 9 Spectres County can't compare to him. Xianxia thought to himself. Thank you, Elder Xianxia. When Duan Lingtian saw Xianxia pushing the spatial rings back to him, he quickly put them away and thanked Xianxia. Duan Lingnan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought both of you were going to die at the hands of the Black and White heroes. If that's the case, I won't be able to explain myself to Lord County Governor even if I return to the County Governor's estate. Xianxia sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. No matter what, this time I owe you a favor. Xianxia said. You're too kind, Elder Xianxia. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I only did what I did to save my own life. I'm afraid I can't accept your favor, Elder Xianxia. If I say you can accept it, then you can accept it. There's no need for you to decline. Xianxia waved his hand, signaling Duan Lingtian to stop declining. Then he shook his head and said, I really don't understand. Everyone wants me to owe them a favor. But when it comes to you, you actually want to tactfully reject my favor. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, but he did not say anything else. What else could he say at this moment? No matter what, Xianxia wanting to owe him a favor was something that would only benefit him. It could be said that he was taking advantage of the situation. With your innate talent and strength, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in our county governor's mansion. When we arrive at the county governor's mansion, I'll personally look for the county governor and recommend you. I'll do my best to provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Xianxia said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Xianxia. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xianxia's words. He thanked Xianxia sincerely. This was what he lacked the most at this moment. Chapter 2631. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu continued to follow Xianxia as they made their way to the county city of 9 Spectres County. In the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Young Master. In just a blink of an eye, a travel-worn figure appeared in front of Yun Qinyen, the great young master of the Yun clan, and bowed respectfully. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the person had a dark expression on his face. The person's expression was unsightly. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the person who bowed respectfully to Yun Qinyen as Yun Yi was the person who had almost killed him in the Yanhuang realm. His strength was comparable to a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Yun Yi had been ordered by Yun Qinyen to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he had failed due to Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, and had fled to the Divine Offering Land from Yanhuang realm. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yun Qinyen frowned when he saw Yun Ye's expression. He knew Yun Yi would not have reacted in such a manner if nothing had happened. Young master, I heard from the Xia clan that Miss Ning Shui has gone to the realm battlefield without telling the clan leader of the Xia clan. Yun Yi said in a deep voice. What? As soon as Yun Yi finished speaking, Yun Qingyan's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Yun Yi again, his eyes gleamed coldly as he asked, "Are you sure the news you heard is true?" "I've confirmed it with a few members of the Xia clan, and it's true." Yun Yi smiled wryly. "However, the clan leader of the Xia clan is in the realm battlefield as well. I'm afraid he doesn't know Miss Ning Shui has entered the realm battlefield. After all, the realm battlefield is huge, and there are many entrances. Even if Miss Ning Shui has entered, he wouldn't know. She hasn't recovered her cultivation base, right? With her current strength, even if the weak cultivators in the realm battlefield gather, she'll still die. Why would she enter the realm battlefield for no reason?" Yun Qingyan said with a dark expression. "Lady Ning Shui is the first lady of the Xia clan, and her status is precious. With her current strength, I'm afraid she only has one reason for going to the planar battlefield. She wants to recover the strength she had in her previous life as soon as possible, or even increase her strength further." Yun Yi speculated. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he heard Yun Ye's words. Naturally, he knew Yun Ye's guess was most likely correct. The reason why Xia Ning Shui went to the planar battlefield and risked her life was most likely because she wanted to increase her strength as quickly as possible. She wanted to have enough strength 1,000 years later to break the engagement between her and him. "For the sake of not marrying me, for the sake of that man, you were actually willing to risk your life and enter the planar battlefield. I'm Yun Qingyan. Do you really look down on me?" Yun Qingyan gritted his teeth and growled, "What the hell? After 1,000 years, the passage between the divine offering land and the Devata realms will open again. At that time, I'll personally go to the Devata realms and find Duan Ling Tian. I'll tear him into pieces and burn his bones into ashes so you can give up." Yun Qingyan roared as his eyes gleamed with a sharp light that was as sharp as a blade. In the surroundings of these fierce lights, it was as if the flames of hatred were burning. It was like a prairie fire that could burn everything. "In the Xia clan, third brother, did you send Ning Shui to the realm battlefield?" A tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a face full of curly whiskers asked in a deep voice as he hastily approached Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, who was dressed sloppily. He looked like a furious lion as he glared at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice, "Second brother, what did you say? I don't understand." In the face of the middle-aged man's questioning, Xianxia merely glanced at him indifferently before he continued to water the flowers. "If it weren't for you, no one in the clan would dare to send her to the realm battlefield. With her current strength, it's impossible for her to enter the realm battlefield alone." The middle-aged man was none other than Xia Tai, the second master of the Xia clan. His expression darkened as he spoke. "Second brother, there are some things you shouldn't say without evidence. Even if Big Brother is here today, I still don't understand what you're saying," Xianxia said indifferently. Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't seem to like his second brother at all. "Xianxia." Xia Tai glared at Xianxia as he said coldly, "I know you hate me and my elder brother for what happened back then. However, I'm asking you about Ning Shui now. There's no need for you to bring your emotions into this, right? Moreover, I ask myself back then, what Big Brother and I did was for your own good. If that woman didn't die, you would have died. Big Brother and I only did that to protect you." Xia Tai's voice darkened as he spoke. "Protect me?" Xianxia raised his head abruptly, revealing his face underneath his messy hair. He sneered as he said, "In my opinion, you're only protecting the Xia clan, right? I've already said that I'm willing to leave the Xia clan for her. I won't implicate the Xia clan. However, what did you do? You purposely sent me away and allowed them to take her away and kill her. You should know why I'm still alive. If it wasn't for my desire to avenge her, I wouldn't have survived until now." The mocking expression on Xianxia's face deepened as he spoke. "All right, let's not talk about what happened back then. I'm here to tell you that you're too rash. What kind of place is the realm battlefield? With Ning Shui's current strength, she'll definitely die if she goes there." Xia Tai said in a deep voice, "If anything happens to her, you'll be the one who indirectly caused her death. Don't you love her a lot? Why are you so foolish to send her there?" As he spoke, The anger that had dissipated from Xia Tai's face resurfaced once again. I'm foolish? Xia Jie sneered. Both of us know that Big Brother is the most foolish one. Shui has already found a home in this life and even gave birth to a daughter. However, Big Brother still wants her to marry that brat from the Yun clan. Is the clan's interest really more important than his daughter's happiness? Xia Jie asked coldly as he looked at Xia Tai. That's right. I was the one who sent Shui to the realm battlefield. My happiness has been destroyed by you and the Xia clan. I don't want my niece's happiness to be destroyed by you and the Xia clan as well. When Xia Jie spoke again, he admitted that he was the one who sent Xia Ning Shui to the realm battlefield. Moreover, I promised Shui. If anything happens to her in the planar battlefield, 1,000 years later, I will safely send her daughter and her friends back to the mundane plane. Xia Jie continued to speak in a resolute and decisive tone. After he finished speaking, he disappeared from Xia Tai's sight in a flash. If you and Big Brother want to stop me from fulfilling Shui's final wish at that time, it'll be the time for us brothers to fall out. You can keep them here, but you'll have to kill me and step over my dead body. Although Xia Jie had left, he still left a message for Xia Tai. Upon hearing this, Xia Tai was so angry that his body trembled violently. His bearded face was slightly distorted. It took him a long time to calm down. At the same time, a deep sense of helplessness appeared in his gong-sized eyes. If Big Brother finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll fly into a rage again, right? Xia Tai shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened between the Yun clan and the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. At this moment, he was following Xianxia with Qin Yu as they made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. There's not even a single pill. While Duan Lingtian was going through the spatial rings of the Golden Celestial Bandits, he discovered that there was not a single pill in the spatial rings. There wasn't even a single pill in the looters' storage rings. It seems like the bottle of primitive spirit accumulating pills that the city governor gave me is really precious. This made the bottle of pills that Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had given to Duan Lingtian seem even more precious now. However, although there are no pills in their spatial rings, there are many celestial stones. There are over 100 high-grade celestial stones. As for medium-grade celestial stones, there are even more. As for low-grade celestial stones, there are countless of them. There are also some celestial weapons. There were at least 1 or 2 celestial weapons in each of the spatial rings. The original owners of these spatial rings, the bandits, were killed in just a blink of an eye. They did not even have the time to take out their celestial weapons before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. Are you really an ascender who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago like the Silverworm army said? A voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qin Yu's voice transmission. Then, he turned to look at Qin Yu and asked, "Do you believe me?" "I'm not sure if I should believe the Silverworm army's words. However, I believe you." Qin Yu replied. His words were very clear. As long as Duan Lingtian said that he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago, Qin Yu would believe him. If Duan Lingtian denied it, Qin Yu would also believe him. Is this important? When Duan Lingtian replied to Qin Yu through voice transmission, he took a deep look at Qin Yu and asked. It was not that he wanted to hide it. If it was before, he would not feel that there was anything to hide. However, after coming in contact with the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Qin Yu knew that there was no need to hide it. If this matter were to spread, it would only bring harm to him. In Bloody Spectre City, there was almost no one who could threaten him. Chapter 2632. Is this important? Qin Yu was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Following that, Qin Yu smiled faintly before he replied to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. It's not important. Qin Yu's reply ended the conversation. This Qin Yu is not a simple person. As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the strange light in Qin Yu's eyes, he knew Qin Yu was right. Qin Yu was certain Duan Lingtian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. At the same time, Duan Lingtian must have guessed the reason Qin Yu was so strong. Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian did not encounter any bandits on their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County after encountering the black and white heroes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. With the presence of Xianxia, a violet sun golden celestial, the bandits with weaker cultivation bases did not dare to provoke him when they sensed his cultivation base from afar. Even a bandit organization with a violet sun golden celestial would not dare to take the risk. Only the black and white heroes, who were led by two violet sun golden immortals, would act rashly when they discovered that there was only one violet sun golden immortal among the passers-by in order to reap the greatest benefits. Unfortunately, the black and white heroes met their match this time and were completely annihilated. 3 months later, the county city of Nine Spectres County is just up ahead. Suddenly, Xianxia's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he heard this. We've arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. What entered his eyes was an incomparably vast plain. His field of vision suddenly opened up. On this vast plain, a small black dot was constantly growing larger before his eyes. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a huge beast that was crawling on the vast land. This is the county city of Nine Spectres County? At the same time, the outline of the county city of Nine Spectres County appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. This was a huge city that was 10 times the size of Bloody Spectre City. Not only was it visually stunning, but one could also feel the majestic aura of this huge city even when standing in front of it. The gigantic city was grand and majestic, allowing carriages and horses to flow into it like a dragon. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Xianxia as they flew through the air above the Nine Spectres County. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the Nine Spectres County. At this time, Duan Lingtian also realized that the number of people around him had increased. Many people were shuttling back and forth above the county city in a hurry. Only a few of them were talking to the people around them. Very few of them were hovering in the air. 3 months. I didn't expect it to take so long to travel from Bloody Spectre City to Nine Spectres County. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Of course, he also knew that the reason why he spent 3 months was mostly because Xianxia was taking care of his and Qin Yu's speed. As for him, he also had to take care of Qin Yu's speed. His speed was completely based on Qin Yu's speed. If I travel at full speed, even if I don't use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, I'll only need half a month to travel from Bloody Spectre City to Nine Spectres County's capital. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This must be your first time in the county city, right? Xianxia turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu after they entered the city. Seeing that the two of them nodded, Xianxia began to introduce the county city of Nine Spectres County to Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Before they arrived at the county governor's mansion, Xianxia also introduced Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu to the county city of Nine Spectres County. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the county governor's mansion was the most powerful family. However, there were many clans and forces under the county governor's mansion. These family clans were affiliated with the county governor's office and managed almost all of the properties in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Every month, they had to pay half of their profits to the county governor's office, which was equivalent to paying taxes to the county governor's office. Among these clans and forces, the 5 great clans are the strongest. My Zheng clan is also one of the 5 great clans. A hint of pride appeared on Xianxia's face when he spoke up to this point. Although Xianxia had helped the Zheng clan a lot, the Zheng clan had not been able to make it this far. However, if the Zheng clan did not live up to expectations, they would not have been able to make it this far even with Xianxia's help. For example, in the county governor's mansion, there was an inner mansion elder who was widely acknowledged as the strongest great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. Even with the help of the inner mansion elder, the clan of the inner mansion elder was still useless. That was because the family members behind that inner mansion elder were all worthless people who couldn't hold up the wall. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the strength of a clan depended on many factors. It was not as simple as having a strong fist. No matter how strong one's fist was, could it be stronger than the county governor's mansion? We've arrived at the county governor's mansion. Soon after, under Zheng Qiu's lead, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu arrived at the eastern side of the county city of 9 Spectres County. They arrived at an inner city that resembled a palace. It was magnificent with golden tiles and red bricks. This is the county governor's mansion? Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu could not help but fall into a daze as they looked at the inner city that occupied more than half of the county city's eastern city. The inner city alone was twice the size of Bloody Spectre City. There's a rule in the county governor's mansion. Those below the level of great overarching golden celestial are not allowed to enter or leave the mansion without permission. Otherwise, they'll be punished severely. Zheng Qiu did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu when they arrived near the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard Zheng Qiu's words. Sure enough, he saw many people. Although there were many people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion, they were all obediently moving through the entrance. Not a single person dared to cross the walls of the county governor's mansion. It was as though there was a taboo on the walls that could not be crossed. Elder Zheng Qiu. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Zheng Qiu. When they arrived at the entrance of the county governor's estate, 2 rows of golden armored soldiers stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully at Zheng Qiu. Elder Zheng Qiu. It was not only the soldiers guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Even the people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion greeted Zheng Qiu respectfully. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Zheng Qiu was an inner court elder of the county governor's mansion. Apart from that, Zheng Qiu was the second most powerful person in 9 Spectres County below great overarching golden celestials. In other words, if the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below great overarching golden celestials was in the county governor's mansion, then Zheng Qiu would be the 4th most powerful person in the county governor's mansion after the 2 great overarching golden celestials and a peak golden celestial. How many people in the county governor's mansion would dare to disrespect such a person? Have the other inner court elders returned? Zheng Qiu asked one of the soldiers in golden armor who was guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Reporting to Elder Zheng Qiu, before you, the other 8 inner mansion elders have already returned. The golden armored soldier quickly replied. It seems like Bloody Spectre City is the furthest away from the county city of 9 Spectres County. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he heard the golden armored soldier's words. Naturally, he knew the other inner court elders Zheng Qiu was asking about were the ones who had gone to the other 8 cities in 9 Spectres County. All right. Zheng Qiu nodded at the golden armored soldier and strode into the prefectural governor's residence. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Zheng Qiu without being stopped. Are they the people Elder Zheng Qiu went to pick up this time? Which city did Elder Zheng Qiu go to pick up the people in 9 Spectres County this time? I think I heard someone mention it before. However, I forgot about it. I think Elder Zheng Qiu went to Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City? Is that the city that Lord Lu Fenggu is in charge of? That's the city. It's also the city furthest away from the county city. I really don't know why Lord Lu Fenggu left the county governor's mansion and went to such a faraway city to be the city governor. I heard there's more to this matter than meets the eye. When Duan Lingtian crossed the main entrance of the county governor's estate and entered the county governor's estate, he could only hear whispers behind him. Pumph. When Zheng Qiu snorted coldly, the people behind him shuddered like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Then, they stopped talking and did not dare to speak anymore. It seems, The city governor was a famous person in the county governor's mansion in the past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who remember him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Xianxia, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, used to stay in the county governor's mansion? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Clearly, he did not know about this matter beforehand. Faced with Qin Yu's question, Xianxia nodded. In the past, City Master Lu was an outstanding strategist beside Lord County Governor. However, because of some matters, he left the county governor's mansion and went to the Bloody Spectre City. What matters? Qin Yu was curious. He could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, was willing to leave the county governor's mansion and go to Bloody Spectre City. One must know that compared to the flourishing county city of 9 Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City was a desolate place. It's not convenient for me to tell you the details. Xianxia shook his head. Then he seemed to have recalled something. He suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'm saying if a consecrated by the name of Zhou Tong wants to take you as his disciple, you must not refuse. Chapter 2633. When Xianxia thought about how Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had left the county governor's estate, he sighed inwardly. He did not want Duan Lingtian, a young genius from Bloody Spectre City, to repeat the mistake of Lu Fenggu's direct disciple. For this reason, Xianxia reminded Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong. Before Duan Lingtian could respond to Lu Fenggu's words, Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, could not help but exclaim in a low voice, "What's the matter?" He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Elder Xianxia, is this revered Elder Zhou Tong the other great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres City?" As one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County, Zhou Tong's reputation was widespread. Almost everyone in 9 Spectres County knew about him. Therefore, Qin Yu knew about him as well. As a great overarching golden celestial, Zhou Tong was rather well known even in the various counties under King Qin's mansion. That's him. Xianxia nodded as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong is one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate. His strength is second only to the county governor. Apart from that, he's also the number 1 revered elder in the county governor's estate. His status is second only to the county governor." Xianxia spoke as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know who Zhou Tong was. "Elder Xianxia, I already have a master." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Xianxia's words. He could not help but recall the story Lu Fenggu had told him previously. After a while, he regained his senses and replied calmly, "I won't accept a master. I won't acknowledge a second master in my life." Duan Lingtian said. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no joy or sorrow in his words. He was not trying to find an excuse when he said all that. Instead, it was the truth. In his heart, he had long recognized a master. It was the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met but had taught him the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Although Feng Qingyang was currently trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, nobody knew if he was still alive. However, even if Feng Qingyang really died in the Azura Hell, he, Duan Lingtian, would still regard him as his master, and only him as his master. Shua. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, do you know why City Governor Lu left the county governor's estate and went to Bloody Spectre City?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Xianxia told Duan Lingtian everything that had happened to Lu Fenggu in the county governor's estate. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian realized that Lu Fenggu's story was not true. That the story that Lu Fenggu had told him was not a fictional story. It had actually happened to Lu Fenggu. "It seems like I can't get rid of the deal with the city governor," Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he heard Xianxia's words. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, he still felt a little uneasy when he heard Xianxia's words. If I don't agree, will Zhou Tong kill me like how he killed City Governor Lu's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Xianxia. Forget it. I'll ask the city governor to do me a favor and spare your life. Xianxia seemed to have sensed Duan Lingtian's determination. He knew it was useless to try to persuade Duan Lingtian. He did not continue to persuade Duan Lingtian. Just take this as me returning the favor I owe you. Elder Xianxia. Duan Lingtian frowned and asked through voice transmission, didn't you say we came to the county governor's estate because of King Qin's mansion? If it's the Duke of Qin's manor that wants us, would revered Elder Zhou Tong dare to kill me for his own selfish desires? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, King Qin's mansion was in the county governor's estate. Since the county governor's estate had gathered a group of golden celestials below the age of 100 for King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion was bound to be the county governor's estate. This meant King Qin's mansion was in danger. These golden celestials were directly related to King Qin's mansion. Under such circumstances, would Zhou Tong, a mere revered elder of the county governor's estate, dare to kill these golden celestials? If King Qin's mansion finds out about you and values you, revered elder Zhou Tong won't dare to kill you, Xianxia said through voice transmission. However, the problem is, no matter how outstanding you are, King Qin's mansion doesn't care about you. Under such circumstances, even if revered elder Zhou Tong kills you, it'll only be an internal matter of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Perhaps, Lord County Governor knows you're outstanding. However, if you're killed by revered elder Zhou Tong, he'll only keep it a secret to protect revered elder Zhou Tong. After all, revered elder Zhou Tong will definitely infuriate King Qin's mansion. After saying so much, I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Xianxia asked in return. Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression instantly turned solemn. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Xianxia's words were nothing more than telling him one thing. Before Duan Lingtian entered King Qin's mansion's sights, even if Zhou Tong killed him, the county governor of Nine Spectres County would do everything in his power to protect Zhou Tong. After all, few people could replace Zhou Tong's value in the eyes of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It seems like I'll have to hurry up and raise my strength. That way, I'll be able to defeat Zhou Tong and bring him back to Bloody Spectre City for the city governor to deal with. After the city governor deals with him, he'll tell me where the celestial fire is. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became even more eager to become stronger. He wished he had the strength to defeat Zhou Tong as soon as possible. Elder Xianxia, where will we stay? Qin Yu asked. I don't know for now. I'll bring you to a place to settle you down for now. After that, I'll report to Lord County Governor about the black and white heroes. Qin Yu nodded. Soon after, Xianxia brought Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu to his residence. Both of you can stay here for now. If you need anything, just tell the servants. I'll go see Lord County Governor now. Xianxia said before he left. He left Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu in his residence. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is so dense. Sitting in the large courtyard of Xianxia's residence, Qin Yu narrows his eyes and says in a somewhat intoxicated manner while feeling the rich holy energy. As expected of the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County below a great overarching golden celestial. The cultivation environment here is even better than the city governor's cultivation room, Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Although he could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in Xianxia's residence was the densest, the cultivation environment here was much better. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in Xianxia's residence was much denser than the city governor's cultivation room. In other words, in terms of cultivation environment, Xianxia's residence was much better than the heaven and earth spiritual qi in Bloody Spectre City. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and discovered that Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. At some point, Qin Yu had already sat down with his legs crossed and was immersed in his practice. One could vaguely see that streams of almost mist-like holy energy of the universe were fusing into Qin Yu's body at an extremely fast speed, as if they would never stop. That's true. Compared to me, I'm sure Qin Yu is more shocked by the cultivation environment here. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, he had cultivated in the city governor's cultivation room in Bloody Spectre City before. As far as Qin Yu was concerned, the best training environment he had ever come into contact with was perhaps the valley where the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Kiliarka's tent resided. After arriving here, it was also normal for Qin Yu to feel a greater contrast than him. Phew! Duan Lingdan heaved a sigh of relief before he sat cross-legged on the ground. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand and began to cultivate. He did not consume the low-grade celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. This was because he had not fully digested the spirit-nourishing pill in his body. Therefore, there was no need for him to consume another spirit-nourishing pill for the time being. However, after 9 months, I'm only left with 2 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. 3 months ago, when he left Bloody Spectre City, he only had 4 spirit-nourishing pills left. During the 3 months on the road, he cultivated as he hurried along, and consumed 2 more spirit-nourishing pills. When I return, I'll have to think of a way to obtain more spirit-nourishing pills. Without the spirit-nourishing pills, my cultivation speed will slow down a lot. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer thought about it and immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian seemed to have lost track of time. After an unknown amount of time, it felt as though he had only cultivated for a few hours. It also felt as though he had cultivated for several days and nights. It was only when Xianxia's voice sounded in his ears that he was awakened. You two are pretty lucky. Xianxia returned and woke Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu up. He said with a smile, some time ago, Lord City Governor personally brought some elders and revered elders of the inner mansion to prepare a place for you two to cultivate. Among all the places you cultivate, it has the best cultivation environment. The heaven and earth spirit energy there is not inferior to the places where Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong cultivate. You should know that in the County Governor's mansion and the entire 9 Spectres County, the places where Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong cultivate have the best cultivation environment. A hint of envy could be seen in Xianxia's eyes when he finished speaking. Although the cultivation environment here was not bad, it was still not good. However, compared to the cultivation grounds of the County Governor of 9 Spectres County and revered Elder Zhou Tong, it was not worth mentioning at all. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Xianxia's words. Among all the places we cultivate, the place with the best cultivation environment? Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, heard some clues from Xianxia's words. Chapter 2634. Under Xianxia's lead, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left Xianxia's residence and made their way to the west of the county governor's mansion. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived at a huge stone platform on the west side of the county governor's mansion. The huge stone platform was located on a vast open space. They could vaguely see many people sparring on the open space. Moreover, when they sensed the aura of their flesh and blood, they discovered something in common. They were all younger than 100 years old. These people are the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the other 8 cities in 9 Spectres County and the outstanding Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the county city of 9 Spectres County. Like all of you, the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 were chosen from their respective cities. Similarly, the Golden Celestials were selected by the county governor's mansion. Xianxia explained to Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Upon hearing Xianxia's explanation, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu instinctively looked around the huge stone platform. They discovered there were 12 people in total. All of them had the appearance of young men. Their auras of flesh and blood were majestic and powerful. When Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looked at the 12 people, They noticed the 8 people who were sparring with each other. The other 4 people who were watching the battle turned to look at them when they saw Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looking at them. Follow the stairs at the center of the stone platform, and you'll arrive at the cultivation place in the county governor's mansion. When Zheng Qiu's voice rang in the air, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu shifted their gazes from the people around the stone platform to where Zheng Qiu was looking. They saw a huge pit in the middle of the huge stone platform. Naturally, this pit was not dug out. It was deliberately made when the stone platform was being built. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed Zheng Qiu and landed in front of a flight of stairs at the center of the stone platform. The stairs led to the huge pit on the stone platform. They could clearly see the situation inside the pit. The staircase continued to descend, and at the side of the staircase, there was a stone room. The stone rooms were equipped with stone doors. Looking down, there were more than 20 stone rooms. Moreover, these stone rooms were separated by 30 flights of stairs. There are a total of 900 steps on this flight of stairs. If you go down 30 steps, you'll reach the first stone chamber, which is the place with the worst cultivation environment. 30 more steps down, the second stone chamber has a better environment for cultivation. At the same time, Zheng Qiu introduced it to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Just down this path, to the side of the 900 steps, there are a total of 30 stone chambers. The stone chamber at the deepest part has the best cultivation environment. It's comparable to the cultivation grounds of Lord County Governor and Reverend Zhou Tong. The cultivation environment of the penultimate stone room is similar to the cultivation environment of my room. As for the cultivation environment in the third last stone room, it is similar to the cultivation environment in my courtyard. At this point, Zheng Qiu paused for a moment before continuing. Lord County Governor has named this place the Hidden Dragon Abyss. It's a place that he and many other inner court elders and reverends specially created for you to cultivate. At the same time, it's also a place to train you. If you want to obtain the best cultivation environment here, you can only rely on yourself. In the Hidden Dragon Abyss, anyone can use their own strength to seize a stone chamber. Just like the stone room with the best cultivation environment in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, as long as you can defeat its current owner, you can take over the magpie's nest and take it for yourself. Following Zheng Qiu's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood the rules of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The deeper one went into the stone chambers in the Hidden Dragon Abyss, the better the cultivation environment was. Here, no matter who it was, they could seize a stone chamber with a better cultivation environment from someone else by force. However, there were also rules when it came to challenging someone and snatching their stone chamber from them. The challenger could only defeat the person being challenged and could not intentionally injure the person being challenged. On the other hand, the person being challenged could injure the challenger as long as the challenger was not killed or crippled. The rules were set up to prevent people from challenging the stone chambers with malicious intent. In other words, if one did not have the strength to challenge the owner of the stone chamber, the person being challenged could easily injure the person being challenged as long as the person was not killed or crippled. The stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. As long as I can occupy the stone chamber for a month, I'll be able to obtain 3 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this from Zheng Qiu. After all, he did not have many spirit-nourishing pills left in his storage. If he could obtain 3 spirit-nourishing pills a month from the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, it would be great news for him. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to bid farewell to Zheng Qiu and Qin Yu before he flew toward the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. This brat is really... I haven't finished speaking yet. Zheng Qiu could guess Duan Lingtian's intention when he saw Duan Lingtian rushing into the Hidden Dragon Abyss. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Qin Yu, it seems like you're not in the mood to listen to me anymore. You'll know what I'm going to say next after staying in the Hidden Dragon Abyss for half a month. Therefore, I won't say anything else. Zheng Qiu flew into the air and left the Hidden Dragon Abyss after he spoke to Qin Yu. When Duan Lingtian dove into the Hidden Dragon Abyss, Qin Yu's eyes followed him into the hidden dragon abyss. It was only because Xianxia was present that he did not abandon Xianxia and follow Duan Lingtian. Now that Xianxia had left, he could not wait to enter the hidden dragon abyss again. He followed Duan Lingtian all the way to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. The hidden dragon abyss is going to be lively today, Xianxia thought to himself after they left the hidden dragon abyss. He was well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. Because of this, he did not doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. In his opinion, the stone chamber seemed to have been specially made for Duan Lingtian. Because he had already guessed the result, he had no interest in following Duan Lingtian into the hidden dragon abyss. The hidden dragon abyss. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He looks like a stranger. Duan Lingtian dove all the way to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. Naturally, he attracted the attention of several young men who had just walked out of the stone chambers. Their eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as they watched Duan Lingtian reach the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. In front of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian stared indifferently at the stone door in front of him. Immediately after, he raised his hand and a strong wind slapped the stone door, making a loud bang. Duan Lingtian want this stone chamber. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. Although his voice was not loud and his tone was calm, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. His words were filled with strong confidence. At the same time, Qin Yu followed Duan Lingtian to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. He wants to challenge the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss? Heavens! Where did he get his courage from? Although the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss is not even 100 years old like us, his cultivation base is already at the yellow sun-golden celestial stage. He's far stronger than us. He's a stranger. I think he just arrived today. As far as I know, the only person who's missing is someone from Bloody Spectre City. Is he from Bloody Spectre City? Apart from the young men who had just walked out of the stone chamber, there were a few young men who had heard Duan Lingtian's voice and the commotion outside. All of them turned their attention to Duan Lingtian. A group of people who had noticed the commotion began to descend from the sky. They appeared near Qin Yu and watched the development of the situation with Qin Yu. There's an unfamiliar face here. At the same time, someone noticed Qin Yu's unfamiliar face. That person should be with the purple-clad young man. Up until now, I haven't seen the two people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the two people from Bloody Spectre City. A young man said. His words were also acknowledged by the others. The sound of wind whistling could be heard again. Outside of the hidden dragon abyss, 12 figures had arrived together. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the hidden dragon abyss. When they arrived at the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian. This purple-clad young man, isn't he the person who came with Elder Xianxia earlier? Elder Xianxia seems to be in charge of the two golden immortals from Bloody Spectre City. It seems like this purple-clad young man should be one of the two people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. I remember, he had a companion with him earlier? Isn't he right there? Soon, several of the 12 people who had just entered the hidden dragon abyss all looked at Qin Yu, who was standing to one side. They recognized that Qin Yu was the one who had followed the purple-clothed youth into the hidden dragon abyss. Just as Qin Yu was being stared at by many people, boom! Rumble! Following the rumbling sound, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of the stone room in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, slowly opened the stone door. Who want to challenge me to seize this stone room? When the stone door was halfway opened, a cold voice that was neither happy nor angry came from behind the stone door. When the stone door was fully opened, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was an average-looking young man with a medium build. He looked like an ordinary person. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Chapter 2635. Zhou Fei is here. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This brat who just came from Bloody Spectre City wants to challenge Zhou Fei and occupy the best cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. I think his name is Duan Ling Tian or something. His name is quite arrogant. Not only is his name arrogant, but he's arrogant as well. He wants to challenge the owner of the best cultivation room as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Does he really think it's that easy to obtain the best cultivation room? If it's that easy, I would have made a move long ago. How badly do you think Zhou Fei will injure him? Not only did the group of young men mention the name of the current owner of the cultivation room in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, but they also thought it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to obtain Zhou Fei's cultivation room. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. He's also the godson of Lord Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He's always the center of attention in the county governor's estate. I heard revered elder Zhou Tong took a liking to Zhou Fei because of his high innate talent. He took Zhou Fei as his direct disciple and adopted Zhou Fei as his godson. Zhou Fei, who was not originally called Zhou Fei, changed his name to Zhou Fei. Rumor has it that Zhou Fei betrayed his former master and joined revered elder Zhou Tong. I heard about that as well. Zhou Fei's former master was so infuriated by Zhou Fei's betrayal that he vomited 3 liters of blood before he was killed by revered elder Zhou Tong. So, keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? More whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized who the young man standing in front of him was. Zhou Tong's godson? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he studied the young man named Zhou Fei from head to toe. He discovered that Zhou Fei's expression was rather strange. This Zhou Fei, even when he heard whispers about how he had betrayed his master and turned to Zhou Tong's side, and how his master had been killed by Zhou Tong, he still had a calm expression. It was as if he didn't take it seriously at all. This made him increasingly feel that he could not figure out Zhou Fei. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian, who had been staring at Zhou Fei, had a thought. I almost thought that he didn't care. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian clearly caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes. Just as Duan Ling Tian caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes, Zhou Fei moved. However, it didn't come towards him. Instead, it rose into the air and landed in the middle of the group of young men who were watching. His gaze was locked onto one person. This person seems to be the one who betrayed Zhou Fei's previous master and joined Zhou Tong's side. Duan Ling Tian recognized the young man that Zhou Tong was staring at. A fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. I don't think that was betrayal. Zhou Fei suddenly spoke. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The young man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. Zhou Fei, I was just speaking casually. Since you've said it, you'll have to pay the price. Zhou Fei's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and formed a saber with his palm. Buzz. In the next instant, Zhou Fei raised his hand, and the saber in his hand shone brightly. It whistled as the saber made an ear-piercing sound. Spurt. The sound of something being severed rang in the air, accompanied by a shrill cry. The latent dragon abyss had quietened down. The expressions of the other young men changed drastically. They looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. How ruthless! Just because he spoke the truth, he cut off his arm. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The young man's arm had been severed by Zhou Fei's palm blade. However, due to the hidden dragon abyss's rule of not crippling people, Zhou Fei did not dare to destroy the young man's severed arm. Instead, he allowed the young man's other hand to reach out with lightning speed and catch the severed arm. Even if this arm is reattached, it will require a very long period of recuperation before it can fully recover. During this period of time, In order to prevent any problems from occurring during the recovery process, I will have to spend a lot of effort to keep an eye on it, and it will inevitably delay my cultivation. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If it wasn't for the rule in the latent dragon abyss, you would have been dead by now. Zhou Fei glanced coldly at the young man whose arm was severed by him. The young man was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. He did not dare to look at Zhou Fei in the eye for fear of angering him again. How ruthless! We can't afford to offend Zhou Fei. At the same time, whether it was the group of onlookers in the hidden dragon abyss or those who had just heard the commotion and came out of the other stone rooms, they all looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Zhou Fei's eyes quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "Cut off one of your arms. Then, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. If that's the case, I'll pretend you didn't challenge me. If you're unwilling, I'll cut off all 4 of your limbs when I defeat you. I'll make you suffer unbearable pain." Zhou Fei's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, everyone in the latent dragon abyss shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Zhou Fei is really angry. I wonder if this brat from Bloody Spectre City knows what's good for him. If he knows what's good for him, he'll only need to cut off one of his arms to recover quickly. However, if all 4 of his limbs are cut off, even if Zhou Fei doesn't cut them off, it'll be difficult for him to recover completely. Most importantly, cutting off an arm and cutting off all 4 of your limbs are 2 completely different things. After losing an arm, the main focus was on a few things so that it could heal perfectly and return to how it was before it was broken. However, if you cut off all 4 of your limbs, it'll be difficult to heal all 4 of your limbs. That's right. It's much harder to heal all 4 of your limbs than it is to heal an arm. The spectators in the latent dragon abyss were curious about Duan Lingtian's decision. There was only one person who had a determined expression on his face. He had already guessed what Duan Lingtian would do. This person was none other than Xianxia, a yellow sun-golden celestial who's below the age of 100. He's truly amazing. Unfortunately, he met a monster like Duan Lingtian. Xianxia thought to himself. Chapter 2636. The saber ray that covered the sky and earth swept out along with Zhou Fei toward Duan Lingtian. Dense saber lights bloomed, and some of them sputtered out and landed on the stone walls of the latent dragon abyss, leaving clear saber marks on them. The bricks used to build the latent dragon abyss were all very special. Otherwise, Zhou Fei's saber rays, which were formed from his celestial origin energy and combined with his celestial technique and divine ability, would not have only left some saber marks on the walls. However, it was rare for Zhou Fei to leave a saber mark on the walls. It should be noted that the latent dragon abyss was made of extremely hard stones. Even a scarlet sun-golden celestial would not be able to leave a mark on the walls. And now, the aftershock of Zhou Fei's saber light had left a clear mark on it. From this, one could see how powerful Zhou Fei's attack was. Zhou Fei had yet to use his celestial weapon. How powerful! As expected of a yellow sun-golden celestial. When Zhou Fei charged toward Duan Lingtian, the spectators in the latent dragon abyss held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. At this moment, in their eyes, the saber rays that shone from Zhou Fei's body were like miniature suns that shot out toward Duan Lingtian. It seemed like they were about to engulf Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian was about to be crippled by Zhou Fei, Xianxia heard Zhou Fei's voice. "Is that all you've got?" Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang in everyone's ears in the latent dragon abyss. Although his voice was not loud, the content of his voice reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Bush, 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 bush. The group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, including Zhou Fei, did not have time to react. In the blink of an eye, dense sword cries resounded throughout the entire hidden dragon abyss. Duan Lingtian has made his move. Qin Yu knew that Duan Lingtian had made a move when he saw the numerous sword rays that were enveloped by the boundless and peerless saber rays that covered the sky. Bush, 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 bush. Almost as soon as Qin Yu finished his thought, the sword rays suddenly burst into a dazzling light that enveloped the entire latent dragon abyss. It was so dazzling that the group of people in the latent dragon abyss subconsciously squinted their eyes. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the latent dragon abyss. When they subconsciously opened their squinted eyes, they were shocked to see that there was no one around. At some point in time, the blade glow that had been released from Zhou Fei's body had been completely extinguished. Zhou Fei's attack. All that was left was a streak of sword light. Like gangrene attached to the bone, it rushed toward Zhou Fei. Boom, 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 boom. During this process, the hidden dragon abyss was filled with deafening sounds of air exploding. Along with this, the rolling waves of air turned into a strong wind that slapped the bodies of the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, causing their robes to flutter. Some of the people with weaker cultivation bases felt their vital energy and blood tumbling in their bodies from the impact. They took a few steps back. My godfather is Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. If you hurt me, not only will you be violating the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but you'll also be offending my godfather. Zhou Fei's terrified voice rang in the air. He did not hesitate to threaten Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. Facing the myriad of sword lights that were sweeping towards him, panic rose in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he was completely locked on by the myriad of sword lights. Even if he tried to flee, it would be difficult for him to escape from the saber rays. Horses can slip up and people can slip up. It's only human nature, Duan Lingtian said calmly in the face of Zhou Fei's threat. Bush, 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 bush. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the saber rays shone brightly again before it suddenly accelerated and swept toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei hastily mobilized his celestial origin energy and severed his legs and arms. After severing Zhou Fei's limbs, Duan Lingtian stopped in time and did not destroy them. Zhou Fei's shrill cry rang in the latent dragon abyss, causing the people in the latent dragon abyss to feel chills running down their spines. It was as though a coward had heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Zhou Fei's blood-curdling screams lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. After the blood-curdling screams came to a stop, one could vaguely see that Zhou Fei was sweating profusely. His eyes were bloodshot as though he had just gone through an extreme punishment. Bush, 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 bush. Under the watchful eyes of the others, 4 waves of celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Fei's body. However, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, his celestial origin energy transformed into 4 hands that grabbed Zhou Fei's severed arms and legs and brought them back to his body. Zhou Fei's face, which was as pale as a sheet of paper, finally recovered a little after being reattached. Duan Lingtian, you're the challenger, and yet, you've severely injured and crippled me. You've completely disregarded the rules set by Lord County Governor. I, Zhou Fei, won't let this matter rest. Zhou Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. If you don't want your limbs to be severed again, hand over the door talisman. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Fei indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and threw a jade slip to Duan Lingtian. Then, he glared at Duan Lingtian before he left the latent dragon abyss under the watchful eyes of the others. Earlier, when he made his move, he did not use any celestial weapons. Even so, he was still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, he had seen the entire process clearly. Duan Lingtian did not use any celestial weapons. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian did not have any celestial weapons. Under such circumstances, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he did not continue to attack after his first attack was defeated. This was because he could sense the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the gap was not small at all. "Qin Yu, I'll be going in first." After receiving Zhou Fei's door talisman, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Qin Yu. Then he infused his soul energy into the door talisman that Zhou Fei had removed from him so that the door talisman would recognize him as its master. Chapter 2637. Although Qin Yu and Duan Lingtian did not have much interaction when they were still in Bloody Spectre City, they were not familiar with each other. However, Duan Lingtian had saved his life on their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Therefore, he felt he owed Duan Lingtian his life. At the same time, he also regarded Duan Lingtian as his friend. Now that Qin Yu heard the words of the people around him, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's intelligence, he should have realized this as well. However, after some thought, Qin Yu realized another problem. He felt that Duan Lingtian would not have thought of the trouble he would face after crippling Zhou Fei. But if he had realized this, why did he cripple Zhou Fei earlier? Not only did he violate the rules set by the county governor for the latent dragon abyss, but he also became enemies with the first reverend of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. It was an unwise move. Qin Yu could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He could not understand what Duan Lingtian was thinking. "Looks like our latent dragon abyss is going to be lively. Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City has revived our latent dragon abyss. I wonder when Reverend Zhou Tong will come to find trouble with Duan Lingtian to avenge his adopted son." With Reverend Zhou Tong's status and position in the county governor's mansion, I don't think he needs to come personally to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. All he needs to do is inform the county governor, and the county governor will not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. I think so too. Qin Yu heard the whispers of the people around him. After a while, the people who had gathered around Duan Lingtian's cultivation stone room in the depths of the latent dragon abyss began to disperse. As for Qin Yu, he chose the cultivation stone room at the highest point of the latent dragon abyss. Although he also wanted to cultivate in a stone room with a better environment, he didn't want to. However, he was not in a hurry. He only wanted to figure out the background of the others first. Then, if he was confident, he would issue a challenge and seize the stone room with a better cultivation environment. After all, he was not Duan Lingtian, who was more powerful than all the golden celestials below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County. With a raise of his hand, Qin Yu removed the door talisman at the entrance of the stone room. After making it recognize him as its master, Qin Yu also prepared to enter the stone room to practice and make the best use of his time to improve his power. Even though the cultivation environment in the stone room was the worst in the latent dragon abyss, it was still a very good place to cultivate. However, compared to the location of the Black Dragon Army's Kiliarka's tent in Bloody Spectre City, it was not much different. I hope Duan Lingtian has a way to deal with the upcoming trouble. Before starting to practice, Qin Yu thought about the troubles Duan Lingtian would soon face and could not help worrying about Duan Lingtian. But he also knew that it was useless for him to worry. With his current strength, there was nothing he could do to help Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that I think it would be a piece of cake for me to help Duan Lingtian. In fact, all I have to do is say a few words. Suddenly, Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression darkened slightly. I hope that Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine Spectres County don't cross the line. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. In that instant, a majestic aura was emitted from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a supreme emperor, looking down on all living beings. Although the prefectural governor's manor occupied a large area, the slightest movement in any part of the prefectural governor's manor would usually spread throughout the entire prefectural governor's manor in a short period of time. Hey! Did you hear about what happened in the latent dragon abyss today? It said that one of the two golden celestials under the age of 100 that Elder Xianxia brought back from Bloody Spectre City crippled Zhou Fei, revered Elder Zhou Tong's adopted son, Zhou Fei, as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Although his limbs can be reattached, there will be repercussions. That's right, that's it. I didn't expect such a golden celestial would appear in the remote Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. Before today, I've never heard of a golden celestial under the age of 100 who's as strong as him. Perhaps this is what they mean by, there's always someone better than you. You're right. Duan Lingtian, the golden celestial from Bloody Spectre City who's not even 100 years old, is destined to become famous. I'm afraid the news has already spread out of the county governor's estate. It won't be long before the entire county governor's estate hears about this. At that time, Duan Lingtian will become famous in the county governor's estate. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's estate. That brat really knows how to cause trouble. Zheng Qiu, the inner mansion's elder, who had brought Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu here from Bloody Spectre City, had also heard the news. Zheng Qiu was stunned for a long time before he smiled wryly. It's one thing for Duan Lingtian to obtain the best cultivation environment in the latent dragon abyss, but why did he have to sever Zhou Fei's limbs? This is against the rules set by the county governor in the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, he even offended revered elder Zhou Tong. Brat, even I can't do anything about the trouble you've caused this time. You're on your own now. Zheng Qiu muttered to himself. Zheng Qiu muttered to himself before letting out a long sigh. Although he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian and was willing to help Duan Lingtian was still in trouble. However, this time, the trouble Duan Lingtian had caused was not something he could help even if he wanted to. There was nothing he could do. Outside the residence of the first revered elder, Zhou Tong, in the county governor's estate. What did you say? Did foster father go on a long journey half a month ago? Zhou Fei, who had just found a place to properly treat his injuries, hurried over to look for Zhou Tong. When he heard that Zhou Tong had left the county governor's estate half a month ago and went on a long journey, his expression turned grave immediately. Godfather left. How could I not know about this? Zhou Fei asked in a deep voice. Young Master Fei, Lord Consecrator has gone on a long journey this time and his whereabouts are a secret. Even the county governor doesn't know about it. If you didn't listen to my advice today and insisted on barging in, I wouldn't dare to tell you about this so easily. Lord Revered Elders said that no one is allowed to know about his departure. The servant in Zhou Tong's residence smiled wryly. Since Godfather isn't here, I'll go look for Lord County Governor. Duan Lingtian dared to violate the rules set by Lord County Governor in the latent dragon abyss. Lord County Governor definitely won't let him off. Zhou Fei did not have time to think about why his godfather had left so secretly. He was completely consumed by anger at this moment. After he left Zhou Tong's residence, he went to look for the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor, you must seek justice for me. In the main hall of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Fei, who had been waiting for a while, stepped forward and knelt in front of the county governor after the few elders who had reported to the county governor of 9 Spectres County left. Chapter 2638. Get up and speak. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, said as he glanced at Zhou Fei who was kneeling on the ground. As the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he had long heard about the incident in the latent dragon abyss. He had expected someone to come looking for him. However, he thought the person who would come looking for him would be Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. He had expected Zhou Fei to come looking for him. When revered elder Zhou Tong heard about the young powerhouse from Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian, breaking Zhou Fei's limbs, the first thing he did was to look for Duan Lingtian in the latent dragon abyss. If Duan Lingtian was willing to become his direct disciple, he would not hold it against Duan Lingtian for crippling his foster son, Zhou Fei. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was much more valuable than his foster son. After all, Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old, just like his foster son. However, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat his foster son with just a blow. Such a young expert would only surpass his adopted son in the future and would not be inferior to him. However, according to Xianxia, the inner elder of the county governor's estate, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City to become Zhou Tong's direct disciple. Under such circumstances, Zhou Tong would definitely come looking for Duan Lingtian and ask him to punish Duan Lingtian for breaking the rules he had set in the latent dragon abyss. However, he did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. Lord County Governor. Zhou Fei lowered his head and said angrily, "Lord County Governor, that Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City is really out of control. He knows you've set a rule in the latent dragon abyss that a challenger is not allowed to injure a challenger. However, he still broke my limbs and severely injured me. It's obvious he doesn't respect you, Lord County Governor." Zhou Fei continued to fan the flames of anger in Tianjiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, how could Tianjiyu not know what he was thinking? "Where's Zhou Tong? Why didn't she come with you?" Tianjiyu asked. "Foster father, As soon as Zhou Fei opened his mouth, he wanted to say that his foster father, Zhou Tong, had gone somewhere far away. However, just as he was about to blurt out those words, he calmed down and tried to salvage the situation by saying, "Foster father is currently in closed-door training. I did not disturb him." At this critical moment, he recalled that his foster father had left secretly. Even the county governor of the Nine Spectres County did not know about it. Since Duan Lingtian was one of the two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, and his foster father was a revered elder of the county governor's estate, he should inform the county governor before he left. However, his foster father did not inform him this time. It was obvious that his foster father did not want the county governor to know that he was going out this time. Since his foster father did not want the county governor to know, he did not dare to speak carelessly. "I see." Tianjiyu nodded and continued, "Give me a few days. After a few days, I will give you, the latent dragon abyss, and the entire prefectural governor's manor a satisfactory answer." Hearing Tianjiyu's words, Zhou Fei had an idea in his heart. In his opinion, even though his cultivation and talent were not as good as Duan Lingtian's, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, he was the adopted son of the first revered elder in the county governor's estate. Moreover, his adoptive father was one of the only two great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate. "3 days ago, Duan Lingtian challenged Zhou Fei to a cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss because Elder Xianxia didn't explain the rules of the latent dragon abyss to Zhou Fei. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's actions are understandable. As for Elder Xianxia as the county governor, I'll punish him." Chapter 2639. 3 days ago, news of Duan Lingtian severing Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injuring him had spread like wildfire in the county governor's mansion. At that time, almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was doomed. Most people thought that Duan Lingtian was doomed. After all, not only had Duan Lingtian broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but he had also severed the limbs of Zhou Tong's foster son, the revered elder of the county governor's mansion. However, no one had expected that the outcome would be like this 3 days later. Not only did the county governor not punish Duan Lingtian severely, but he even said that Duan Lingtian was not at fault. Instead, he blamed Xianxia, the inner elder of the county governor's mansion, for not informing Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That was why Duan Lingtian had committed such a crime. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's mistake was excusable. Elder Xianxia did not inform Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Is that why Duan Lingtian injured Zhou Fei? Why does this reason sound a little far-fetched? Elder Xianxia's cautiousness and meticulousness were well known in our county governor's mansion in the past. Is it possible that he forgot to inform Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? Why do I have a feeling that the county governor is protecting Duan Lingtian? That's impossible, right? Why would the county governor protect Duan Lingtian? After all, Zhou Fei is revered Elder Zhou Tong's foster son. Between revered Elder Zhou Tong and Duan Lingtian, the county governor must be on revered Elder Zhou Tong's side, right? That's right. No matter how talented Duan Lingtian is, he's not as valuable as revered Elder Zhou Tong in the county governor's eyes. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. They were shocked when they heard the county governor of 9 Spectres County's announcement. They found it hard to believe. After all, their county governor's mansion's inner mansion Elder Xianxia was famous for his cautiousness and carefulness. They would not be surprised if the other inner mansion elders were as careless as him. However, they found it hard to believe that Xianxia was careless and made such a mistake. In a spacious courtyard in the county governor's mansion, Xianxia, who was sipping his tea at the stone table, could not help but shake his head and smile wryly when he heard the news. I thought Duan Lingtian was doomed this time. I didn't expect the arrival of the special envoy from King Qing's mansion would allow him to escape this ordeal. Xianxia was not surprised by the news that spread like wildfire in the prefectural governor's mansion today. In fact, he had already mentally prepared himself yesterday. Yesterday, Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had personally come to look for Duan Lingtian and told him about the arrival of King Qing's mansion's envoy. At that time, Xianxia knew that Duan Lingtian was a genius. In the eyes of the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingyan, the young powerhouse whom he had brought back from Bloody Spectre City, was as valuable as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties and the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. King Qing's mansion is really generous this time, Xianxia exclaimed. He knew that this was why Duan Lingtian was as valuable as revered Elder Zhou Tong in the eyes of the county governor. After all, the county governor needed Duan Lingtian to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, in the martial competition of the 16 counties. A mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, was enough to create a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, as far as he knew, if he could obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, the county governor's cultivation base would improve. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, the county governor must have thought of Zhou Fei as his hope. However, now that he defeated Duan Lingtian with just a blow, he has replaced Zhou Fei as the county governor's hope. This point, Xianxia was also very clear in his heart. Otherwise, the county governor would not have personally come over to discuss with him and let him be the scapegoat this time to protect Duan Lingtian. I guess I'll have to take the blame this time, Xianxia thought to himself. Currently, it was widely rumored that Duan Lingtian had violated the rules of the latent dragon abyss because he, the guide, did not inform Duan Lingtian of the rules. Therefore, he was the root of the problem. Under the county governor's instructions, Xianxia was willing to take the blame. However, even though he was the scapegoat, he was not dissatisfied at all. After all, the county governor had promised him many benefits and even promised him that even if revered Elder Zhou Tong came looking for trouble with him, the county governor would protect him and would not let him suffer any harm. In the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingyan is fine? Heavens! Elder Xianxia is the one at fault in the end? Elder Xianxia was the one who brought Duan Lingtian back from Bloody Spectre City. Although he managed to protect Duan Lingtian, he has also sacrificed himself. Is it worth it for him to do this? Do you mean Elder Xianxia is willing to take the blame to protect Duan Lingtian? That's right. With Elder Xianxia's meticulous nature, it's impossible he didn't tell Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. He must have taken the blame for Duan Lingtian. All the young powerhouses in the latent dragon abyss shared the same thought. It was their county governor's estate's Elder Xianxia who took the initiative to take the blame for Duan Lingtian to protect him. Otherwise, even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he would have been severely injured. Elder Xianxia? Qin Yu, who had just walked out of the stone room, was shocked when he heard about the county governor's estate's decision to punish Duan Lingtian for severely injuring Zhou Fei 3 days ago. He did not expect Elder Xianxia would be the one at fault in the end. He had come to the latent dragon abyss with Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu could still remember what Elder Xianxia had told Duan Lingtian when they arrived at the latent dragon abyss. He remembered clearly. At that time, Elder Xianxia had explained the rules of the latent dragon abyss to them in detail, including the rule that the challenger could not kill the challenger, could not seriously injure the challenger, and could not cripple the challenger. This matter concerns the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, Zhou Tong. Elder Xianxia has taken the blame for Duan Lingtian so openly. Isn't he afraid revered Elder Zhou Tong will come looking for trouble with him? Qin Yu thought to himself. He could not figure this out. Although Xianxia was an inner court elder in the county governor's estate and the second strongest person in the 9 specters county after great overarching golden celestials, he was not a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, his value in the county governor's estate was not as high as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder. So much so that even if Zhou Tong were to brazenly kill him, he would not receive any punishment. In the eyes of the county governor of the 9 specters county, Zhou Tong's value was not something Xianxia could compare to. For this reason, Qin Yu was puzzled. Was Elder Xianxia not afraid of offending revered Elder Zhou Tong by helping Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu did not know about the martial competition of the 16 counties and the rewards. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. 3 days ago, when Zhou Fei, one of the main characters of the incident, came out of the stone chamber, he thought he would receive good news that Duan Lingtian had been severely punished. However, he did not expect to receive news that Duan Lingtian was fine and that Elder Xianxia had taken the blame for Duan Lingtian. No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Fei shook his head repeatedly. He could not believe what he had heard. However, as he heard more and more similar words, he had no choice but to believe it. Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia. Zhou Fei immediately went to look for Xianxia. He asked anxiously, Elder Xianxia, why did you help Duan Lingtian? You're known to be careful and attentive in the county governor's mansion. It's impossible that you didn't tell Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. What's your relationship with Duan Lingtian? Why are you so protective of him? Zhou Fei looked at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice. How dare you? Xianxia shouted and glared at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei, do you know who you're talking to? I, Xianxia, am an inner house elder of the county governor's mansion. How dare you, a mere disciple of the latent dragon abyss, question me? Zhou Fei was not afraid at all. He continued, Elder Xianxia, don't forget that I'm not only a disciple of the latent dragon abyss, but I'm also revered Elder Zhou Tong's godson. If you take the blame for Duan Lingtian, you'll be making an enemy out of my godfather. Not only have you offended me, but you've also offended my godfather. Aren't you worried that my godfather will come after you? Zhou Fei's tone was filled with threat as he spoke. Scram. In the face of Zhou Fei's threat, Xianxia was enraged. He raised his hand and a vast and boundless power swept out. It was like a huge boulder, slamming into Zhou Fei and blasting him out of his courtyard. If you're not satisfied, you can ask revered Elder Zhou Tong to come find me. Xianxia's cold voice rang out as Zhou Fei was sent flying out of the courtyard and landed heavily on the ground. Zhou Fei, who was sprawled on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. He did not even get to his feet for a long time. He could not understand this at all. Why did this Elder Xianxia not feel the slightest bit of fear when he mentioned his godfather? In the courtyard, Xianxia sneered. He was naturally afraid of revered Elder Zhou Tong. However, he had taken the blame for Duan Lingtian on the orders of the county governor's mansion. With the county governor's protection, he did not have to worry about revered elder Zhou Tong finding trouble with him over this matter. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He was in the stone chamber of the latent dragon abyss, completely immersed in his cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time. Finally, half a year later, Duan Lingtian, who had not been disturbed, opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. A golden immortal. Chapter 2640. The celestial origin energy of a scarlet sun golden celestial is indeed much stronger than a violet moon heavenly celestial. After becoming a scarlet sun golden celestial, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his celestial origin energy. The changes in his celestial origin energy could not be compared to the changes in his celestial origin energy when he broke through to become a heavenly celestial. However, I don't know how long I spent in seclusion this time. Although Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through and become a golden celestial, he did not know how long he had been cultivating, since it was impossible for him to keep track of time while he was cultivating. I don't know how long I spent in closed-door cultivation, but I'm certain it wasn't a short period of time. How strange. I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Why didn't anyone question me? When Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhou Fei, severed his limbs, and seized the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss that originally belonged to Zhou Fei, he was already prepared for someone to denounce him. After all, he had broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, Zhou Fei was the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. However, he did not expect his breakthrough to the Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial stage would not be interrupted at all. It was as though the incident of him crippling Zhou Fei's limbs did not happen at all. What's going on? Duan Lingtian left the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss and appeared in front of a few young men who had just come out of another stone chamber. These young men saw Duan Lingtian when he came out of the stone chamber and saw Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian. He's out of closed-door cultivation. He finally came out of closed-door cultivation after half a year. What's more surprising is that the matter from half a year ago has come to an end. Come to an end? Based on what I know, it's not necessarily the end. It's said that revered elder Zhou Tong has been in closed-door cultivation since half a year ago, and he hasn't come out yet. That's why he didn't intervene in the matter. If he comes out of seclusion, even if it's been half a year, he won't let it go. That's right. As for the incident half a year ago, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to determine that it was Elder Xianxia who intentionally took the blame and protected this Duan Lingtian. If revered Elder Zhou Tong comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he would surely not let Elder Xianxia and Duan Lingtian off so easily. A few young men looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and whispered to each other. Although their whispers were not loud, they were clearly heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. What happened half a year ago? Is it because I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss? That Zhou Tong just so happens to be in closed-door cultivation? It's no wonder they didn't look for trouble with me. However, they said that Elder Xianxia intentionally took the blame to protect me. What's going on? Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled. What do all of you mean by that? In just a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of the young men who were whispering to each other like a ghost, causing horror to appear on their faces. Duan Lingtian asked calmly, "All of you said that Elder Xianxia intentionally took the blame to protect me. What do all of you mean by that?" Initially, the young men thought that Duan Lingtian was angry because he heard their whispers and wanted to find trouble with them. Due to this reason, their expressions changed immediately. That way, I'll be able to return the favor I owe you. In other words, from the moment I sent you to the latent dragon abyss, the favor between us has been repaid. Xianxia continued to speak. Duan Lingtun recalled Xianxia had told him this before he left to look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Since we already owe each other a favor, why did you take the blame for me, Elder Xianxia? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. He had a feeling this matter was not as simple as it seemed. If Xianxia did not think he owed Duan Lingtian a favor, he would not take the risk of offending Zhou Tong to help Duan Lingtian. After all, he and this elder Xianxia could only be considered to be acquaintances. I can tell you this later, Xianxia said. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingan and asked, I'm more curious. Why did you insist on breaking Zhou Fei's limbs and injuring him when you knew about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? You should know that not only did you offend Zhou Fei's foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, but you also offended the county governor who set the rules of the latent dragon abyss. You're playing with fire by doing that. I'm really curious. Why did you do that? Didn't you think about the consequences? As Xianxia spoke, he continued to probe further. Why did I do that? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Xianxia's words. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. If it wasn't for Zhou Fei threatening to sever my limbs, I wouldn't have bothered to sever his limbs. It's that simple? Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You broke his limbs and injured him just because he threatened you? Threatened you? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard Xianxia's words. Elder Xianxia, it's only because I'm stronger than him that day. If I'm weaker than him, I'm certain the person who would have his limbs severed would have been me instead of him. Even if that's the case, you're too rash. Xianxia shook his head and said, according to the rules of the latent dragon abyss, the challenger can't injure the person being challenged. However, the person being challenged can injure the challenger. In other words, he can break your limbs without destroying them. However, you can't do that. I couldn't care less about the situation at that time. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he had completely portrayed himself as a reckless man who did not care about the consequences. However, was that really the case? In fact, he had already thought of the consequences when he broke Zhou Fei's limbs and injured him. However, he still did it. He had thought of a way to protect himself from Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to speak to Xianxia, a figure in the latent dragon abyss flew over from the latent dragon abyss. Tens of thousands of miles to the north of the county city of Nine Spectres County, an old figure flew across the sky. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have traveled a great distance. The figure was getting closer and closer to the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was obvious he was heading to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Duan Lingtian, who injured Fei, is from Bloody Spectre City? The old man's eyes glinted coldly as he muttered to himself. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. And that Xianxia. How dare he take the blame for Duan Lingtian? He's seeking death. Based on the old man's muttering, it was obvious who he was. Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2641. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, in the county governor's mansion, Xianxia's residence. Duan Lingtun, you need to change that temper of yours. You're lucky this time. Otherwise, even if you didn't die from that incident half a year ago, you would have at least lost a layer of skin. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly. In his opinion, half a year ago, if the special envoy from the King Qin's mansion had not arrived in time to convey the message to the county governor of the Nine Spectres County, Duan Lingtian would have been doomed. After all, he had severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's adopted son. As for Zhou Tong, he had always been protective. If Duan Lingtian was willing to become Zhou Tong's disciple, then he might be able to bury the hatchet. But the problem was, he knew that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become Zhou Tong's disciple. This time, you can be considered to have escaped calamity. But if there is a next time, you might not be able to escape calamity. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Your innate talent is extraordinary. However, in the spirit overarching heaven, there are many people with extraordinary innate talent like you. Many of those people died young because they have a temper like yours. In the Devata realms, talent and brute force alone won't be enough to have the last laugh." As Xianxia spoke, his tone became more like he was educating someone. Duan Lingtian nodded. He naturally understood this. If he had not thought of more than one way to deal with the consequences of that incident, he would not have recklessly broken Zhou Fei's 4 limbs and crippled him. However, in front of Xianxia, he did not intend to explain, nor was it convenient for him to explain. Elder Xianxia. Duan Lingtian stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze and went straight to the point. "Why did you take the blame for me 6 months ago? You just said that I was lucky, so you were probably talking about that, right? There must be something fishy going on." Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. "Half a year ago, it was the county governor's order for me to take the blame for you," Xianxia said. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He interrupted Xianxia and asked in a low voice, "You're saying it was the county governor's idea to make you take the blame for me half a year ago?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Why?" Duan Lingtian did not expect the county governor of 9 Spectres County had instructed Xianxia to take the blame for him and help him solve the matter 6 months ago. The county governor of the 9 Spectres County had instructed Xianxia to become the scapegoat. However, he could not figure out why the county governor of 9 Spectres County would do that. He had never seen the county governor of 9 Spectres County even after he came to the county city and the county governor's mansion. Since he had never seen him before, why would he help him? He couldn't figure it out. Because of the martial competition of 16 counties in 2.5 years. Xianxia said, "Martial competition of the 16 counties?" Duan Lingtian was confused. "What's that?" "You should know that there are 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. One of them is our 9 Spectres County," Xianxia said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of this. He knew that there were 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, and one of them was the 9 Spectres County. For example, cities like Bloody Spectre City under 9 Spectres County had to hand over celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. Similarly, counties under King Qin's mansion had to hand over a large amount of celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. King Qin's mansion and 9 Spectres County were subordinate to each other. Half a year ago, the county governor's office recruited 30 golden immortals under the age of 100, including you. Chapter 2642. Xianxia. Accompanying the furious roar was an old, ghost-like figure. Moreover, the old figure brought a young man with him. In the blink of an eye, they had barged into Xianxia's courtyard without Xianxia's permission. An old man and a young man appeared in front of Xianxia and Duan Lingtian almost at the same time. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the young man who was brought in by the old man. It was Zhou Fei whom he had severely injured half a year ago. As for the old man, Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the old man. He noticed that the old man looked ordinary and did not seem like an evil person. However, at this moment, his eyes and face were filled with anger. After Xianxia's reminder, Duan Lingtian realized this. The old man in front of him was the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Fei was brought here by Zhou Tong, he immediately noticed Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked like a venomous snake that could not wait to bite and poison Duan Lingtian to death. Duanling Tian? Zhou Tong, who had been looking at Zheng Qiu the moment he appeared, shifted his gaze from Zheng Qiu to Duanling Tian when he heard Zhou Fei's angry shout. You're Duanling Tian? Zhou Tong's gloomy expression darkened further. Elder Zheng Qiu, who is this? Duanling Tian turned a blind eye to Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's hostile gazes. He asked Zheng Qiu, who was standing next to him, even though he already knew the answer. He's revered Elder Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's godfather. Zheng Qiu replied. So it's revered Elder Zhou Tong. Duanling Tian finally understood. Soon after, his gaze once again turned towards Zhou Tong, sizing him up. He was very interested in Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, who was the #1 revered elder of the county governor's estate. Duanling Tian, now that you've become my direct disciple, the matter of you heavily injuring Fei, half a year ago has been written off. From now on, the matter between you and Fei, is written off. At that time, you and Fei, will no longer be enemies, but fellow disciples. Suddenly, the gloomy expression on Zhou Tong's face disappeared without any warning and was replaced by a faint smile. The moment he opened his mouth, he directly stated that he wanted to take Duanling Tian as his personal disciple. He also promised that if Duanling Tian became his disciple, he would no longer make things difficult for Duanling Tian, and Zhou Fei would no longer make things difficult for Duanling Tian. Almost at the same time, Zhou Tong's voice fell. An expression of, as expected, appeared on Zheng Qiu's face. It was clear he had already guessed this would happen. Duanling Tian's expression remained calm, but inwardly he felt even more disgusted with Zhou Tong. As expected, Zhou Tong was not much different from the rumors. Godfather. Unlike Duanling Tian and Zheng Qiu, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhou Tong's promise to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he became anxious. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Shut up. Zhou Tong, who was waiting for Duanling Tian's reply, turned to glare at Zhou Fei when he heard Zhou Fei's voice. Zhou Fei was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone speak. Revered Elder Zhou Tong. Under Zhou Tong's slightly expectant gaze, Duanling Tian had a calm expression as he said in an indifferent tone, First of all, thank you for your kindness. Secondly, I already have a master. So, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint revered Elder Zhou Tong. Duanling Tian directly rejected Zhou Tong's offer. You can come under my tutelage. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. He raised his voice and spoke in an overbearing manner. Impossible. Duanling Tian shook his head. Chapter 2643. Over the past 6 months, Tian Jiyu had not been idle. He had spent a lot of effort and sent people to investigate the background of the Golden Immortals who were younger than 100 years old in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. After some investigation, he found out, with the strength of Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the prefectural governor's mansion, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, let alone enter the top 3. At that time, he couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, the 9 Spectres County had Duanling Tian. Otherwise, the other Golden Immortals under 100 years of age that the prefectural governor's mansion had recruited, including Zhou Fei, would not have been able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of 16 counties. Among the 450 Golden Celestials under the age of 100 from the 15 counties, there are at least 5 people who can defeat Zhou Fei in a single blow. Even if the county governor's mansion spares no effort in grooming Zhou Fei in the remaining 2.5 years, he'll only be able to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties at most. However, if we can't enter the top 3, we won't be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Tianjiyu also realized this when he found out about the young experts who were below the age of 100 from the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's value and status in his eyes became even higher. Without Duan Lingtian, 9 Spectres County would not be able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre grade celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill. That was not what he wanted to see. Half a year ago, I was the one who ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei were stunned when they heard Tianjiyu's words. At this moment, Zhou Tong recalled something. Earlier, Xianxia had indeed said that the reason he took the blame for Duan Lingtian half a year ago was because he was following orders. However, he did not think of the county governor of 9 Spectres County at that time. Now that he thought about it, the only other person in 9 Spectres County who could order Xianxia around was the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor, why are you doing this? Zhou Tong looked at Tianjiyu and asked in a deep voice. As a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Lingtian was free to speak his mind in front of Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Even if 9 Spectres County could not accept him, the other counties would welcome him. Half a year ago, the envoy from the King Qin's mansion came to the 9 Spectres County to look for me. In the face of Zhou Tong's question, Tianjiyu immediately stated the reason in a forthright manner. He started from the arrival of the Duke of Qin's envoy. Finally, he talked about the investigation he had conducted over the past 6 months. He had been searching for young golden immortals under the age of 100 in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Tianjiyu said these words directly in front of Duan Lingtian and Zhou Fei, the 2 parties involved, without any taboo. I see. Zhou Fei's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he could not change anything. The mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill? After listening to Tianjiyu's words, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing became rapid. One could vaguely see his chest twitching like a bellows due to his excitement. Yes. Tianjiyu nodded, confirming with Zhou Tong. This Zhou Tong really won't do anything without benefits? Just because the county governor of 9 Spectres County promised to give him a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill, he's trying his best to nurture me so that I'll be able to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw through Zhou Tong. He would not do anything without benefits. With the arrival of Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, the matter came to an end. Zhou Tong bade farewell to Tianjiyu. Before he left with Zhou Fei, he looked at Duan Lingtian kindly and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. Here are 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, he handed 2 bottles of pills to Duan Lingtian. Zhou Fei's eyes turned red when he saw the bottles of pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. His foster father had never been so generous to him before. Thank you, revered Elder Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. He did not hesitate to accept them. He knew very well. If it was not for the fact that he was useful to Zhou Tong would not have treated him so well. Not only would Zhou Tong not treat him well, but Zhou Tong would also want to kill him. After Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei left, Tianjiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face and handed a bottle of pills to him. Duan Lingtian, since Elder Zhou Tong has given you 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills, I'm sure you won't be lacking spirit-nourishing pills for the time being. The pills in this bottle are primitive hidden spirit pills. It's a primitive celestial pill that can be absorbed along with the spirit-nourishing pills. Its effect is slightly stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills. Tianjiyu handed the bottle of pills to Duan Lingtian. Hidden spirit pills? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he heard Tianjiyu's words. The hidden spirit pill was a primitive celestial pill that could increase one's cultivation speed. Its effect was even stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills. However, compared to the spirit-nourishing pills, it was much more valuable. Most importantly, the hidden spirit pill could be consumed together with the spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, their effects could overlap. If one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills and hidden spirit pills at the same time, one's cultivation speed would be much faster than if one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills alone. Thank you, County Governor. Duan Lingtian was excited when he received the spirit-nourishing pills from Zhou Tong earlier. Now that he received the hidden spirit pills from the County Governor of 9 Spectres County, he was even more excited. Now, you should know that the reason I took care of you and helped you resolve the matter half a year ago is because I think you'll be able to rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. Tianjiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, if you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, not only will you be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill for 9 Spectres County, but you'll also be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion. Of course, if you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, I won't mistreat you. Tianjiu said. I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Tianjiu's magnanimity made him have a better impression of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. He knew Tianjiu was only treating him so well because he was useful to him. Duan Lington. After Zhou Fei returned to the second-last stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss, his originally calm face was contorted in an instant. He looked exceptionally ferocious. Where did that Duan Lingtian come from? If it weren't for him, Lord County Governor and Godfather would have spared no effort in cultivating me so that I can rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. At this moment, Zhou Fei's heart was in turmoil. In his opinion, Chapter 2644. After obtaining a bottle of hidden spirit pills from Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and 2 bottles of spirit accumulating pills from Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to cultivating. Now, the 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County wanted him to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible as well. It could be said that they were in agreement. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Duan Lingtian and Zhou Tong were the first revered elders. Tianjiu, Zhou Tong, and him were just taking what they wanted. The martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion will reward the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, to those who rank in the top 3. I wonder what kind of reward King Qin's mansion will give to those who rank in the top 3? After returning to the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this matter. Although he was curious, he was also looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian consumed the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, and immersed himself in cultivating. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a person walked out of the stone chamber on the second to last level of the latent dragon abyss. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, he went straight to one of the courtyards in the county governor's mansion. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei immediately went to look for his foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County. Foster father. Zhou Fei bowed respectfully when he saw Zhou Tong again. What's the matter? Zhou Tong raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Zhou Fei lazily. Compared to before, his current attitude towards Zhou Fei had imperceptibly changed quite a bit. In the past, he had taken Zhou Fei as his foster son because of Zhou Fei's innate talent. However, Zhou Fei's innate talent paled in comparison to Duan Lingtian, who came from Bloody Spectre City. Therefore, he was disappointed in his foster son and was no longer as enthusiastic about him as before. Zhou Fei also felt this. Duan Lingyan. Because of this, Zhou Fei now hated Duan Lingtian so much that he gnashed his teeth. Foster father, I want to go out for a while. I want to ask you to send one of the inner mansion elders out with me. Although he hated Duan Lingtian so much that he was gnashing his teeth, Zhou Fei did not dare to show it. That was because he knew that Duan Lingtian's position in his foster father's eyes was already higher than his foster son's. Where do you want to go? Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he asked. I don't know yet. I just want to go out and gain experience. Zhou Fei said. Now, even Zhou Fei's position in Zhou Tong's eyes was not as high as Duan Lingtian's. However, Zhou Fei was still Zhou Tong's adopted son. Therefore, Zhou Tong did not refuse Zhou Fei's request. Very soon, he gave the order for an inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion to accompany Zhou Fei and protect him. After Zhou Fei and the inner estate elder left the county city of Nine Spectres County, they seemed to be heading in the direction of Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County. Bloody Spectre City was the first place Duan Lingtian went to after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I'd like to see Duan Lingtian's background. I've never heard of such a person in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Fei wanted to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. He had a feeling that with Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength, he would not be an ordinary person in Bloody Spectre City. If she could do it all over again, would she really kill him? Even she herself wasn't sure of it. After all, she was the one at fault, not him. Third senior sister. Suddenly, a pleasant voice like that of a silver bell rang out. A young lady in green clothes stepped on the air from below the mountain peak. She seemed to have transformed into a green ray of light. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived beside the purple-dressed lady. Lilua, why are you here? The lady in purple looked at the green-clad young girl with a doting expression on her face. Third senior sister, why do I feel like you've been in a bad mood ever since you returned a year ago? Didn't you help the sect find the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk? Isn't that something to be happy about? Master, senior uncles, and junior uncles have been praising you. The green-clad young girl blinked her bright eyes as she asked. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, it was obvious who the purple-clad young girl was. She was none other than Murong Bing, the lady whom Duan Lingtian had met in the little world left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, although they were not husband and wife in name, they were in fact husband and wife. Also, I just heard Martial Ant say that in a month's sect meeting, she will appoint you as the successor of the sect master. After she abdicates, she will pass the position of sect master to you. The green-clad young girl continued to say, Senior uncles? Did she really say that? Murong Bing asked with a glint in her eyes. I heard it with my own ears. The green-clad young girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, Murong Bing could not help but sigh inwardly. According to the rules of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, apart from one's innate talent and strength, there was another basic requirement to become the sect leader. She had to be a virgin. As for Murong Bing, she was no longer a virgin ever since she came out of the little world left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect a year ago. In other words, she was not destined to be the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Liu Luo, where's senior uncles now? After learning the whereabouts of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect from the green-clad young girl, Murong Bing's purple dress fluttered in the wind. In just a blink of an eye, she left the mountain. Senior uncles. Murong Bing met the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was also her senior uncles, in a spacious courtyard halfway up the mountain. Bingja, why are you looking for senior uncles? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a white robe with many lotuses embroidered on it. When she saw Murong Bing, a gentle expression could be seen on her face. It was as though she was a senior looking at her most outstanding junior. Although Murong Bing was not her direct disciple, She was the direct disciple of her junior sister who shared the same master as her. Murongbing was also the disciple she was most satisfied with in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, she would not have made Murongbing the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Murongbing was the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Senior uncles, I heard that you're going to appoint me as the successor of the sect leader in a month's time. I'm here to ask you to rescind your decision, Murongbing said bluntly. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was stunned when she heard Murongbing's words. Then she asked in confusion, Bing, what do you mean? Don't you want to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Chapter 2645. Murongbing fell silent when she heard the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's question. Bing, there's something on your mind. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stared at Murongbing's eyes and said solemnly, Senior aunt. Murongbing took a deep breath. Her beautiful cheeks trembled slightly under the veil. Then, she said softly, ever since I was young, although I am not your disciple, in my heart, I have always treated you as my second master. Moreover, there are things I didn't dare to say to my master in the past, but I've always shared them with you. In my heart, you're no different from my mother. Murongbing's voice was tinged with emotion when she spoke. Bing, did something happen to you? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with worry when she looked at Murongbing again. She could tell something was amiss from Murongbing's tone. Murongbing had a secret that very few people knew about. She knew this secret. The Murongbing in front of her was her twin sister's daughter. She was her niece. Her twin sister had fallen in love with a bad man and had committed suicide, leaving Murongbing as her daughter. At that time, she was already the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. To avoid gossip, it was inconvenient for her to bring Murongbing back to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the end, she had placed Murongbing in swaddling clothes at the entrance of the courtyard where one of her junior sisters lived. Murongbing's junior sister was Murongbing's master. Whether it was her junior sister or Murongbing herself, no one knew about this secret. Senior aunt, Murongbing wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she found it difficult to speak. After all, it was related to her innocence. She was not worried about gossip. After all, she had always been indifferent. Even if people gossiped about her, she did not care. However, even if she did not care about gossip, it did not mean her master did not care about gossip as well. She could imagine her master's disappointment. If her master found out about this, she would definitely be disappointed since her master had been grooming her as the future sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect since she was young. Now that she had lost her virginity, she was destined to lose her chance to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Bing, do we still need to worry so much between us? Don't worry. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you. If you don't want your master to know, I won't tell her either. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect saw Murongbing's hesitation, she quickly gave her a heads up. Martial uncle, I am no longer a virgin. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had a worried expression on her face, so she did not hesitate any longer. As soon as Murongbing finished speaking, the expression of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect changed drastically. Who did it? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and Murongbing looked at each other with killing intent flashing in their eyes. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Murongbing. It was directed at the man who had caused her to lose her virginity. In the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, once a person lost their virginity, they would lose their chance to become the sect leader. Even though she was the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, She could not ignore this rule. After all, the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had to be tested by the elders before she could become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said to Murong Bing with killing intent in her eyes. "Martial uncle, you don't have to force me," Murong Bing said with a bitter expression on her face. "Bing, don't tell me you've fallen in love with that man?" The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's expression changed drastically as though she had just recalled something. Due to the incident with her twin sister, she did not have a good impression of men. She did not want her niece to make the same mistake as her twin sister. As a mother, she had already suffered a loss once. As a daughter, she could not suffer a loss again. Fallen in love with him? Upon hearing the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's words, Murong Bing's beautiful eyes became misty again. The purple figure kept appearing in her mind. She kept asking herself, "What's the matter? Have I really fallen in love with him?" In the end, she discovered she could not answer this question at all. However, there was one thing she was certain of. If that man was present and her martial uncle wanted to kill him, she would definitely protect him even if it meant sacrificing her life. Perhaps she felt it was her fault. Perhaps it was because she was truly moved by the man who had taken away her first time, which was also the only time she had ever had sex with him up until now. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect sighed when she saw Murong Bing's misty eyes. Then she said with a tired expression on her face, "Bing, girl, I'm a little tired. You can leave now." Murong Bing nodded and left. After Murong Bing left, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect no longer looked tired. A determined expression appeared on her face. "No matter who you are, I won't let you hurt Bing. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find you and kill you to prevent future trouble." The killing intent in the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's eyes intensified. It was as though even slaughtering thousands of cities would not be able to quell her killing intent. Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, King Qin's Mansion, 9 Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City. At this moment, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's eyes that were filled with killing intent began to burn fiercely. It was as though the flames in her eyes were capable of incinerating everything. Time continued to pass. In the Silverworm Army's camp in Bloody Spectre City, 3 people were standing in the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, while one of them was seated. "Are you sure Duan Lingtian has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? Moreover, he's just a heavenly celestial?" The young man sitting in the tent asked in a deep voice as he looked at one of the 3 people standing in the tent. If the Silverworm Army soldiers were present, they would recognize the person the young man was questioning was none other than Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. However, Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was extremely humble in front of this young man. It was as though he was facing Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. "Young Master Fei, I'm certain. If you don't believe me, I can bring you to see the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Lingtian. Those people who have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago wouldn't dare to trick you, young Master Fei," Miao Lai Long said confidently. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would recognize the young man with just a glance. The young man sitting in the tent was none other than Zhou Fei, whom Miao Lai Long had severed earlier. He was also the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. However, contrary to Miao Lai Long's expectations, he didn't force Duan Lingtian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. Instead, he nurtured him and invited him to the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei looked at Zhou Tong. His expression gradually turned solemn before he continued. Godfather, I suspect that Lu Fenggu is using the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's mansion to train Duan Lingtian to deal with you. However, this was only Zhou Fei's guess. However, he still said it. Lu Fenggu. After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong uttered Lu Fenggu's name. His eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in them. He then snorted coldly. You, follow me to Bloody Spectre City again. Zhou Tong looked at Zhou Fei. Without waiting for Zhou Fei's reply, he raised his hand again. A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out and shrouded Zhou Fei. Then he brought Zhou Fei away from the county city of Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial, so his speed was much faster than the inner court elder who brought Zhou Fei back to the county city. For this reason, it took Zhou Fei less time to arrive at Bloody Spectre City. After arriving at Bloody Spectre City, Zhou Tong went to the Silverworm Army's camp under Zhou Fei's guidance. This is my godfather, Zhou Tong. He's also the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Fei said to Miao Lai Long as he stood behind Zhou Tong in the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. Greetings, revered elder Zhou Tong. Although Miao Lai Long had guessed the old man's identity when he saw him, he could not help but tremble in shock when he heard Zhou Fei's introduction. Then, he humbly bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet the old man. My godfather wishes to meet the person who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven at the same time as Duan Lingnan. Zhou Fei said to Miao Lai Long. Then, with Miao Lai Long's cooperation, Zhou Tong confirmed Zhou Tong's identity. Duan Lingtian was indeed a heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed with greed. It was as though he could not wait to imprison Duan Lingtian and force the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Boom! Just when Miao Lai Long thought Zhou Tong would give him some benefits, Zhou Tong's celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of his body. It was as though a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed Miao Lai Long whole. As soon as Zhou Tong killed Miao Lai Long, Zhou Tong snorted coldly and blocked the power of the minor floating image celestial talisman on Miao Lai Long's body, preventing it from being transmitted to the corresponding major floating image celestial talisman. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. As soon as Miao Lai Long died, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, discovered that Miao Lai Long's soul pearl had shattered. When he tried to use the major floating image celestial talisman to check how Miao Lai Long had died, he discovered there was no reaction from the talisman. The attacker is a great overarching golden celestial? Lu Fenggu's expression changed drastically. Soon after, Lu Fenggu heard about the deaths of Miao Lai Long's sister, Miao Lai Feng, and Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law, Yang Kongping. It was to the extent that the entire Silver Dragon Army's camp was covered in blood, and it was difficult to find a single survivor. 2 figures left Bloody Spectre City and made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Godfather, why didn't you look for Lu Fenggu? Zhou Fei asked, puzzled. It won't be too late to look for Duan Lingtian after I obtain his heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and kill him. Chapter 2647. But, Godfather, with Duan Lingtian's strength, there's a high chance he'll be able to enter the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion 1.5 years later. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Zhou Fei rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, he deliberately asked, do you plan to make a move on him after he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Or not? After he said those words, Zhou Fei's gaze landed on Zhou Tong's face. He wanted to see how his adoptive father would react to his words from his face. Umph. Hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong coldly snorted again. A cold light flashed through his eyes and his expression instantly darkened. Of course now. He did not know why King Qin's mansion would go to such great lengths to hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, based on the great overarching pills that King Qin's mansion awarded to the top 3 participants, it was clear that King Qin's mansion placed great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian failed to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he would not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. If Duan Lingtian managed to enter the top 2, he would be able to obtain the great overarching pill. However, once Duan Lingtian made it into the top 3 or top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's mansion would definitely pay more attention to Duan Lingtian, who had performed outstandingly in the competition. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for Zhou Tong to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered. On one hand, he might not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. On the other hand, he might be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Zhou Tong thought about it for a moment before he chose the second option. Of course now. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Tong's words. He quickly flattered, "Godfather, you're wise. If we let Duan Lingtian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it won't be as easy as killing him now." This was the result that Zhou Fei was waiting for. Duan Lingtian, compared to the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, which I might not be able to obtain, the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities you possess are much more tempting to me. Just wait for my foster father to force you to hand over your immortal arts and divine abilities, and then kill you in the end. While flattering Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. It was as if he was talking to Duan Lingtian face to face. Foster father. Zhou Fei continued, "Now, the county governor thinks very highly of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make a move on that Duan Lingtian in the county governor's manor. Moreover, if you threaten Duan Lingtian in the county governor's manor, Lord County Governor will find out that Duan Lingtian has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At that time, it'll be fine if Lord County Governor is willing to share the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with you. However, if he's unwilling or insists on letting Duan Lingtian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's manor might take a liking to him and make him stay in King Qin's manor. At that time, not only will it be difficult for you to threaten him, but even Lord County Governor might not be able to do so. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian is someone who Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, intentionally raised to deal with you, father, with his innate talent, he'll be able to grow quickly in King Qin's manor. Coupled with the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered, I'm afraid he'll be a threat to you in the future. After Zhou Fei spoke, he also analyzed his own point of view with Zhou Tong. Fei, your analysis is good. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction after hearing Zhou Fei's words. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, I'll think of a way to make Duan Lingtian leave the county governor's estate. Once he leaves the county governor's estate, I'll be able to force him to hand over the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered. Based on Zhou Tong's words, it was clear he had a plan. In Bloody Spectre City, the recent events had caused Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, to feel extremely gloomy. Apart from the Silverworm Army soldiers who were out on missions, the Silverworm Army soldiers who were stationed at the Silverworm Army's camp, including Miao Lai Long, and those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven to work as miners in the celestial stone vein were all killed. In the main hall of the city governor's estate, Lu Fenggu sat in the main seat while Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, sat next to him. Xianba, what do you think of this? Lu Fenggu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Chen Xianba. Even though Lu Fenggu was able to maintain his mental state for a long period of time due to his extraordinary cultivation, after a period of investigation and torment, he still showed signs of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with dense veins. Lord City Governor, initially I thought the Silverworm Army must have offended someone. However, after thinking about it, I don't think so. If the Silverworm Army had offended someone who had the strength to kill Commander Miao Lai Long, it's impossible for that person to not seek an explanation from you. After all, you're the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and Commander Miao Lai Long's superior. Lord City Governor, I think Commander Miao Lai Long had the minor floating image celestial talisman that you gave him, right? Chen Xianba suddenly thought of this. When he died, the major floating image celestial talisman that corresponded to his minor floating image celestial talisman didn't receive any celestial talisman's energy, so it couldn't display the floating image mirror image. However, I'm certain he had used the minor floating image celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu replied. Gasp. Chen Xianba inhaled sharply when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. An expression of shock could be seen on his face as he asked, "Then, does this mean the person who killed Commander Miao Lai Long is most likely a great overarching golden celestial?" It's not just a possibility. The person who killed him is definitely a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu said confidently. How did the Silverworm Army offend a great overarching golden celestial? Moreover, if the Silverworm Army offended a great overarching golden celestial, that great overarching golden celestial would have come to the city governor's estate to look for you, Lord City Governor, right? Chen Xianba muttered to himself in confusion. Perhaps there's another reason, Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Lord City Governor. Accompanying this gust of wind was an aged voice. Following that, an old man appeared in the main hall and bowed at Lu Fenggu. Elder Hong. Seeing the old man, Chen Xianba, who was sitting at the side, quickly stood up and respectfully greeted him. Although he was the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of this old man. Not only was this old man the closest person to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, but he was also the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards. Moreover, this old man was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre City. Elder Hong, did you find anything? Lu Fenggu asked with a glint in his eyes. Old Hong nodded before he continued to say, Lord City Governor, some time ago, 2 uninvited guests came to Bloody Spectre City. They came from the county city, the county governor's estate. 2 uninvited guests? From the county governor's estate? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened as he asked in a deep voice, who are they? A figure that he hated immediately appeared in his mind. It was none other than Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. When Chen Xianba looked at Elder Hong said, there are 2 uninvited guests. One of them is the inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, Qian Ping. The other is Zhou Fei, the foster son of revered elder Zhou Tong. His limbs were severed by the Duan Lingtian a year and a half ago. Qian Ping is Zhou Tong's subordinate, and Zhou Fei is Zhou Tong's foster son. The Silverworm Army's camp was almost razed to the ground. After hearing Elder Hong's words, Lu Fenggu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Lord City Governor. Chen Xianba was curious. Chen Xianba was curious as to what the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was thinking of that caused his expression to turn so ugly in just an instant. Xianba, you can leave now. Just as Chen Xianba was feeling curious, Lu Fenggu looked at him and waved his hand. I already know what to do, so there's no need for you to continue investigating. I'll tell you more about it later. For now, I have something to say to Elder Hong. Yes, Lord City Governor. Although Qin Xianba was puzzled, he still left the hall. After Qin Xianba left, Lu Fenggu looked at Elder Hong and said in a deep voice, Elder Hong, if I'm not mistaken, Zhou Tong already knows that Duan Lingtian is a heavenly celestial who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian is a heavenly celestial who has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. With his greedy nature, he must have coveted the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures to silence the Silverworm army. Lu Fenggu said. With Lu Fenggu's intelligence, it was not difficult for him to figure out what had happened. Zhou Tong had made a move. The city governor's men. If Zhou Tong was the one who made the move, why didn't he look for trouble with you? Elder Hong asked. Zhou Tong is stubborn and self-opinionated. I'm afraid he's already guessed I've groomed Duan Lingtian to deal with him. With his character, he'll definitely come and humiliate me after dealing with Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2648. Lord City Governor, if that's the case, won't Duan Lingtian be in danger? Old Hong gasped when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. A hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, Lord City Governor, why don't you use a communication celestial talisman to inform him about this? If he receives your message, he'll be able to prepare himself and think of a way to deal with the threat from Zhou Tong. Old Hong said. Old Hong. Lu Fenggu sighed when he heard Old Hong's words. I've thought about this as well. However, do you think my communication celestial talisman will reach the county city? Unless I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial or stronger, the chances of it reaching the county city are slim, let alone entering the county governor's estate and reaching Duan Lingtian. A communication celestial talisman was a communication celestial talisman. Immortal message talismans were also divided into different grades. The higher the cultivation level of the immortal message talisman, the faster the transmission speed. Moreover, it could prevent others from intercepting the transmission of the immortal message talisman. For example, Lu Fenggu was a great overarching golden celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu was an indigo sun golden celestial. Although he had communication celestial talismans, they were all inscribed by him. Any communication celestial talisman he inscribed could be intercepted by an indigo sun golden celestial or stronger. The distance between Bloody Spectre City and the county city of 9 Spectres County was huge. His immortal message talisman would most likely be intercepted halfway. It was unlikely that it would reach the county city of 9 Spectres County and the county governor's residence. For a communication celestial talisman to successfully transmit a message from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County, it had to be inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. This was because only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger could intercept a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. For example, after Zhou Fei's limbs were severed by Duan Lingtian, the communication celestial talisman he used to send a message to his foster father, Zhou Tong, was personally inscribed by his foster father, a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, even if I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial, do you think Zhou Tong would still ask me to use a communication celestial talisman to contact Duan Lingtian since he already knows about Duan Lingtian's background? I'm almost certain that even if either of us went to the county city of 9 Spectres County or the county governor's estate, we wouldn't be able to see Duan Lingtian. At this point, Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, we can't help Duan Lingtian in any way. He can only rely on himself. Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong fell silent. After giving it some thought, Lu Fenggu's words made sense. After Elder Hong left, Lu Fenggu's tense expression finally relaxed. He let out a long sigh as he said, Duan Lingnan, I hope you'll be able to escape this calamity. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to seek revenge from Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu could imagine what would happen if Zhou Tong was killed. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, Zhou Tong would definitely not let him off. After all, Zhou Tong did not want another Duan Lingtian to appear. In the past, Zhou Tong did not feel threatened by Lu Fenggu. Out of respect for the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Zhou Tong could not be bothered to make things difficult for Lu Fenggu. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared in Bloody Spectre City this time. Boom! Rumble! All of a sudden, a series of loud noises rang in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. It was as though an earth-shattering explosion had occurred. Even the stone room at the top that was closest to the latent dragon abyss trembled slightly. Naturally, the tremors were only limited to the stone room. The stone rooms above the latent dragon abyss did not tremble at all. After all, the latent dragon abyss was built under the supervision of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. This tremor, it's coming from Duan Lingtian's stone room. In the second-last stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. Chapter 2649. There were a total of 30 stone rooms in the latent dragon abyss. The deeper the room was, the better the cultivation environment was. The cultivation environment in the deepest room was comparable to the cultivation place of the county governor and the number 1 revered elder of Nine Spectres County. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in the deepest room of the latent dragon abyss was turbulent. His celestial elemental power rushed in all directions like a runaway wild horse. It wreaked havoc in the entire stone room. It slammed against the walls of the stone room and issued waves of muffled sounds. This sound was like the sound of a drum, deafening to the ears. The source of the turbulent celestial origin energy was none other than the purple-clad young man sitting on the stone bed in the room. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. Ever since Duan Lingtian left Xianxia's courtyard and returned to the stone room in the latent dragon abyss 1.5 years ago, he had not left his room at all. He had been fully immersed in his cultivation. With the attitude of a daredevil, he was trying his best to increase his cultivation base. As the saying went, heaven rewards those who persevere. After 1.5 years, Duan Lingtian finally made his second breakthrough and became a yellow sun-golden celestial. So this is the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun-golden celestial? The celestial origin energy in the stone chamber surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and hit the walls of the stone chamber. Naturally, the celestial origin energy was not as simple as the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun-golden celestial. However, the celestial origin energy that's surging out of my body is incomparable to the celestial origin energy of an ordinary yellow sun-golden celestial. With the help of the 99 heavenly veins in my body, my celestial origin energy has increased by 2 levels. It's comparable to an ordinary blue sun-golden celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Bush, 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 bush. After a while, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his celestial origin energy. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his celestial origin energy, Duan Lingtian's figure gradually became visible. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light, as if they could illuminate the entire world. Fortunately, I managed to break through and become a yellow sun-golden celestial with the help of the last hidden spirit pill. I wonder how long I've been cultivating in seclusion this time. However, it should be less than 2.5 years. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. However, he was certain of one thing. This time, he should be in seclusion for a little more than 2 years, less than 2.5 years. 2.5 years later, King Qin's mansion would hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the county governor of 9 Spectres County would not allow him to cultivate in seclusion for such a long time, let alone the others. After all, the county governor of 9 Spectres County was counting on him to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Now that I've run out of hidden spirit pills, my cultivation speed won't be fast even if I continue to cultivate. I should wait for more hidden spirit pills or other primitive celestial pills that can coexist with the spirit nourishing pill before I continue to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced consuming the hidden spirit pill and the spirit nourishing pill at the same time, did not want to consume only the spirit nourishing pill for the time being. After all, it would be much slower than consuming both hidden spirit pills and spirit nourishing pills at the same time. Unless there was no other way, Duan Lingtian did not want to consume only the spirit-nourishing pills to cultivate. I haven't gone out for a walk since I've been in the county city for so long. I should go out for a walk and relax. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian got off the stone bed and left the stone cultivation room. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the stone cultivation room, he felt someone's gaze on him. Zhou Fei. When he raised his head to look at the person who was looking at him, he discovered it was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei was also the person who had his limbs severed and severely injured by him. Duan Lingtian could sense the hatred in Zhou Fei's eyes when he looked at him. However, he was not bothered by it. After all, he was the one who severed Zhou Fei's limbs. It would be strange if Zhou Fei did not hate him. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Zhou Fei had left the stone cultivation room. Although the commotion that I created earlier was not very big, Zhou Fei's current training stone room is coincidentally above mine. It is likely that he will be able to detect the commotion within my training stone room. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Zhou Fei and flew up into the air. He did not even look at Zhou Fei throughout the entire process. Duan Lingtian. Zhou Fei was, naturally, enraged when he saw how Duan Lingtian had disregarded him. He gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could only roar inwardly, "You can continue being smug. I'd like to see how long you can be smug for. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation? It seems like I haven't seen him for a long time. It's been 1.5 years, right?" When Duan Lingtian rose into the air and made his way out of the latent dragon abyss, those who had just walked out of their stone chambers or had just returned could not help but discuss among themselves. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice rang in the air when Duan Lingtian was about to leave the latent dragon abyss. Qinyu? When Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw Qinyu, the former captain of the Black Dragon Army, who had come with him from Bloody Spectre City, walking out of the third-last stone cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. Qinyu was flying toward him. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Now that they were so close, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Qinyu's aura. He could not help but feel a little surprised. "Qinyu, you have a breakthrough?" "Yes." Qinyu nodded with a smile. "If I hadn't broken through, how could I have occupied the stone cultivation room that was second only to yours and Zhou Fei's? I was also surprised when I saw you come out of that stone cultivation room." Duan Lingtian sighed. In the past, he knew that Qinyu was talented and was surprised that Qinyu had obtained one of the only 2 spots to enter the 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect Qinyu's talent and strength to be so extraordinary. The fact that Qinyu was able to occupy the third-last stone room in the Hidden Dragon Abyss meant that Qinyu's strength was second only to him and Zhou Fei. There's nothing to be surprised about. Compared to you, I'm still lacking. Qinyu laughed self-mockingly. 2 people from Bloody Spectre City came, and they're ranked in the top 3 among the 30 golden celestials under the age of 100 in the county governor's office. I'm sure Governor Lu will be happy to know about this. Duan Lingtian changed the topic with a smile. Lord City Lord must already know that you, Duan Lingtian, have become the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. As for me, I only managed to obtain the stone cultivation room a few months ago. I'm afraid it'll take some time for this matter to reach City Lord's ears. Qin Yu said. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I can feel that your aura has changed quite a lot. You've been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. I'm sure you've gained quite a lot, right? 1.5 years? You know when I started closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. I don't know when you started closed-door cultivation, but I heard the same thing from a few people. Qin Yu said. 1.5 years? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Lingtian was certain. It seems like I've indeed spent 1.5 years cultivating in closed-door cultivation. In just 1.5 years, I managed to break through from a scarlet sun golden celestial to a yellow sun golden celestial. That's a leap of 2 cultivation levels. With such a cultivation speed, it's barely passable in the spirit overarching heaven, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Qin Yu was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Even the most talented Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial in a high-rank celestial kingdom would take much longer than Duan Lingtian to break through to the Yellow Sun Golden Celestial if he had a better cultivation environment, cultivation resources, and cultivation methods than Duan Lingtian. The reason Duan Lingtian took such a short time to cultivate was due to his 99 heavenly veins. Naturally, if he only had 99 heavenly veins, his cultivation speed would not have been so fast. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and became a heavenly celestial, he had heeded Ko'er's third uncle, Xianxia's advice and used the energy in the celestial ascension pool to temper his 99 heavenly veins. That was how he built his foundation. Because of this, with only the 99 veins of heaven in his body that had been tempered thousands of times, his cultivation speed had reached an unheard-of level. Otherwise, how could a Scarlet Moon heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial in just 2.5 years? How could a Scarlet Moon heavenly celestial become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial in just 2.5 years? Apart from the powerful forces in the Devata realms who used prominent celestial pills or higher to forcefully raise their juniors' cultivation bases, there was no other way. In the history of the spirit overarching heaven, no one had ever been able to consume a primitive celestial pill to cultivate. It was not only in the spirit overarching heaven. Even in the history of the 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of this feat naturally. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian, where do you plan to go? Qin Yu asked. I've been in the county city for so long, but I haven't gone out yet. Now that I'm out of seclusion, I'm going to walk around. I'll go with you, Duan Lingtian replied. I'll go with you then. Since I've been in the county governor's estate for 2 years, I'm quite familiar with the county city. Chapter 2650. Let's go together then. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Qin Yu, through their interactions in the past, he still had a good impression of Qin Yu. After Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left the latent dragon abyss together, whoosh! A figure flew out of the latent dragon abyss after Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. However, unlike Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu, this person did not head to the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Instead, this person headed in another direction. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. When Zhou Fei saw Duan Lingtian coming out of his closed-door cultivation, he immediately left the latent dragon abyss to report to his godfather, Zhou Tong, who was also the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation? Although Zhou Tong had been patiently waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out of closed-door cultivation, his eyes still lit up when he heard that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation. He was so excited that his old face trembled slightly. "Godfather, what should we do next?" Zhou Fei asked. "I know what to do." Zhou Tong gradually calmed down before he narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "You just have to come with me to watch the show." Zhou Fei felt relieved when he heard Zhou Tong's confident words. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and the others left the county governor's estate, they strolled around the county city under Qin Yu's lead. Although it had been 2 years since Duan Lingtian came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, this was his first time strolling around the county city. Everything in the county city was unfamiliar to him, so he kept looking around. After strolling around the county city for most of the day, Duan Lingtian entered a restaurant under Qin Yu's lead and sat at the corner of the lobby as he listened to the crowd of customers in the lobby talk about various things, gossip, and things. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu listened with great interest as the customers in the main hall chatted about everything under the sun. Suddenly, the discussion of 2 drinkers at one of the tables attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. "Have you heard? A year later, King Qin's mansion will hold the martial competition of the 16 counties." One of the drinkers said to another drinker, who was his friend. "Martial competition of the 16 counties?" As for his friend, it was obviously the first time he had heard of this matter. "What is that?" "Martial competition of the 16 counties." As the former continued to introduce the martial competition of the 16 counties, not only his friends, but also most of the people in the restaurant turned their attention to him. They listened intently to his introduction of the martial competition of the 16 counties. He thought that this was the first time most people had heard of this matter. "No wonder a brother of mine who works in the prefectural governor's mansion told me that the latent dragon abyss appeared 2 years ago and that there were 30 golden immortals below the age of 100 in the latent dragon abyss." So it was the prefectural governor's mansion's preparation for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Latent dragon abyss? I've heard of the county governor's estate. I even heard that 2 years ago, a golden celestial below the age of 100 was recruited from Bloody Spectre City. As soon as he arrived at the hidden dragon abyss, he severed Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him. "Zhou Fei? You mean the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County? The adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of Nine Spectres County?" "That's him. Are you kidding me? Zhou Fei is the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County." Duan Lingtian immediately raised his head to look. 2 figures appeared in front of him. An old man stood in front of him while a young man stood behind him. The person who had called out his name was the young man standing behind him. "Zhou Fei." "Zhou Tong." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 2651. How could it be them? Qin Yu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, saw the 2 people who were descending from the sky towards them. His expression changed greatly and he could not help but let out a cry of alarm. Of the 2 people before him, he had only met Zhou Fei. However, now that Zhou Fei was escorting an old man, it was not difficult for him to guess the old man's identity. The number 1 reverend of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian, is the person in front of Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong? Although he had vaguely guessed the identity of the old man, Qin Yu still could not help but ask Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. According to what he learned from Xianxia 1.5 years ago, before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation, Zhou Tong had willingly given Duan Lingtian 2 bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, to Duan Lingtian for the sake of the great overarching pills. How could a person's attitude change so drastically in a year and a half? The old man who descended from the sky with Zhou Fei escorting him was clearly hostile. Most importantly, the old man did not seem like a golden immortal at all. Whether it was the old man's temperament or the invisible aura he exuded, they all seemed to be telling the people around him. He was not a golden immortal. They were existences that were even more powerful than golden immortals. It's Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Qinyu could not help but gasp even though he was mentally prepared. Didn't he give you 2 bottles of low-grade immortal elixir, spirit-nourishing elixir, a year and a half ago with the intention of training you so that you could shine in the martial competition of the 16 counties? This time, he doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. In a year and a half, isn't the change in him a little too great? Said Qinyu via voice transmission. Indeed, they don't come with good intentions. Qinyu could see that Zhou Tong did not come with good intentions. Duan Lingtian could naturally also see that. It was to the extent that he had already guessed that those 2 people from before were most likely arranged by Zhou Tong. I was too careless. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. It was also because what the 2 of them said was too real, and did not seem to be fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them without any warning. Naturally, other than the fact that the 2 of them did not seem to be lying, it was also because he had a strong desire for the profound grade cultivation method. If he could obtain a Xian grade cultivation method to replace his current Huang grade cultivation method, the secret crystal clearance method, his cultivation speed would reach a whole new level. Looks like those 2 people were arranged by Zhou Tong. However, from what those 2 people said, the matter of the profound grade cultivation method doesn't seem to be fake. Said Qinyu via voice transmission. At the same time, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei had already descended from the sky and arrived at a location not far from Duan Lingtian and Qinyu. Both of their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. As for Qinyu, he was completely ignored by them. Exalted Zhou Tong. What a coincidence to be able to meet you here. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Tong with a slight smile on his face. Unfortunately, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Zhou Fei said in a deep voice, after today, you'll be a dog in my foster father's cage. If he tells you to go east, you won't dare to go west. If he tells you to go south, you won't dare to go north. If you cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, you might be able to live for a few more years. If you don't, I'll make you suffer until you're willing to cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered. When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes gleamed brightly as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being imprisoned by his foster father. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as brilliant as ever. From the beginning until the end, there was not a trace of fear on his face. It was as though he was not afraid of Zhou Tong at all. Since you can still smile, you should seize the opportunity to smile. When my foster father makes his move, you won't be able to smile even if you want to. Zhou Fei sneered. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, Zhou Tong, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian, his cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. I can't believe you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for 2.5 years. If I'm not mistaken, you're still a heavenly celestial, right? If I say no, would you believe me, revered Elder Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian asked Zhou Tong. Before Zhou Tong could open his mouth, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are? It's only been 2.5 years. How can a heavenly celestial like you break through and become a golden celestial? What a joke! If it weren't for the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, Zhou Fei would only need a finger to kill you." When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, no matter what Zhou Fei said, Duan Lingtian did not even look at him from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian continued to look at Zhou Tong. It was as though only Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate, was worthy of his attention. Zhou Fei was not worthy. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Zhou Tong, who was completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, felt both humiliated and enraged. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. "It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, you're destined to be my prisoner today," Zhou Tong said confidently as his eyes turned cold. Revered elder Zhou Tong. Even when Zhou Tong revealed his fangs, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he used an extremely casual tone to ask, "If I'm not wrong, the two people that lured me and Xianxia out of the county city were arranged by you, right?" "That's right," Zhou Tong replied indifferently. He was not bothered by the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his composure until now. Just like his foster son, Zhou Fei, both of them felt Duan Lingtian was only pretending to be mysterious for being able to maintain his composure until now. "I'm very curious. Why is it that when they talked about the profound grade cultivation method, they were able to make it sound so real? It didn't seem fake at all." Duan Lingtian asked again. "That's because everything they said was what I experienced a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, I received news about a mysterious grade cultivation method and left the 9 Spectres County." When he mentioned this matter, an imperceptible look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face. It seems like the mysterious grade cultivation method has been taken away by someone else. What a pity. Although a look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face before disappearing, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly and directly pointed it out in his words. "It's not a pity." Chapter 2652. About 2 years ago, Zhou Tong had secretly left the county governor's estate and the county city of 9 Spectres County after he learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method. The reason why he left secretly was because he did not want to share the profound grade cultivation technique with the princess of the 9 Spectres County. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the county city of 9 Spectres County and severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong had just learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method and secretly left the county city of 9 Spectres County. "Based on your words, revered elder Zhou Tong, it seems like you're certain I'll give you my celestial methods and divine abilities?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Tong's words. "You don't have to hand them over as long as you don't regret it when the time comes." Zhou Tong sneered. "I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. At that time, you won't be able to die even if you want to. I'd like to see if Duan Lingtian's willpower can withstand the torture I'll inflict on you." As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames and shot up into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a god of fire. Zhou Tong stood there like a god of fire. His celestial origin energy that was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial caused the air to tremble. Among the people present, Xianxia and Zhou Fei, who had weaker cultivations, were pressured by the powerful aura of a great golden immortal from Zhou Tong's body. Their faces turned red, and they were a little breathless. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not affected at all. A mere heavenly celestial is able to remain calm under the pressure of my aura. Duan Lingtian should be proud of yourself. Zhou Tong raised an eyebrow as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He spoke as though he was looking down on Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was a god who ruled over everything while Duan Lingtian was merely an ant that he could trample on. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Tong's words. "Xianxia." Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and said, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei are here for me? You should return first. Duan Lingtian, we came here together. If you want to return, let's return together. Qin Yu knew Duan Lingtian was doing this for his own good. However, Qin Yu, could not abandon his friend and flee by himself when the enemy was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking and Duan Lingtian frowned, Zhou Tong snorted coldly. Both of you can forget about escaping today. Zhou Tong, Duan Lingtian sect. If he was here to kill Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to care about Qin Yu's life. Even if Qin Yu did not die, he could complain to the county governor of 9 Spectres County. No matter how angry the county governor was, he would not make things difficult for Zhou Tong, one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County, for the sake of a dead Duan Lingtian. To the county governor, a living Duan Lingtian's value might not be any lower than Zhou Tong's. However, a dead Duan Lingtian was not as valuable as him to the county governor. However, Zhou Tong Duan Lingtian sect did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian this time. At the very least, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian for the time being. Even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he would have to obtain the celestial techniques and divine abilities in Duan Lingtian's possession before he could make a move. Under such circumstances, there was no way he would allow Qin Yu to leave and report to the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Once the county governor learned that Duan Lingtian had mastered celestial techniques and divine abilities, he would definitely intervene. Although he was confident that he could kill Duan Lingtian with his strength as a great overarching golden celestial, it would only take him one move. However, he could not kill Duan Lingtian for the time being. To him, capturing Duan Lingtian without killing Duan Lingtian was much more difficult than killing Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was not difficult at all. He believed that as long as he unleashed his celestial origin energy, he would be able to capture Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye, making it impossible for Duan Lingtian to turn the tables. You're a great overarching golden celestial, yet you like to spout nonsense. Don't you think you're a disgrace to great overarching golden celestials? Duan Lingtian said with a sneer. Elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and raised his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. When he was a heavenly celestial, the elementary devouring tactic could only raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, now that he had become a golden celestial, it was only natural that he could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. It was also the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered up until now. What a powerful assist-type divine ability! It seems like his celestial origin energy has been raised by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic, Zhou Tong could clearly sense the changes in Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although he could not confirm how many levels Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been raised, he was certain it was a high-grade divine ability. It was most likely a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Earth-grade assist-type divine abilities or even lower-grade assist-type divine abilities would not be able to do this. It seems like you're really going to resist. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson. After I capture you, I'll make you suffer. Zhou Tong could tell Duan Lingtian was going to fight back when he saw Duan Lingtian had cast his assist-type divine ability. He was instantly enraged. Flames of anger rose in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed as though it was going to burn everything. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking boom, Zhou Tong's body shook, causing the space to rumble. Subsequently, Zhou Tong seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame as he soared across the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The air in his path seemed as though it would burn at any moment. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with Zhou Tong's ferocious attacks, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and brought out a celestial sword. It was a primitive celestial weapon he had obtained earlier. Then, he began to cast his various techniques. He did not dare to hold back in the face of a great overarching golden celestial who was charging at him menacingly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the dozen or so sword formations merged into one, the sword formation shone brightly and unleashed a terrifying force as it charged toward Zhou Tong menacingly. How's this possible? As soon as Duan Lingtian used his primitive celestial weapon to attack, Zhou Tong could clearly sense it. The force of Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than all the peak golden celestials he had encountered so far. Even the inner mansion elder in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestials, would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was not powerful enough to threaten Zhou Tong, it was still not powerful enough. However, it was not something that could be dispelled by the attacks that he had just displayed. Chapter 2653. It seems like I've underestimated you. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression on his face. He had only managed to neutralize Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack with all his might without using any celestial weapons. His eyes were filled with waves of inexplicable shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Did he really just ascend to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago? Is he really just a heavenly celestial? At this moment, Zhou Tong's heart began to waver. Even a violet moon heavenly celestial who had mastered so many heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack, right? Moreover, how could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a violet moon heavenly celestial in just 2.5 years? Even if Duan Lingtian was talented and managed to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven after cultivating in the mundane realm for less than 100 years, it was still impossible for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. However, it was impossible for him to improve so much in just 2.5 years, right? It seems that he has other secrets on him. Zhou Tong thought about how Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He had spent a lot of effort to verify this. Therefore, he guessed Duan Lingtian had other secrets. That secret was most likely the reason why Duan Lingtian had become so powerful in just 2.5 years. Zhou Tong's breathing quickened when he thought about this. Duan Ling, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Zhou Tong muttered to himself. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, however, if this is the extent of your strength, you're destined to be captured by me today. I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. As he spoke, Zhou Tong's tone became increasingly cold, giving one the feeling as if one had fallen into an ice cellar. Although the power of Duan Lingtian's attack just now was greater than the full-powered attack of any peak gold immortal he had ever encountered, however, compared to his strength, there was still a gap. Earlier, the reason why he'd used his full strength to deal with Duan Lingtian's attack was only because he'd acted hastily and gained the upper hand after striking, causing him to suffer a great loss. If he was prepared and faced Duan Lingtian head-on, then even if he didn't use an immortal artifact, his full-strength attack would be enough to easily defeat Duan Lingtian's attack from before. That will depend on whether you have the ability to capture me. Duan Lingtian sneered. At this time, he could roughly feel the gap between him and Zhou Tong. Even if Zhou Tong did not use his celestial artifact, he could still easily deal with the full-powered attack of his low-grade celestial artifact. However, was this really the extent of his trump card? I'll show you right away. Zhou Tong also sneered. Boom! Rumble! Zhou Tong's body swayed again as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The flames on his body soared into the sky as if the god of fire was enraged and was about to unleash a divine punishment on the world. The movement was so great that Zhou Fei and Qin Yu, who were fighting at the side, temporarily separated from each other. They stopped fighting and looked at the flaming figure with a shocked expression on their faces. This Duan Lington can actually force my foster father to use such a powerful force? Although Zhou Fei's cultivation was not enough to see through his foster father's current attack, he could still faintly feel that his foster father's attack was too powerful. Even the full strength of a peak golden immortal would not be able to match the strength of his foster father's attack. Duan Lingtian could actually force his foster father to use such a powerful force? It was not only Zhou Fei. Even Qin Yu was in a similar state of shock. Earlier, Qin Yu and Zhou Fei had exchanged 20 to 30 blows. Although Qin Yu was at a disadvantage, he would not lose to Zhou Fei in a short period of time. Now that Zhou Fei had taken the initiative to stop, Qin Yu was more than happy to stop as well. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as he faced Zhou Tong, who was charging at him menacingly again. The strength of the current Zhou Tong's attacks was far from what he had been capable of earlier. Even if Qin Yu were to use the same attack as before, it would be difficult for him to withstand Zhou Tong's current attack. My current strength is still slightly weaker than a great overarching golden immortal. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. However, the difference isn't that big. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew the low-grade celestial sword. Just as Zhou Tong, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, was puzzled by Duan Lingtian's actions, a voice suddenly rang out. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. With just a thought, a 7-colored light rose from the center of Duan Lingtian's right palm. Every time it rose a little, a powerful aura would sweep out in all directions. After a while, the 7-colored sword ray hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. And it was precisely this 7-colored sword ray that gave Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei, and Qin Yu an extremely oppressive feeling the moment it appeared. This was especially true for Zhou Fei and Qin Yu. Even the powerful aura emitted by Zhou Tong, a great golden immortal, was far less oppressive than the 7-colored sword light. At this moment, the 7-colored sword ray was the focus of everyone's attention. It hovered in the air, causing everything around it to pale in comparison. This seems like an immortal artifact? What grade is this immortal artifact? Zhou Tong and the other two were shocked and confused. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with the descending flames that were like divine punishment, Duan Lingtian made his move again with the help of the 7-colored sword ray that rose from his palm. In just an instant, the sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword rays shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. More than 10 7-colored sword formations whizzed out, forming a special rainbow in the void. In the end, the dozen or so rainbow sword formations merged into one. Their radiance increased tremendously, like a rainbow scorching sun, radiating dazzling rainbow light in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the 7-colored sun appeared, the power of the sword formation whizzed out and slammed into the void, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if doomsday had arrived.